Amen. Que l'on ouvre les portes, let the doors be open. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, Bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 10 petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills, statements by ministers, presenting reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources entitled The Future of Canada's Mining Sector, Sustainable Growth Beyond the Global Downturn.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative members of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources feel that some parts of this report are lacking substance. There are recommendations in here based on testimony we did not hear, and it excludes any concern that we heard from industry stakeholders and leaders relating to the Liberal carbon tax. As such, we are offering a supplementary recommendations to this report and call on the Minister of Natural Resources to take action on our supplementary report. Thank you.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Tabling private members' bills. Mr. Fortin, seconded by Mr. Plamondon, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Elections Act and other correlative acts for political funding. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is with joy that I table this bill to change the party funding system. This bill would reduce the Canadians' mistrust in politics by reducing the undue influence of large donors to the party in power. This bill would also allow all voters from all parties in all ridings to give a concrete sense to their vote. This bill is a democratic one, which is similar to that was unanimously approved in Quebec. I hope that it will be supported by all parties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Fortin, moved by Mr. Plamondon, seconded by Mr. Plamondon, moves that this bill now be read a first time and printed. This motion deemed adopted. When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Between parties, we talked, and you'll see that there is consent to adopt the following motion. That at the end of today's debate on the opposition motion, in the name of the member for Rospont de la Petite Patrie, a standing vote will be required and stood deferred until the 8th of March 2017 at the end of government business. The Honourable Member, does the Honourable Member have the consent of the House? She does not.
Présentation de précision. Presenting. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Business of supply and an opposition motion on behalf of Mr. Boulris. Mr. Boulris, seconded by Mr. Dussault, moves that given that the government loses tens of billions of dollars annually to tax loopholes, deductions and exemptions that mostly benefit the wealthy And estimates suggest that tax evasion through the use of offshore tax havens costs the government more than $7 billion annually. The House call on the government to A, address tax measures that primarily benefit the wealthy, including keeping its promise to cap the stock option deduction loophole, and B, take aggressive action to tackle tax havens, including I, tightening rules for shell companies, II, renegotiating tax treaties that let companies repatriate profits from tax havens to Canada, tax 3, and III, ending penalty-free amnesty deals for individuals suspected of tax evasion. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to specify that I will be sharing my time with the very diligent and rigorous MP for Sherbrooke. I'll be very happy to concede the floor to him on this very essential subject. I don't believe that I've spoken to a motion that has such an effect on the government's capacity to offer services to citizens. It is impossible for us to say that we live in a fair and equitable tax system that exists to serve the workers and the poorest families of this country. A bit of context, Mr. Speaker. We live in a society where every year we hear the same news on the 2nd of January. We learn that over 24 hours, most Canadian CEOs have earned in 24 hours just as much as a worker will earn throughout the year. This is an unequal society that the successive Liberal and Conservative governments have strengthened over time. 2% of Canadians hold as much wealth, or 2 people rather, possess just as much wealth as 12 million people in our country. Should we accept this without reacting, Mr. Speaker? The best paid CEOs earn 173 times more than the workers, and this inequality is ever worsening. There are a number of reasons why this is the case. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the inequality index, you see that inequality is far greater in Canada now in America in growth, even if the US is traditionally a more unequal society than ours. How did we get there? This book before me gives me a list of reasons, an impressive list of reasons. Reducing federal corporate tax rates, going from 37.8% in 1981 to only 15% in 2012. Reduced a capital tax rate. Capital gains tax have gone down also, and we'll talk about this later on, Mr. Speaker. There's an exoneration of custom tax rates, and some companies can indefinitely defer the payment of their taxes. Just try doing that with your own T4 in about a month's time. The possibility for some mining, oil and gas companies to become a untaxable trust, and the reduction of assets held by foreigners. There is therefore a trend these past years of making decisions rather, that will systematically support the richest, the wealthiest, and the biggest companies to the detriment of those who have to pay their taxes and who receive a paycheck every 2 weeks whilst receiving fewer and fewer services. What is not in the list in this book, but that is also very much true, is the issue of money that is sent to tax havens so that they avoid paying their fair share of taxes here in Canada, which would increase our capacity to act and to have social programs to take care of our seniors, to have better social housing, to have better transit, to help our students to have less debt. These are billions of dollars. It's very difficult. to have a specific number, which is terrifying. Many of these monies are sent to the sunny beaches of tax havens. This is due to bilateral tax treaties between, for example, Canada and Barbados. This is one example amongst others. This example exists since 1980. You know that since that year, direct Canadian investments in Barbados have increased by 3,600%. 3,600%. $130 billion have been sent to Barbados by companies and individual Canadians since 2011. 2 years later, $170 million was hidden away in Barbados. Why? Because we accepted, completely stupidly, that if people were to pay their taxes in Barbados and were to resend their money back to Canada, they would no longer have to pay taxes in Canada. This is, therefore, the fact that we do not pay taxes twice, and so you do not pay taxes on money that transited through another company. If you're a Canadian company, you pay 15%. If you're an individual, you pay 25 to 30. What is the case in Barbados? You pay 1 or even 2%. And so these are absolute peanuts compared to what we have here. So you pay your taxes in Barbados, you bring the money back here, and it's completely legal, and we can do nothing about it. Billions of dollars that are lost every single year, Mr. Speaker, and that is why in the NDP's motion, we say that we need to revisit and renegotiate all of these bilateral tax treaties that are clear traps that take resources from us and that give gifts to those who really do not need gifts in the first place. It's ridiculous. Once again, the Barbados case. Canadian investors invest 4 times more in Barbados than in Brazil. And if we have a look at all Canadian investments, we see that we invest twice as much in about 10 tax havens than we invest in China, in India, and in Brazil, all together. These are growth countries in which we must be present. And so, who profits from all of this? The multinational companies that now represent 40 to 60% of international economic transactions. These transactions happen between companies that have different branches in different areas. We call those shell companies that only exist to transit money from one certain address in one certain country. These are also called postbox companies, empty shell companies that do not do anything, or sometimes they're paid to manage the branding and the logo of a company. We've already seen that's been the case. $1 billion budget to create a logo. I'd love such a salary. But all these shell companies, or these postbox companies, are often in the same place. I have a very good example. In the Cayman Islands, for example, there's a building in Georgetown in which there are 18,000 companies that are registered in one single building in Georgetown. In the Cayman Islands, there are more companies than there are actually inhabitants, which is the most entrepreneurial, therefore, population in the whole world, Mr. Speaker. It's not only in the South that these shell companies exist. In Delaware, in the United States, there's also the Corporation Trust Center that has 250,000 companies within one single building. It's quite something. I talked to you about tax havens, Mr. Speaker. This is a large part of the problem. Statistics Canada say that it is between $7 and $8 billion of Canada. The Conference Board of Canada said that it was probably to the tune of $47 billion. Tax Fairness says it's $80 billion. So it's a very large difference, but it's a lot of money. Another thing I would like to talk about is the Liberal promise to close certain tax loopholes, including a cap on stock options. This promise has been forgotten. All these tax loopholes, Mr. Speaker, have been studied by the Canadian Alternative Policy Organization, and there are incredible things to understand in here. When we add up all these deductions, all these tax loopholes, all these tax credits, we see that this represents $103 billion. $100 billion or thereabouts every year that do not enter our coffers. So the money that we could have used to help our seniors, people who are sick in our country also. they studied 64 tax measures that are exemptions or deductions. Out of those 64, 5 are progressive only, and the 59 other ones are regressive. What does this mean? For a tax measure to be progressive, we need to evaluate whether most benefits from this measure will benefit the 50% of the Canadians who are poorer, or 50% of the Canadians who are richer. And so 59 tax measures benefit the richest. And so for the dividend tax credit, 97% of this is beneficial to the top 10%. The government and the Liberals have done something incredible. They've created a tax system that is like a reverse Robin Hood system. Everyone together will help to pay for the rich. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Winnipeg.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, the number one priority of this government has been Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it. And we have seen in the first budget a major shifting that had taken place. And we saw that in the terms of the middle-class tax cut. We saw it in the Canada Child Benefit Program. We saw it in the redistribution going in terms of our seniors on the GIS, 10% increases. Literally, plus, I must say, Mr. Speaker, a special tax on Canada's wealthiest of 1%. All of which I will remind my NDP colleagues across the way, they voted against. That was a substantial shift, Mr. Speaker, in addressing the issue of inequality, something in which the members made reference of. But more importantly, you know, we recognize that this is an important issue. It is an important issue in which we invested over $400 million in the last budget to deal with the issue that the member is talking about today. And that is the reason why we are going to be supporting this motion. My question to the member is, does he not agree that investing over $400 million in terms of providing CRA the resources needed in order to get these tax evaders is something that is encouraging, and maybe the NDP should have supported that particular initiative?
L'honorable député de Rosemont, la Petite Patrie.
The honourable member for Rosemont, la Petite Patrie. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I understand that the Liberal government is boasting about these investments at Revenue Canada, but when no one's being stopped and there are no charges laid, we can't say that it's really like they're hitting a home run if we're talking about baseball references here. The minister, in a letter to the Prime Minister, wrote,
higher bar for openness and transparency. Government and its information should be open by default. If we want Canadians to trust their government, we need a government that trusts Canadians. Et là, un monsieur qui écrit now is Prime Minister to order Canada Revenue Agency to get with the program and provide the parliamentary budget officer with the required information so Canadians will know the actual amount of taxes owned but not collected and what resources the CRA needs to collect those taxes. Only then will the CRA meet the standard of openness and transparency set by the Prime Minister. And who wrote that? The Senator from Charlottetown.
Questions et commentaires, the honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate the member of Rosemont La Petite Patrie for his speech today. There's a $7 billion figure in his proposal, and I would like to see if he's able to give us some backup to that figure if possible. Thank you.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rosemont, la Petite Patrie. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to say that that figure, the $7 billion, which represent losses because money's gone into tax havens through tax avoidance, is an assessment that was conducted by Statistics Canada. I can find the report, the reference. The problem with this report is that they're in a position to assess that amount only when the companies or individuals tell them that they have sent money into tax havens and that it wasn't been transferred and it's come back. So this doesn't happen systematically. It's not, the information isn't given to Statistics Canada regularly. So it's an assessment based on the information that they have because of voluntary disclosure. That's why the Conference Board and the Tax Fairness Association have figures that are far higher than $7 billion. we think consider it as a minimum amount and that the actual amount is much higher.
Nous avons le temps pour une question.
We have time for one short question.
Le député de Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Quick question. One of the problems, Mr. Speaker, that I understand is that, unlike the American government, this government refuses to actually charge any of these tax evaders. They're simply working out a deal and recovering the taxes that should have been paid. The problem with that is that if they're not charged and convicted, then they can keep getting contracts with the government. Would the member like to speak to that?
L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite.
The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie, in 30 seconds or less, please. Yes. This scheme with KPMG and some complicity with the revenue agency shows a lack of action on the government's part. It's worrisome. Tax avoidance in the United States represents 20 to 27% interest on the amounts. Here it's zero, so that's not much of a deterrent in terms of a tax measure, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherbrooke.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to have this opportunity to follow on the heels of the member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. I thank him for his initiative on this motion, which is very important in the current context. In light of the information disclosed last week about KPMG, the minister attempted to defend herself with respect to the agreements negotiated with those taxpayers. And at any rate, this is an issue that is a priority for our government, for our party rather, in our fight for tax fairness. And that's why today we have come forth with this motion, and we hope that we'll have the support of all members of the House to target some of the steps or measures that can be taken quickly to deal with this very serious problem. I'd like to go back to some of the proposed solutions that we have to put forth to the government. And I see that they're perhaps considering supporting our motion, so we hope that we'll be able to convince them that the measures we are proposing will work in the short term and will help to reduce unfairness that currently exists. Because what we're denouncing at this point is that we have a two-speed tax system when it comes to tax fairness, because, first of all, tax credits or deductions are being given to corporations, but also because when they're caught by the CRA more often than not, they cut some kind of a deal or an agreement is signed regarding recovery of funds, but there are no fines or sanctions in the case of these files. So that's why Canadians are outraged by what we're seeing in the media, in the reports, recent reports, especially because there is a two-speed system, one for millionaires, billionaires, rich Canadians, and another for ordinary Canadians. If they make a very simple mistake, even though they're acting in good faith, if they omit to declare some type of income, well, watch out, because the CRA attacks fiercely and will not hesitate to go to court, to take them to the court, those taxpayers who don't necessarily have the means to defend themselves. Whereas when it comes to a rich taxpayer, they're offered an agreement, an amnesty. Please pay the tax that you should have paid, and we'll set the matter aside. And we'll wipe the slate clean and start over. This motion was put forth in a context where we see international tax competition. It's fierce. And that is detrimental for the tax base across the world, not just an issue. This isn't just an issue we're facing here in Canada. Tax avoidance is a serious one. It's something that is widespread across the world, primarily because of many of the countries that are waging a battle where tax rates are lower, where they offer tax incentives to rich taxpayers and corporations, where they attempt to give more to those groups and people in order to attract them. And we're not spared from that here in Canada. There are many of the tax measures that are in place today that stem from that type of competition. So Canada has decided to grant some exemptions and deductions, which to an overly large extent favor wealth Canadians. We just have to ask average Canadians if they have tax credits for dividends or other tax credits or exemptions for capital gains. Ask that. Go to the average Canadian and ask them if they're benefiting from those measures. It's only the richest segment of society that is benefiting from this type of a situation where the tax system is unfair. It's damaging in the long term. Maybe there are some short-term gains, but in the long term, it's detrimental. Because the money that's being left in the pockets of rich Canadians through unpaid taxes is hindering our ability to provide other services to other Canadians who need it. Services aren't free. Collectively, if we decide as a society that it's important to pool our resources, pool funding to achieve our ambitions, to have good quality services, affordable if not free services to offer to Canadians, so that regardless of where they come from, regardless of their financial situation, they can have access to those services. Healthcare, for example. We want people to have access to healthcare regardless of their income, to education regardless of their income, without having to spend fortunes. So it goes without saying that as a society, and this is my view, perhaps others disagree, but if we're going to pool our efforts, we need to put our financial resources together to provide those services. But the type of tax competition that we're referring to is such that we're losing the ability or the means to fund those services because governments are being forced to increase costs and cut funding. So that's why we put some measures in here that will be potential solutions, dealing with shell companies, for example, putting an end. How many of companies are just simply shell companies that are just used to increase revenues for other companies? The economic reality or the economic activity takes place here or in the country where the real company exists, but where are the consumers in these cases? They're not in Barbados in the cases we're talking about. The consumers are in Canada, the US, Europe. The economic activity happens here, but the profits are recorded in other places using increasingly complex schemes. Through the OECD, there have been attempts to try to counter those tax strategies that are being used to record profits abroad. And in our opinion, the profits need to be recorded in the country where the economic activity takes place. So if it's here in Canada, that's where the taxes are paid, through the Canadian subsidiary of a company. But that's not the case at present. So that's why in our motion, we talk about tightening rules for shell companies. There is some work that's being done in this regard. However, we do need to tighten up the rules so that companies are declaring their income where the economic activities have taken place. Now, tax agreements, tax treaties. My colleague mentioned it. Tax treaties that have stated, okay, we won't double tax the same income. So if someone's in the United States, for example, a Canadian company doing business in the United States with a subsidiary, they have a tax rate. If the profits are brought back to Canada, distributed among shareholders, etc., this type of situation shouldn't be double taxed. But we have tax treaties with countries that have an almost inexistent tax rate, like the Barbados, for example. Foreign investors there do so, and it's where Canadians invest the most. It's not because consumers are there. It's because that's where they're recording their profits. And that's why billions of dollars is being sent to Barbados. The tax rate there is 0.25%. We have a tax treaty to avoid dual taxation as well. So my colleague covered that very eloquently in his remarks. So that's why we feel it's important to deal with the issue, to ensure that these tax treaties are not abused, because that one is. We must also seek to having a system that isn't a two-tier or two-speed system. In the case of KPMG, there were negotiated agreements signed. We said, well, we'll erase your file, the information, but what the government should have done, and it's not too late, it's what I asked the minister about yesterday, it's not too late to file criminal charges on those files, not just in the case of KPMG, which is facilitating tax evasion, but for clients who participated in that scheme. That will make it possible to hand down exemplary penalties and to deal with the tax evasion and to tackle it, so that hopefully we will be able to eliminate this scourge that is part of our economy. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, and the member across the way made reference that the NDP are fighting for tax fairness. And this is something in which, as I've indicated in my first question, that we have taken a very high priority, made it, in fact, I would suggest to you as a #1 priority for Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, Mr. Speaker. And we saw that through a number of policy initiatives by this government. Having said that, we also want to recognize that over $400 million was allocated under last year's budget to ensure that we go at the individuals that are trying to avoid or fraudulently avoid from having to pay taxes, their fair share. And my question to the member is, would he not, at the very least, acknowledge that a part of dealing with this issue is investing the resources for CRA, Canada Revenue Agency, something in which this government has done in a very tangible way, and by doing that, at the very least, it's a great step forward. Yes, we could always do better, and we will continue to move in that direction, Mr. Speaker, but would he not agree that that $400+ million was a good investment to try to ensure that there's even more tax fairness in Canada?
L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member opposite for his question. We do support the additional investments in the CRA, and we had asked the Conservatives during their reign to invest in the CRA, to have more auditors, but they decreased the number. Thankfully, additional funds have been put in there. But if I look at the figures, because my colleagues is the one who tables the replies to questions on the order paper, and if I look at the numbers from today, with the new guideline for international investigations, it's dated April 1st. There were 56 investigations started last year, and none of them have gone to the Office for Criminal Prosecutions. So, if we look at the Panama Papers, there's some over 350 cases identified in response to the question that I put, 50 companies, 80 individuals. How many of them were sent to the Criminal Investigation Program? None. Zero. It's not moving quickly enough, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are outraged. And the government continues to say that they're investing money, but the results are not evident. It's like the minister using her pink reply cards to answer the questions. We're not seeing the positive results we need to see. I support the additional investments, yes, but I'm eager to see tangible results. For people who, with handcuffs on their wrists for tax evasion. That's not what we've seen, but I hope that we're going to see strong measures taken. Questions and comments?
And Manning.
Thank you kindly. And the motion called for renegotiating tax treaties. Will the honourable member be able to tell us or make any reference to which treaties he's referring to in this motion?
The député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to answer the question. I alluded to it in my opening remarks. The tax treaties are tax treaties to eliminate dual taxation. One mentioned by the Bloc Québécois last year, it was the one with Barbados, which was signed in the 80s under a certain Minister of Finance, Mr. Martin. Maybe you remember that, but he had personal interests, in fact, in signing an agreement with to eliminate dual taxation with Barbados, because he had a company based there. It was the most eloquent example of this type of measure to eliminate dual taxation in a country where the tax rates are so low. Now, this tax treaty with Taiwan was renewed recently to eliminate dual taxation, and I implored the government at the time to follow up closely and to review all of our tax treaties of this nature, to look at the tax rates in those countries, to determine if they were reasonable or not, and to enable Canadians to see the fairness in the situation, to ensure, in fact, that we aren't misusing those tax treaties that are signed with a number of countries, with some 90 countries. I mentioned the one for Barbados, of course, and I do believe that it's time to put an end to that one, which is abused. And we need to look at others to see if abuse is taking place.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Finance Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Rosemont, La Petite Patrie, for this motion that he's presented today. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to discuss the issues raised by the member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. I have to say categorically that the Government of Canada is determined to see to it that the tax system is fair for the middle class. We believe that Canadians have to pay their fair share of taxes. That's why, after taking power in the fall of 2015, one of our first steps was to increase taxes for wealthier Canadians in order to reduce taxes for the middle class. More specifically, the government reduced the second income tax bracket for individuals, for personal income taxes, from 22% to 20.5%. In addition, the wealthiest 1% of Canadians will have to pay more tax because we created a new tax bracket, a 33% tax bracket, for those earning incomes over $200,000 annually. Also, since January 1st, 2016, almost 9 million Canadians have more money in their pockets thanks to our middle-class tax cut. This was not only the right thing to do, but it was also the smart thing to do for our economy. Reducing the taxes of the middle class and the associated steps that were taken make the tax system fairer so that all Canadians have the opportunity to succeed and prosper. Single individuals who benefit from this new middle-class tax bracket will get a tax break on average of $330 a year, and couples will get a break of $540 a year. At the same time, the government has restored the annual contribution limit for TFSAs from $10,000 to $5,500 beginning January 1st. So essentially, we've cut that in half. Bringing the maximum contribution limit down was consistent with the government's goal to make the tax system fairer and help the neediest. When you consider TFSAs, a $5,500 maximum contribution limit allows most individuals to meet their savings goals in an effective way in terms of tax. Indexing this maximum contribution limit for TFSAs was also restored so that the amount retains its real value over time. We've taken steps to improve benefits for children as well. In Budget 2016, we created the Canada Child Benefit, which is entirely tax-free, and it's simpler and more generous than what it replaced. It's also better targeted than the previous system to help those who are the most in need. I'm sure that the many parents who receive this assistance will fully agree with me. By creating the Canada Child Benefit, which is much better targeted, around 300,000 fewer children will be living in poverty in 2017 than in 2014. It's a reduction of the poverty rate for children of around 40% over 2014. Since the Canada Child Benefit was put in place in July 2016, 9 out of 10 families are receiving more money than they were under the previous system. They're getting about $2,300 more on average in benefits in 2016-2017. Parents with children under 18 will be receiving up to $6,400 annually per child, and for children under 6, up to $5,400 more per child aged 6 to 17. This additional money can be used to buy school supplies, groceries, or winter jackets. The Canada Child Benefit is helping parents pay the high costs of raising children.
Announced in Budget 2016, the government is currently conducting a comprehensive review of the federal tax expenditures. It is doing so in recognition of concerns that have been expressed regarding the efficiency, fairness, and complexity of the tax system. The objective of this review is to ensure that federal tax expenditures are fair for Canadians, efficient, and fiscally responsible for all. External experts have been engaged to provide advice to the Department of Finance. This approach ensures the review is informed by a range of perspectives. I can assure all honourable members that the government remains committed to ensuring federal tax expenditures are doing what they are meant to do and that they are doing it to help middle-class Canadians. In addition, the government is committed to strengthening efforts to combat international tax evasion and avoidance, and we have taken and will continue to take this important step and actions to do so. These efforts help protect the revenues-based and give Canadians greater confidence that the system is fair for everyone. Canadians work hard for their money, and the majority of Canadians pay their fair share of taxes, but some wealthy individuals participate in complex tax schemes to avoid paying their fair share of taxes. This is unacceptable, and it needs to change, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Canada is working hard to crack down on offshore tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance in order to ensure a tax system that is fair and responsive for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. In Budget 2016, we invested $444 million over 5 years to the Canada Revenue Agency, or better known as the CRA, to crack down on international tax evasion and combat tax avoidance. Mr. Speaker, these investments by the government are enabling the CRA to hire additional auditors, develop robust businesses, intelligence infrastructure, increase verification activities, and improve the quality of its investigative work. These new investments to support the CRA's effort to crack down on tax evasion and combat tax avoidance are expected to generate around $2.6 billion in taxes over the next 5 years. In April of 2016, the Offshore Compliance Advisory Committee was created to advise the Minister of National Revenue and the CRA on strategies to combat offshore tax evasion and avoidance. However, Mr. Speaker, we also recognize that assessing tax revenues alone is not enough. Once we do an assessment, we need to be able to collect the unpaid amounts. And that's why Budget 2016 invests an additional $351.6 million over 5 years to improve CRA's ability to collect these outstanding tax debts, Mr. Speaker. Canada has been a very active participant in international efforts to address tax evasion. Mr. Speaker, Canada is an active member of the Global Forum that was established to ensure the high standards of transparency and exchange of information for tax purposes are in place around the world. Canada has developed an extensive network of bilateral tax treaties and tax information exchange agreements which provide for the exchange of information that can be extremely critical in investigation processes. Another international development with regards to address tax evasions is the new Common Reporting Standard developed by the OECD and endorsed by G20 leaders. The standard provides a framework under which information on financial accounts in a country held by non-residents will be automatically shared with tax authorities of the jurisdiction in which the account holder is the resident. Legislation has now been adopted to implement the Common Reporting Standard in Canada starting July 1st of 2017, joining more than 100 other countries. With our partners in the G20 and the OECD, Canada has been an active participant in the multilateral project to address base erosions and profit shifting, or the BEPS. The BEPS refers to aggressive international tax planning arrangements undertaken by some multinational enterprises to inappropriately minimize their taxes. Budget 2016 announced a series of actions Canada is taking to implement recommendations from the BEPS project. First, Canada has enacted new legislation to require country-by-country reporting for large multinational enterprises. Two, the CRA is implying revised international guidance on transfer pricing. We participated in international work that developed a multilateral instrument to streamline the implementation of treaty-related BEPS recommendations, including addressing treaty abuse. And finally, the CRA is undertaking a spontaneous exchange with other jurisdictions of certain tax rulings. Mr. Speaker, going forward, the government will continue to work with the international community to ensure a coherent and consistent response to the BEPS. The government is also taking action in other areas to protect the integrity of Canada's international tax rules, Mr. Speaker. In particular, in Budget 2016, we introduced measures to extend the application of the income tax back-to-back loan rules to royalty arrangements and prevent unintended tax-free cross-border distributions of capital to non-residents. The government has also agreed to strong standards in support of corporate transparency in both the Financial Action Task Force and the Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information for Tax Purposes. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out that the proceeds of crime, or also known as money laundering and terrorist financing regulations, include requirements for the collection of information on beneficial owners of corporations. Furthermore, the government recently took action to enhance corporate transparency by prohibiting the use of bearer shares. Furthermore, the government recently took action to enhance corporate transparency by prohibiting the use of bearer shares. Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais mettre...
Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to call your attention to some of the investments this government has made to give opportunities, more fairer opportunities for success to a greater number of Canadians. In June, the government entered into an historic agreement with the provincial governments to improve the Canada Pension Plan. This agreement followed a study conducted by the Department of Finance in order to determine whether families approaching retirement were ready for retirement. Officials at the Department of Finance found that around 1 in 4 families approaching retirement, or 1.1 million families, were in danger of not having saved enough to maintain their standard of living. These are middle-class families. Middle-class families were the most at risk. Families without an employment pension plan provided through their employer were even at greater risk of not having saved enough for retirement. 1/3 of those families were at risk. The government is aware of the need to help Canadians save more. With a higher savings level, they can contemplate their future and the possibility of having a dignified retirement with greater confidence. The situation of young Canadians who tend to be more at risk in the marketplace and in most cases will live longer than previous generations, their situation is of particular concern. Young people face the challenge of saving enough for retirement at a time when fewer of them can expect to find a job that comes with an employer-provided pension plan. In short, Mr. Speaker, the measures our government has taken are keeping our commitment to help the middle class and those working hard to join it. In this context, the government firmly believes that the best way to increase prosperity for a greater number of Canadians is to invest in the economy now. That is why, Mr. Speaker, the government has made targeted investments of some $50.2 billion over 6 years in Budget 2016. These investments will guarantee stronger growth immediately and will increase the long-term potential for growth for the Canadian economy. We have gone ahead, fully aware that when Canadians reach their full potential, they can build a better lives for themselves, their families, and their communities. In so doing, they're building a better and stronger country for current and future generations.
As Canada's population ages, our prosperity will increasingly depend on young Canadians getting the education and training they need to prepare them for the jobs of today and tomorrow. That is why that in Budget 2016, we increased Canada's student grant amounts for students from low and middle income families, as well as part-time students. As a result, over 360,000 students across Canada will receive more assistance to pursue their education. We are also working with provinces and territories to expand eligibility for Canada student grants so that even more students can receive non-repayable assistance. What's more, Mr. Speaker, under the Youth Employment Strategy, the government invests more than $330 million each year to help young people gain the skills and experience that they require to find jobs. Our government has taken action to build on this investment and strengthen the Youth Employment Strategy with an additional investment of $165.4 million in 2016 and 2017. These investments will increase the number of youth who can access the Skills Link program, which helps young Canadians overcome barriers to employment. It will also create new green jobs for youth and support employment opportunities in the heritage sector. Canadians are among the most highly educated people in the world, Mr. Speaker, placing at the top of all members of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development for post-secondary education attainment. More than half of Canadian adults have a post-secondary degree. We are world-renowned for scientific research and discovery, and we can often be found on the cutting edge of clean technologies emerging right now on the world stage. We have an abundance of natural resources, outmatched only by our greatest resource, and that is our people, Mr. Speaker. I hope that I have made it clear that we are making effective, targeted investments that continue to unleash their full potential and, in turn, Canada's full potential. We will continue to build on our success in Budget 2017. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, but I'm quite disappointed that she spent 3/4 of her time talking about things other than what's in the motion before us today. It's very disappointing. She didn't even answer the 3 points raised in the motion, which are possible avenues the government could take, concrete steps the government could take. And once again, she referred to the $440 million that the revenue minister invested. That's all nice talk, but it really doesn't address our motion. Canadians are demanding action. They're demanding results. And it's clear from the figures I mentioned earlier that the results are lacking. not enough is being done to fight tax evasion, and there are still far too many tax cheats out there. So can my colleague at least undertake to do something about some of the issues we raised in our motion, and can she tell us anything about pending litigation, pending prosecutions, so that these tax cheats can be put behind bars as soon as possible?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question once again. Mr. Speaker, our government recognises that all Canadians must pay their fair share of taxes. And I would like to say that the vast majority of Canadians do in fact pay a fair share of taxes. For those who do not, we need to ensure that they pay. A system exists for us to address this issue. Mr. Speaker, that is why the government has invested $444 million to make sure that these inquests do occur. We want to make sure that the relevant department has the tool necessary to do its job to carry out such investigations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
For Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for her speech. I too am frustrated that she has not in any way addressed what the critical issues are before the House today. I raised this question earlier, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to put it to the Honourable Member. The government essentially has two choices. One, to toughen up the government procurement rules so that you don't actually have to achieve a conviction for tax evasion, a criminal offence. So then they could in fact, ban those who undertake serious tax evasion from further procurement or contracts with the government. Or they could actually get serious and start charging and getting convictions. Why are they letting these Canadians who are evading hundreds of millions of dollars from Canadians that could go to Aboriginal children, that could go to providing childcare, that could go to reducing the taxes for ordinary Canadians? Why are they not taking either of those two measures, and would she consider doing so?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question and her comments. Again, as indicated, Mr. Speaker, our government believes that all Canadians must pay their fair share of taxes, and once again, we recognize that most Canadians really do so. The investments that we've made in Budget 2016, we invested $444,000 to actually provide the department and the staff the tools that they need in order to do the proper investigations. Investigations of this nature are very complex, Mr. Speaker, and we recognize that there's a lot of sharing of information and processes that need to be put in place. We need to make sure that we are working with our provincial partners, our national partners, and our international partners to make sure that we can get the job done, because we want to crack down on this issue, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you. The member opposite for her speech. And the question is, the motion called for ending penalty-free amnesty deals for individuals suspected of tax evasion. Will the government support this part of the motion or not?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And as indicated at the beginning of my presentation, I believe that I've indicated that the government is prepared to support this motion, and we are very pleased that the member opposite has put this motion forward. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments that's been made by the Parliamentary Secretary for Finance, and maybe we just get her to provide some sort of a comment on more of an overview. When we take a look at the last year's budget and what the budget was able to accomplish, it's very easy to draw the conclusion that this is in fact a government that's all about tax fairness. Whether it's a special tax that's been assigned to Canada's wealthiest, to the tax break that's been given to the middle class, to in fact that $444 million that the member has made reference to in terms of trying to get to the core issues dealing with tax evasion. But if you take a look at it from a holistic approach, that this government is in fact moving forward on a number of files, including tax evasion.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. absolutely, Mr. Speaker, that I agree completely with the question and the premise of the question. Our government has made a commitment to Canadians that middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join it are our priority, and we are going to continue to make them our priority. In Budget 2016, we saw some clear programs that illustrated our support for middle-class Canadians. The first one of those programs, as I've mentioned in my speech earlier today, was the reduction of taxes for middle-class Canadians from 22% to 20.5%, and allowed many Canadians to have more money in their pocket, to spend more money, and to invest into the economy, and again, to stimulate that economy. The other program that I'm very proud of as well is the historic investment that we've made in the Canada Child Benefit Program. The Canada Child Benefit Program has lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty, and it has made a clear difference in the lives of many Canadian families. And finally, when it comes to our seniors, Mr. Speaker, we have made, again, some significant investments to help the lives of our seniors. And again, that's another measure that we took to help the middle class. And finally, with respect to the amounts of money that we've put in place with respect to this bill that's before us, the $444 million that has been put in place to help address the issue of tax evasion. We want to make sure that Canadians are paying their fair share of taxes. And with that being said, as I've said time and time again, most Canadians are paying their fair share of taxes. But for the ones that aren't, we certainly want to make sure that we have the process that's in place to make sure that we can get the job done, and then also that they can be prosecuted and receive the appropriate penalties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
And thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for her comments. I'd like to ask the member this question. In 2011-2015, in fact, in the Liberal platform, they promised that they would close the stock option loopholes. After the election, of course, the Minister of Finance was asked about whether or not he would proceed with this plan, and he said it's not on the agenda. So I'd like the member to answer that question. Why isn't it on the agenda after they promised that to Canadians?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to once again thank my colleague for her question. Once again, Mr. Speaker, our platform in 2015 is based on a 4-year commitment here. So we have just finished Budget 2016. Budget 2017 is going to be announced within the next little while. And then we have Budget 2018 and 2019. Again, we have 4 years to roll out our platform, and we are going to do so, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni.
Speaker, everyday working people, if you own a small business, you're working at your regular job, you pay your taxes late, you pay interest, you pay penalties, the tax collector's chasing you, you can even be criminally charged. But if you're part of the 1%, the government chooses to protect you. Instead, if you break the rules, you can even avoid a fine by negotiating a deal with the government. Will the member end penalty-free amnesty deals for individuals suspected of tax evasion, as we've seen? Because we haven't seen action on the government doing that. In fact, the government's choosing to uphold loopholes for the rich instead of closing them. Direct action on this issue would be closing tax loopholes for the rich, these tax agreements that we've got in place that are legal, and going after people that are actually breaking the rules on the backs of everyday Canadians.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd simply like to perhaps remind the member opposite that actually we were the government that taxed the 1%, and the party opposite voted against that. So I just feel that I have to first of all say that. With respect to the investments that our party has made, Mr. Speaker, once again, we have made investments to help the CRA department to properly conduct the investigations that need to be done. These investigations are extremely complex, Mr. Speaker, and we want to make sure that they are done appropriately. And that is why that I am very pleased that in Budget 2016 that money was put forward, because we want to ensure that we do those investigations and that we do them in an efficient and effective manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just let you know I'll be sharing my time with a fine member of Parliament for Edmonton Manning, who, I am told, will be far more eloquent and on point. I am pleased to rise today to speak on the motion presented by the Honourable Member for Rosemont-Le Petit-Patrie regarding taxation. And, Mr. Speaker, I will be voting to oppose this motion. Now, I will say I would have preferred to support and voted for it, as many of the principles it speaks to I do support. However, I must also point out that the Conservative Party of Canada believes strongly in keeping taxes low, much as we also believe in ensuring that all corporations and Canadians do indeed pay their fair share of tax. While this motion rightly seeks to reduce offshore tax evasion, it avoids one of the root causes of the problem, and that is too many taxes. Now, we know that high taxes drive businesses out of the country and dampen Canada's entrepreneurial spirit. We know that making high taxes hurt job creation by making it more difficult for businesses to start and run a business. Now, we know that high taxes hurt Canadian families that are trying to build a brighter future for their children. Mr. Speaker, if we want to stop driving families and businesses out of this great country, we need to start by lowering taxes to make Canada more welcoming to them. And yet, it would seem that the government is doing precisely the opposite. Instead of ways to look at fostering entrepreneurship and business growth, the government is desperately looking for new ways to bring in more money to pay for the reckless and irresponsible spending. And we've seen, Mr. Speaker, a report from Bloomberg pointing that business investment in this country has fallen to the lowest levels since 1981. And depending on how the statistics were held, we're seeing low grades of investment since World War II. So, Mr. Speaker, this is an issue. Now, the government has failed to follow through on their promise to cut taxes for small businesses. Now, next, they rolled back important tax cuts for Canadians, including the popular fitness and children's arts tax credits. And recently, they started looking at whether or not they would tax health and dental benefits. Now, it is clear that this government just doesn't get it. They plan to make life more expensive for Canadians, and the Conservative Party will fight to make life more affordable, not less. Mr. Speaker, when the Conservative government was in power, it was Prime Minister Stephen Harper who fought to do exactly this. Now, we understood the value of low taxes and also the importance of fighting tax evasion, a pragmatic and balanced policy that will achieve both goals. For example, in Economic Action Plan 2013, the Conservative government introduced a number of measures designed to deal with tax evasion, including requiring financial intermediaries, including banks, to report international electronic fund transfers of $10,000 or more to the CRA, extending the normal reassessment period by 3 years for a taxpayer who has failed to report income from a specified foreign property on their annual income tax return and failed to properly file the foreign income verification statement, revising the T1135 document reporting to provide more detailed information, including the names of specific foreign institutions and countries where offshore assets are located and the foreign income earned on those assets, and streamlining the process for the Canada Revenue Agency to obtain information concerning unnamed persons from third parties such as bank. Also stop the Stop International Tax Evasion program, aimed at reducing international tax evasion and avoidance. Now, under this program, the CRA would reward individuals, would pay rewards to individuals, I should say, Mr. Speaker, with knowledge of major international tax noncompliance when they provide information to CRA that leads to the collection of outstanding taxes due. Now, this program would help target high-income taxpayers attempting to evade or avoid tax using complex international arrangements. Economic Action Plan 2015 built on these measures, announcing an additional $25.3 million over 5 years to expand its activities to combat international tax evasion, and $58.2 million over 5 years to specifically deal with large and complex business entities that were undertaking tax evasions. I would note that the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance, has mentioned some of the investments the government makes, which I think shows that there are progressive efforts to deal and curb tax evasion in this country. Now, these measures help make sure that every Canadian pays their fair share. In fact, Mr. Speaker, between 2006 and 2015, the Conservative government aggressively moved to close over 85 tax loopholes. Closing these loopholes amounted to billions of dollars saved annually. That meant lower taxes for all Canadians and not just a select few. And it's not just us that believe that these measures have helped. Back in fall 2013, when the Auditor General conducted a review of offshore banking, they concluded that CRA was diligent and that the new measures were helping. Mr. Speaker, our plan worked on this very issue and is continuing to help CRA crack down on tax evaders. We will continue to advocate that the Liberal government consistently review on how they can best address the problem. But beyond taking direct action to combat international tax evasion, the Conservative Party also took steps to encourage new investment to come to Canada by building a tax-friendly environment for businesses. Conservatives understand that we need to be tough on tax cheaters, while also making sure that our tax system isn't driving people away. That's why we introduced a number of measures which reduce the overall tax burden in Canada to its lowest level in 50 years. In fact, the Conservative government cut taxes over 180 times. 180 times. That, Mr. Speaker, that's because we don't just simply say we'll do something. We follow through with those commitments we made to Canadians. And our record of taxes is clear. We lowered the federal corporate income tax rate to 15% to help create jobs and economic growth for Canadian communities. We lowered the small business tax rate. We introduced a small business job credit, which lowered payroll taxes by 15% for small businesses. And we also cut red tape burden for businesses, which eliminated over 800,000 payroll deduction remittances to CRA made every year by over 50,000 small businesses. All these measures and more led Bloomberg to rank Canada as the second most attractive country in the world to start and grow a business. In fact, across the G7, Canada had the lowest overall tax rate on new business investment. By cracking down on tax evaders and lowering taxes and tax burdens for businesses, the Conservative Party introduced the kind of balanced approach needed to foster a fair and friendly system. And it's important to note that the NDP voted against every single small business tax cut we introduced between 2006 and 2015. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask my honourable colleague why he does not put forward a motion that both targets tax evasion and lowers the tax burden for Canadian businesses. That's the sort of policy that I want to see from this government. A pragmatic, balanced approach that will lower taxes rather than raise them, and continues to build on the strong work done by the previous government to crack down on tax evasion. It's critically important we target Canadian tax evaders, absolutely. And certainly I believe all members of this place would agree the importance of cracking down on international tax evasion. But we must also fight to lower taxes, to help spur job creation and economic growth, and to keep Canada competitive with other jurisdictions. By doing this, we will save money for the Canadian taxpayer and work to make Canada the best place in the world to start and grow a business. Mr. Speaker, there's so many things that we can do to make us more competitive, to have it so business investment comes into this great country, into provincial trade, lowering our regulatory burden, things that down south, as you may remember, Mr. Speaker, the new administration is currently looking to do. While I appreciate where the NDP is coming from on this, I'm sure that they would understand where I'm coming from. And again, Mr. Speaker, this is a fine country. I welcome debates on any topic that a member of Parliament believes needs to be heard. But I think we need to do more in the area of lowering taxes, coupled with the efforts we continue to do on tax evasion, so that we can overall bring more prosperity to this country and curb illegal activities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member from rural British Columbia for his speech. As we've seen together, both the member and myself, we've seen wealth start in rural communities and leave rural communities. It can be more evident than in my riding right now in Port Alberni, where we just had a mill closed down. We've had another mill that's down to one shift from 6. We're seeing raw log exports leave our communities. We've seen our fish on a steep decline because we haven't invested in salmon protection, salmon restoration, and salmon enhancement. All under his government, we saw declines in those investments. Maybe the member can talk to us about how his government tackled tax loopholes, because during his time in government, we saw child poverty also in my community go up to 1/3 of the children living in my community are living in child poverty. But under the Conservative government, we saw taxes leave our country through tax havens and go from $45.5 billion in 2011 to $108.3 billion in 2015. So they actually more than doubled in less than 5 years under his government. So when he talks about taxes going low, how low does he want to see taxes go? Like 1 to 2%, like that in Barbados? Because if that's the case, we're going to be even in a worse situation. And I don't think when you talk to people in my community, it could get worse because people believe it's unfair. So maybe the member can talk about whether he supports tax havens to Barbados, supports the doubling of taxes leaving our country, and maybe he can talk about the people on the backs of coastal British Columbians if he thinks it's fair to them.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do understand the member's concerns for his community. We all are concerned about our community. The question is to ask, how do we proceed in a fair and practical way? And I've already said that the previous government, when you looked at the Auditor General report on offshore banking, it did say that there had been new methods that had been developed and were put to test with a Liechtenstein list that was given to them, and they performed well. And that's something that's available for all members of Parliament to see. Now, will I be able to address every one of his concerns in this committee? No. But what our job is to continually ask the question, is this a fair and practical way to solve tax evasion? And I think that discussing it here today, Mr. Speaker, is a good thing. But what the members and the NDP continue to do is they continue to say bad things happen, illegal things happen. Yes, that's part of that's. There are going to be illegal things. The question is, under what tools do we rein them in? And they may have the sentiments, they may have the concerns, Mr. Speaker, but I have not seen solid proposals from the NDP. All they do is they say that it isn't enough, and maybe that's true. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm a big believer that in the old saying that any fool can criticize and often does. Maybe the NDP should start proposing concrete methods for how they can solve that are both fair and practical, and maybe we'll support those measures.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tax fairness, which includes issues such as tax evasion, is something that is very important to this government. It is indeed a priority. It is a part of the commitment we made to Canadians in supporting our middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it. And it is important that we come up with some tangible issues and ways in which we're trying to deal with this. And we make reference to what's taken place in the budget of 2016, many of which reinforce our priorities for Canadians being tax fairness. And I want to highlight a couple specifics. For example, we've implemented an enhanced reporting standards that is actually endorsed by the G20 leaders that will help close tax loopholes. We've signed tax treaties with other jurisdictions which help provide information to crack down on tax cheats worldwide. The member wanted balance, and that's in fact what this government is delivering. Balance on the very important issue of tax fairness. My question to the member was, would he not acknowledge that in good part, a good sound government policy would in fact recognize that you have to have good taxation policies, which includes the issue of tax avoidance, and we've delivered on that in tangible policy ideas and money, thinking of the $444 million that's been allocated to fight it.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, in 45 seconds or less.
Thank you, and I appreciate it. The member will remember my speech. I did say that there's a lot of action the current government is taking that's built off of the previous government, and I would continue for those things to be examined by parliamentary committees to make sure that they are being done properly. Again, it's one thing to announce money and resources, another thing to see, like we saw in 2013, the Auditor General review the program and say that there is good work being done. I just want to go back to the previous member because, I did criticize saying maybe the NDP needs to put forward solid proposals. And, in the motion there is addressing tax measures that primarily benefit the wealthy, including its promise to cap the stock option deduction loophole. Mr. Speaker, I've consulted with tech companies in my region who are quite concerned because stock options are a great way for startup companies to be able to get high-quality people so that they can actually create companies that Canadians want to invest in. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that those kinds of solutions I don't necessarily believe in, but I do appreciate the NDP are proposing options, and we'll continue to debate them in this place.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. No one stands more firmly against tax evasion than the Conservative Party of Canada. We believe that all taxpayers should pay what they owe in taxes and that there should be no special treatment. The Conservative Party believes in keeping taxes low for all Canadians, but we also believe in ensuring that all corporations and individuals pay their fair share of tax. We are committed to lower taxes for all Canadians, not just a select few. The previous Conservative government had a strong record of standing up to international tax avoidance. In order to enhance the integrity of the tax system, Conservatives created the Stop International Tax Evasion program, aimed at reducing international tax evasion and avoidance. We remain committed to addressing the issue of international tax evasion and avoidance and will continue to advocate for Canadian taxpayers. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Harper, the government moved aggressively to close more than 85 tax loopholes, which saved the government and the taxpayers of Canada billions of dollars annually. However, I do have some concerns about this motion, which does not seem to take into account the structure of our tax system. I think it is offensive to Canadian taxpayers to suggest that those who take advantage of legitimate deductions and exemptions should be lumped into with those who are evading their taxes by hiding money offshore. Certainly, those people who are able to claim, for example, the Children's Fitness Tax Credit and Arts Tax Credit, which were cancelled by the current government, were only trying to do that, or were only trying to do what is best for their families. They were using the deductions allowed them by the law. I can only conclude that the honourable member who sponsored this motion does not understand that the tax deductions are available to all Canadians. They are part of making the taxation system fair for all. They are not something offered to benefit the ultra-wealthy. No one disputes that tax evasion is a problem, whether it's a $7 billion annually or whether it's $70 billion. The honourable member cannot say for certain, as the number is only an educated guess. But it is important to remember that we in this House are responsible for the laws and regulations of the taxation system. If there are loopholes, deductions and exemptions, we have only ourselves to blame. Certainly, it is not fair to blame the taxpayer for taking advantage of what they are legally entitled to. And for sure, I stress the word legally in this matter. By all means, we should prosecute who are breaking the law to avoid paying taxes. However, given the spending habits of this current government, I applaud those who use legal means to keep money in their own pockets rather than hand it over to a pack of fiscally irresponsible spendthrifts who don't seem to understand that tax money is not theirs, but is given to them by Canadians in trust. Taxpayers expect and deserve wise stewardship from politicians, not $800,000 office renovations. No wonder people will resent having to pay taxes when they see things like that happening. This motion calls on the government to address tax measures that primarily benefit the wealthy. That seems reasonable enough. After all, we all know who are the wealthy. They are anyone who has more money than I do. That they may have earned their money through hard work and innovation would seem to be irrelevant. It is assumed by some that those they consider wealthy should be paying more, even though we talk about treating all taxpayers fairly and equally. Perhaps a case can be made that those who have more should pay more, but I don't see the case being made in this motion. Indeed, we already have a different tax brackets in Canada. The wealthy are indeed already paying more. So what measures exactly does this motion address? We are left to speculate. The government is also told it should take aggressive action to tackle tax havens. The how and why is left to the imagination. I believe that if we have a fair taxation system, there will not be the same incentive that there's now for those who know how to shelter their money offshore. When you don't believe that taxation system is fair, when you don't believe the government spends tax revenue wisely, it is very tempting to look for ways to keep your money out of the taxman's hands. What we need is a government that understands that budgets do not balance themselves. A government that does not pile things like carbon tax on hard-working Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the motion calls on the government to tighten rules for shell companies. Once again, there is no definition to be found here. It is assumed that we are in agreement that shell companies need additional rules and regulations, but there is no rationale set forth here in this motion. We have to take the honourable member's words for it, as this is a problem. I don't see any suggestion of illegality here, just a call for something to be done. The government is also told to renegotiate tax treaties that let companies repatriate profits from tax havens to Canada tax-free. I don't think I was in this House when those treaties were approved by Parliament, but I can't say for certain, as the motion does not say which treaties should be renegotiated. I can only assume the government is supposed to know these things, perhaps through mind reading. Nor do I know why the treaties were negotiated to allow tax profit taking. There was probably a good reason at that time. This House can, of course, change its mind if it feels a mistake was made in the past. What do I know? What I do know, that renegotiating treaties carries certain risks. There has been a lot of publicity recently about politicians who want to renegotiate certain treaties. The implication is that there are winners in such negotiations and there are losers. There's not always equal treatment. If we ask to reopen a treaty, while Canada may have a certain goal in mind, that goal may not be shared by other country or countries. We might find after renegotiation that there is less benefit to Canada than there is now. But I am only speculating, as there are no details here. We are just supposed to know what the bad deals are. I understand why people are in favor of dropping the penalty-free amnesty deals for people suspected of tax evasions. Canadians are naturally upset when we hear that someone has managed to avoid being penalized for tax evasion. It does not seem fair somehow, and I suspect the honourable member who brought this motion forward had a particular, highly publicized case in mind. The Canada Revenue Agency operates independently, free of political interference. This sounds to me like we politicians are trying to tell them how to do their job, when we may not know the details of what and why they do something. As I understand that the lack of prosecution in recently publicized cases was not a matter of special treatment, but standard procedures when someone comes forward and voluntarily disclose that they may owe money that was previously undeclared. To encourage such disclosures, the CRA waives penalties. That wasn't the case with CRA auditors finding wrongdoing. The money might never have been collected if the individuals have not come forward. The CRA might never have realized what it was owed. So while the idea of amnesty is offensive to hardworking Canadians who pay their taxes in full and on time, there are who can make a credible case to defend the process. Removing voluntarily disclosure, which seems to me to be what is being asked here, could conceivably lead to less tax being collected, not more. Far better would be to call on the government to bring in a fair and reasonable tax system, but that is as likely as the Minister of Finance bringing in a balance in budgets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, I want to thank the member for his speech, and he wasn't here when tax havens, where we had economic leakage, really the biggest economic leakage in Canadian history, where we went from $45 billion a year to $108 billion a year from 2011 to 2015 under the Harper government. He talked about winners and losers in these tax agreements. I don't need to be a tax expert to know who the winners are. The winners have been a bunch of very wealthy individuals in Canada. And he talked about wise stewardship of our taxes and treating taxpayers fairly. So I wonder if people at home feel that this has been fair to them, this incredible economic leakage that's taken place in our country with tax havens, legal tax havens and tax agreements, where people can shift their money to another country without paying fair taxes like every other working person here in our country. Does he not agree that we should close these tax havens that don't benefit us, and that any treaty or tax treaty that doesn't have equal taxes as Canada should be closed, because we want fairness for taxpayers? This is a lot of money that could be going to supporting our children with a national child care plan and families, a pharmacare plan, protection of the environment, retooling our industry so that we can create jobs and stay competitive with our economy, reducing taxes for small business people that really deserve a tax break that this government across promised. Maybe the member can talk about whether he shares my concern and agrees with us that we should close these tax loopholes, have fairness for working Canadians.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Yeah, I thank the honourable member for such a good question. There's no one in this House who would want any money to be lost or to be lost by the as a cause of our taxation system or the way we do things. And as I said earlier, when you negotiate in businesses, you could get as much as you negotiate. As you negotiate, you don't get what you deserve, as we know. You get what you negotiate in life, and that's something that we all know. We all support the way that keep the money, make sure we get the best of our dollar, and make sure we protect our taxpayers. On the other hand, my problem is with the bill itself, or the motion that's been presented, is really lacking concrete details and concrete base. And that is something that when we need to speak about, we need to be sure that we have concrete ground that we can stand on in order to be able to understand and tell Canadian taxpayers and tell Canadians at large what we're saying, and be able to explain it fairly and in a good way.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated earlier, as a government, we look at the motion that's been presented. In principle, we support the motion because at the end of the day, we see that tax fairness is an issue. In fact, if I could, I would have liked to have seen a motion that would have highlighted the issue of tax fairness for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, because tax avoidance is one aspect of tax fairness. And my question to the member is opposite, is would he not agree when you talk about the issue of tax fairness, tax avoidance is a very important part of it. And within this last year and a half, we have seen a government dealing with the issue of tax avoidance. I made reference to some of the international actions we've taken. I've made reference to the issue of the $444 million that's been given to CRA to look at that particular issue and to take actions on those issues. But in fairness, we should also be talking about the bigger picture, that being the issue of the amount of taxes that different groups are paying and how income inequality can be best addressed through this House of Commons.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning in 45 seconds or less, please.
Yeah, I thank the honourable member for his question. If the government is suggesting to restructuring the taxation system in Canada, they're more welcome to do that. I think they are in power right now, and they can probably deal with it if they have something to come forward with. Although I'm really also speculating over why they, in principle only, they're agreeing with the motion. I'm not sure if this is any signal of them coming forward to propose some amendments to the motion.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to say that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Vancouver East. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to rise today to stand and support the motion standing in the name of my colleague, the member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie, which is designed to deal with the tax loopholes that are beneficial for the richest members of our society, multinationals, etc., and which doesn't help the most vulnerable people, middle-class workers who are filing their taxes on a yearly basis. They'll be doing so within the next month or so. So it's very important for us to have a country that wants to offer good quality services indiscriminately to all Canadians, regardless of our salaries, regardless of what they do. And in order to do so, we need to deal with tax evasion because that leads to huge losses of tax income for the government on a yearly basis. If we want our democracy in Canada, if we want to defend our democracy, if we wanted to treat all citizens equally, then I must say that our tax system doesn't reflect that fairness, that equality, and the unfairness. This gap between the rich and the poor is growing very quickly, at a much quicker pace than in the United States. Tax exemptions and loopholes exist today. We continue to see that, unfortunately. Most workers can't use any kind of deduction or loophole, or credit even. So it's very difficult, or very, in fact, difficult for Canadians to accept that the government isn't taking action to deal with people who are committing fraud.
For example, the highest paid CEOs in Canada earn in half a day what the average worker earns in a year. And we have other statistics here that show that the highest paid CEOs in Canada get 193 times the salary of the average Canadian worker. That's offensive, Mr. Speaker. It's offensive that we can't see to it that those most highly paid CEOs pay their fair share of taxes so that all Canadians can have access to high-quality education and high-quality health care, to make sure that we don't have a two-tiered system. We have our seniors who've worked their whole lives, and then when it comes time for retirement, not everyone has a decent retirement. In my riding, as in others, people are having trouble affording fruits and vegetables every day, and that doesn't make sense in a country as rich as ours, Mr. Speaker. So the richest Canadians don't need these tax breaks, and the Liberals, unfortunately, are upholding tax loops that benefit the richest when most Canadians are simply left behind. The corporate tax rate went from 38% in 1981 to 15% today. Canadians, individuals, pay between 15 and 33% federally in terms of personal income tax. So many individuals pay higher taxes than multinational corporations. So multinationals contribute very little to the cost of public services, but they benefit from our infrastructure and our highly skilled workforce. And there's not just one tax break that benefits corporations. There are 64 tax breaks. 5 of them are considered progressive, and 59 are considered regressive. What's meant by regressive? Well, that means when the taxes benefit the wealthiest 50% of Canadians rather than the poorest 50% in society. So there are 59 of those tax breaks that benefit the wealthiest. It doesn't make sense. It's not fair. This is not something we could consider fair and equitable in our society. There was a shortfall in the tax base of over $100 million last year. And so that money, instead of going to the benefit of the neediest in society, that money has gone to tax havens like the Bahamas, and a number of countries were mentioned. And I'll explain later why those countries, why those tax havens exist. And the government shouldn't conduct its policymaking for the benefit of the richest 1%. It should be rather for the benefit of all Canadians. It should go to public services like healthcare, education, as many of my colleagues have repeatedly said in their speeches. During the election campaign in 2011 and 2015, the Liberals undertook to get rid of tax havens and stock options. Those make up about 25% of the benefits packages of CEOs and the largest companies on the stock exchange. They're only subject to tax to the 50% of the value. So that's a 50% tax break for people who can afford to pay for their stock options. So this is a benefit for the wealthiest CEOs in the first place. They don't need that break. It was supposed to be for startups and so on, but it didn't take very long to realize that this was being used by the wealthiest CEOs too. Real change is needed. The Liberals promised that, but they've simply maintained the conservative policies they used to criticize. We know that Bay Street is lobbying this government hard to retain their tax benefits, and the Liberals are simply making it possible for the wealthiest to maintain their privileges. This is really unfair to hardworking Canadians who struggle to pay their taxes. The Liberals should keep their election promises and put a cap on the amount of the stock option tax benefit. There's also a lot of illegal tax planning. The Quebec government alone estimates that it loses $3.9 billion annually through tax evasion. And for the country, it's up to $47 billion in lost tax revenue. The wealthiest can use tax havens to avoid tax, and this allows them to take advantage of opportunities that individuals cannot avail themselves of here in the country. There's the Cayman Islands, Barbados, and other countries, and there are tax treaties between Canada and those countries, bilateral treaties with 92 other countries. And among those countries, there are countries like Barbados that have a tax rate of 0.25 to 2%, whereas here companies are supposed to pay 15% tax. So those companies have no activities in Barbados or in the Cayman Islands or in those other countries, but they use those countries so they don't have to pay very much tax at all, and then they repatriate their profits to Canada. So we have repeatedly asked successive governments, and now we're asking the Liberal government, to prohibit this type of bilateral tax treaty with countries where there's abuse and fraud and tax evasion. This phenomenon is growing. According to a recent study, financial assets transferred from Canada to the 7 main tax havens was 37% higher than in 1987. So the use of tax havens is at a height right now in Canada. Canada is slacker than other G7 countries in combating tax havens. And the organization responsible for detecting tax cheating was cut by the Conservatives and has not been restored by the Liberals, not fully restored. There were highly qualified auditors and so on, and the estimates say that $1 spent on fighting tax avoidance brings back tenfold to taxpayers and tax revenues. So it is cost effective to combat tax evasion. The Liberals boast about spending $444 million, but there have been no results. There have been no prosecutions. Nothing has changed. And I will continue when it comes time to answering questions. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, the member across the way, as we've heard a number of the New Democrats stand up, talk about tax fairness. And I do think in fairness, it needs to be reminded to members across the way that when it came to the last budget that included designation of $444 million to deal with this very specific issue given to CRA to allow them the resources to go after these individuals and corporations that are avoiding taxes. But also in that budget we saw issues such as the 10% increase to the GIS. So when the member made reference to seniors having to that cannot afford vegetables and fruits, that member voted against that. That the NDP voted against the special tax that was being assigned to Canada's wealthiest. So they need to reflect on actions that they have taken versus some of the words that they speak. My question to the member is, she made reference to a figure of, I believe it was $47 billion in terms of what I thought was tax avoidance or loopholes. I'm not completely sure. Does the member actually have any sort of and I'm not asking for the dollar figure, but rough estimates as to where that $47 billion actually comes from that the Canadian purse was not given as a result?
The Honourable Member Salaberry-Surroy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, the Liberals love to repeat that they spent $444 million at CRA, but there have been no results. 56 investigations were conducted with, as a result, 0 prosecutions, 0 criminal prosecutions. So that changed absolutely nothing. We know that major companies like KPMG had made headlines on the show called Enquête. Then there was a committee struck to study the KPMG situations, but the Liberals prevented the KPMG activities from being studied closely. So there's really a double standard when the Liberals say they're actually working on tax avoidance and tax evasion. Then there's also the question of companies who have been caught doing tax evasion. In the U.S., they've paid 25 to 27% penalties. But in Canada, there have been amnesty agreements, so there's been no penalties levied by the federal government to recover lost revenues and to ensure that there are no more tax cheats. So I really look forward to the Liberals actually doing something and walking the talk so that they really do something concrete to combat tax evasion truly. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend the motion that was tabled today by the NDP because I think this is an important battle against tax evasion and tax havens. We also need to fight against organizations like KPMG that are complacent or quite willing to help clients do things like this to avoid the tax system. And their clients are wealthy, they have the means, and they say, okay, well, we won't pay taxes, let's just let the poor pay the taxes. That's what their clients think. The Bloc Québécois tabled a bill and a motion concerning Barbados to try to prevent the Barbados being used as a tax haven, and the NDP supported the motion. But we need that the government needs to go further. as far as we're concerned, the files should be transferred to Revenue Quebec immediately so that Quebec can take action against tax cheats because the feds are doing nothing. The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Quickly, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, the Government of Canada has to roll up its sleeves and stop letting scandals like KPMG go unpunished. We've called for an investigation into KPMG specifically. We asked for the Finance Committee to study this, and it did, but the Liberals prevented the experts from speaking specifically about KPMG. It was crazy. But when it comes time to actually taking action against tax havens and stock option abuse, and we're calling on the government to deal with shell companies, to get rid of tax havens and so on, and to put an end to penalty-free amnesty deals for individuals suspected of tax evasion. Resuming debate.
East.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in this House to support the motion tabled by my colleague, the member from Rosemont-Le Petit. The motion calls on the government to close the loopholes on tax havens and to crack down on tax evasions. And why is this motion so important? Decade after decade, vital public services are left underfunded, ignored, or are even cancelled. For far too often, the justification for the inaction or cuts in programming is that we can't afford it. Oddly enough, the affordability question is only asked when we're talking about investments in support of social programs. It never seems to get asked when it comes to providing lucrative tax credits to the wealthy, or the continuing slashing of corporate taxes, or maintaining costly and inefficient tax expenditures that only applies to the highest earners in the country. Mr. Speaker, successive governments, Liberals, Conservatives, Conservative Liberals, alternating, have chosen to allow for these oh-so-splendid tax loopholes that benefit Canada's wealthiest to continue. For the Liberals and Conservatives, these tax giveaways for the elites are never questioned. For them, it's a standard practice. Why? Because it is in their DNA. Election cycle after election cycle is the same old story. And even when they pretend that is an issue that they're concerned about and that they campaign on clamping down on these ludicrous tax loopholes, for example, as even written in the Liberals' platform, then after the election, boom, it's as though someone just waved the magic wand and that promise just disappears, gone. Take for the most recent elections, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals thought that the employee stock option deduction was disproportionately benefiting the very wealthiest Canadians at the expense of everyone else. And of course, they're right about that, Mr. Speaker. During the election, the Liberals specifically noted in both of their 2011 and 2015 platforms that 8,000 very high-income Canadians are deducting an average of $400,000 from taxable incomes through these stock options. This represents 75% of the fiscal impact of this deduction, which is in total costing $750 million in 2014. The Liberals proposed changes to this tax loophole to raise an additional $560 million for government's coffers that could have been put into use for public services. Then, in March 2016, just months after the election was finished, when asked of this government what they were going to do and whether or not they would follow through on their promised changes to crack down on this lavish tax loophole for the ultra-wealthy, the Minister of Finance stated, and I quote, "is not in our plans." So what happened, you might ask? Well, documents obtained under the Access to Information show direct correspondence between CEOs and the Minister of Finance, pressuring him in advance of the 2016 budget to backtrack on that promise. And guess what? The corporate elites got exactly what they wanted, a $560 million gift courtesy of the Liberal government. And according to the CCPA report, roughly 99% of this money is given to the highest 10% of income earners in Canada. In fact, the study found, and I quote, "In essence, there is no benefit from this tax expenditure to anyone making less than $215,000 a year," end quote. While this loophole might have originally been designed to help raise money for startups and expansions, it is now primarily used by Canada's ultra-rich to avoid paying their fair share of taxes. And in case you're wondering, Mr. Speaker, Canada's top CEOs now make 193 times the average Canadian's salary. And in fact, Canada's richest CEOs made the average Canadian annual salary before lunchtime on the first day of work this year, Mr. Speaker. The heads of Canada's 5 big banks own $6 million in stock options. Is there a real reason for these individuals who need preferential tax treatment, Mr. Speaker? Are Canada's big banks at risk of being unable to start up or expand if these loopholes are closed? Are they not making record profits already? To be sure, these are your corporate elites, and at the end, no matter what the Liberals say, they always have these elites' interests at heart. Canadians get conned every time. They want to believe in the Liberals and what they campaigned on. Then at the end, the campaigning Liberals are not, frankly, the same as the governing Liberals. What they say is not what they do. They just can't resist the pressure being put on them by the most powerful in this country to leave in place a system which benefits them at the expense of everyone else. And if you think these tax giveaways stops with stop option loopholes, think again. In fact, over the years, between, again, the Conservatives and the Liberals, Canada's corporate income tax rate has dropped dramatically, from 37% to 15%. You heard me right, Mr. Speaker. That's a 22-point drop, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Budget Office found that the former Conservative government's corporate tax giveaways cost taxpayers an additional $12 billion every year. That's $12 billion, not $12, not $1,200, but $12 billion. And if that's not enough already, recent international headlines such as the Panama Papers and the Canadian-born KPMG tax haven scandal, amongst others, show the wealthiest and corporations are increasingly turning to aggressive tax avoidance measures through the use of shell corporations and offshore accounts in tax havens to avoid paying their fair share of taxes. It is estimated that Canadian corporations alone stashed almost $40 billion in 2015 in the top 10 tax haven destinations. From 1988 to 2001, Canadians' direct investment in Barbados, a top tax haven destination, increased from $628 million to $23.3 billion, a 3,600% increase. The increasing using of these tax havens means Canadian taxpayers are losing $7 billion in taxes each year. Yep, that's $7 billion that Canadians will never see invested in much-needed infrastructure programs for hardworking Canadians. And it doesn't stop there. Another big tax giveaway is the dividend grows up and tax credit. This measure costs taxpayers $4.1 billion per year. And by the way, 91% of this money goes to the top 10% of income earners, and roughly 50% of that actually goes to the top 1%. And don't forget, the foreign tax credit that comes with a price tag of $740 million per year. And according to the CCPA recent study, if you add up all these measures that benefit mostly the wealthy, in 2011 alone, that's more than $100 billion in foregone revenue. That's money that could be invested in critical programs for Canadians. And what are some of those critical programs? How about restoring the National Affordable Housing Program that the Liberal acts in 1993? Homelessness exists because we allow it to exist. In 2014, study found that putting Canada on a path to ending homelessness would cost roughly $3.7 billion per year. It was a gathering of concerned citizens bounded by one common thread, the desire to end homelessness. That happened on February 25th, the 3rd annual coldest walk for the homeless in Vancouver. Close to 200 people came out to walk on this cold winter night in my riding, and together we raised $50,000 in support of those who are homeless, hungry, and hurting. United across the country, some 118 communities also joined in this annual walk. This event was a clear statement that many Canadians want to see an end to homelessness, and ending homelessness is entirely possible. It's not rocket science, Mr. Speaker. All we need is to close these tax loopholes. What about big corporations? Mr. Speaker, if we close or reduce the corporate tax for big corporations, we could actually also invest in a much-needed farmer care program. Mr. Speaker, I have met seniors who are cutting their pills in half so that they can stretch out their medication. I've met seniors who are eating pet food to make their days survive and to just trying to get through. Mr. Speaker, we're giving these huge tax giveaways, and why? Because the government say we can't afford to do these other programs. I say yes, we can. Close the loopholes, tax the corporations, reinvest the money into the communities and for the people, so all Canadians can have the benefit of succeeding in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we've heard a number of New Democratic members of Parliament stand up and say that it's about corporations and taxing the corporations. And it's interesting because I came from the province of Manitoba, and did you know that the provincial NDP actually cut the corporate tax rate 7 times? While I was there, Mr. Speaker. So when the NDP are in government, they tend to want to have a different policy, it would seem, at least at the provincial level. Now, Mr. Speaker, what I wanted to be able to raise, and I've done this in the form of a question before, and I'll do it again for this particular member, and that is when we talk about income inequalities. We saw in the last budget a budget that brought in a middle-class tax cut. We saw a budget that brought in help for our seniors, for our youth, the Canada Child Benefit Program. It was a massive redistribution of wealth into the hundreds of millions of dollars, including, I must say, a special tax on Canada's wealthiest. Why did the NDP vote against that?
Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's funny. I think the member needs to actually look at themselves. It was actually in their own platform in this last election that they would close the stock option loopholes. And guess what? After the election, the Minister of Finance says, oh, no, it's not in our plans to do that, what they promised Canadians. So maybe he should look in the mirror about what he promised Canadians and then to make sure that his government actually follow up on that commitment, Mr. Chair. Madam Speaker. And on the question around programming, I'll say this. Some of the measures, yes, they were good, but I'll tell you this, the government can do a whole lot more. If you reduce the corporate income tax, and by the way, the government has reduced this income corporate tax from successive governments, Conservatives to Liberals, Liberals to Conservatives, from 37% to 15%, and the Liberals continue to hold it at 15%. If they didn't do that, they would actually recuperate another $12 billion, Mr. Speaker. That would be invested into programs, and imagine what that would do for Canadians.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Personally, I find the motion to be a very interesting one. I'm trying to understand. I heard what my colleague from Vancouver East had to say earlier on. I believe that this motion has to do with tax evasion, KPMG, for example, investigations and tacit agreements that allow companies to avoid paying penalties. KPMG wasn't even penalized, for example, for these practices. Here we are amalgamating different subjects. I completely agree with what my colleague had to say on the fact that there should be more taxation on stock option and there should be more taxes on companies. However, there are no ties between this and tax havens. Are we not confusing ourselves here?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Before I respond to the question, I just want to make sure that I correct the record. I think I actually said the Liberals could reduce taxes. I actually meant obviously the opposite, that the Liberals need to actually increase the corporate income tax in order to recoup the monies that could be invested into the community. So I just want to be clear about that. And to the member's question, these things are all interrelated. They are, of course, interrelated. We're talking about tax havens, which the ultra-rich can hide their money so that they don't have to pay Canadian taxes. We're talking about a corporate income tax that the government, successive governments, have reduced over the years that actually gave a huge windfall. What I would say, corporate welfare, frankly, handouts to these big corporations at the expense of Canadians. What we need to do is to look at all of these measures in advance of the budget. The budget is coming down, and I would like to see this government do a comprehensive approach and redirect these resources to much-needed Canadians. Every Canadian deserves the chance to succeed, and you know what? The people who need it the most, I would argue this, not the people who are benefiting from these huge tax loopholes. Billions of dollars of tax loopholes. We could invest that money for all Canadians so that we can all succeed.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. I'm pleased to speak on the important issue of tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance as brought forward by my colleague, the member from Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Madam Speaker, I'll be splitting my time this morning with my friend and colleague, the member from Brampton East, excuse me. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, excuse me. First, let me state unequivocally that the Government of Canada is committed to combating international tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. We believe every Canadian must pay his or her fair share of taxes, period. Last year's budget introduced a number of measures to combat tax evasion and avoidance and to improve compliance. Actions that will help ensure that everyone does their share and pays their fair share. Furthermore, they support the objective of an economy that works for the middle class and not those who seek to skirt our tax laws or otherwise gain an unfair advantage. Madam Speaker, tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance by individuals and businesses have a fiscal cost to governments and taxpayers. They reduce the fairness and integrity of the tax system. They shift the financial burden onto Canada's middle class, while often benefiting those who may be more capable of paying their own fair share. This is why our government took decisive action through Budget 2016 to crack down on tax evasion and to combat tax avoidance. Budget 2016 invested $444.4 million over 5 years to enhance the Canada Revenue Agency's assessment capabilities through the hiring of more auditors and specialists who will have the resources needed to undertake more expansive and comprehensive investigative work. These investments to support CRA's efforts to crack down on tax evasion and combat tax avoidance are expected to generate approximately $2.6 billion in additional taxes over 5 years. With the benefit of these new resources, in the last year, CRA has begun reviewing all taxpayers in certain segments of the population identified as high risk. The agency is using external data, publicly available information, to maximize its effort to identify non-compliance. The CRA has also toughened its response to leaked lists of taxpayers with offshore holdings. For example, with the Panama Papers, the CRA has over 76 taxpayer audits underway, and extensive data is currently being reviewed. The CRA has also executed search warrants on several criminal investigations involving both participants and facilitators, which are ongoing. However, Madam Speaker, we also recognize that assessing tax revenues alone is not enough. Once we do an assessment, we need to be able to collect the unpaid amounts. And that's why Budget 2016 invested an additional $351.6 million over 5 years to improve CRA's ability to collect these outstanding tax debts. Madam Speaker, this is revenue we will be investing to help strengthen and grow our middle class. Indeed, Madam Speaker, creating an economy that works for the middle class and those working hard to join it is what guided our actions right from the start of our mandate. As one of our first actions in December 2016, we introduced the middle class tax cut, Nearly 9 million Canadians are now benefiting from this measure. Single individuals who benefit are seeing an average tax reduction of $330 every year, and couples who benefit are seeing an average tax reduction of $540 every year. As with Budget 2016, we put more money directly into the pockets of low and middle-income families through the Canada Child Benefit, a more generous, tax-free, and better targeted benefit that is lifting hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. The CCB is giving 9 out of 10 families with children more money every month to spend on everything from school supplies to school clothes to sports equipment. Families benefiting have seen an average increase in child benefits of almost $2,300 during the 2016-17 benefit year. Madam Speaker, these actions and others are helping to strengthen and grow the middle class in our economy. But we also know that more needs to be done. We need to make sure that our tax system functions as intended and that is fair, effective, and equitable. We will continue to take legislative and other actions on both international and domestic fronts to ensure that Canada's tax system is fair and works for the middle class. Globally, Canada has been an very active participant in efforts to address international tax evasion and avoidance. Canada is an active member of the Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information for Tax Purposes, which was established to ensure that high standards of transparency and exchange of information between jurisdictions for tax purposes are in place around the world. Canada has also developed an extensive network of bilateral tax treaties and tax information exchange agreements, and is party to the Multilateral Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters, which provides for exchange of tax information. This allows CRA to obtain information from foreign tax authorities on Canadian taxpayers' investments and activities in foreign countries that is relevant for Canadian tax purposes. To build on this information sharing, Madam Speaker, Canada recently adopted legislation to implement the Common Reporting Standard developed by the OECD and endorsed by G20 leaders. Canada is one of more than 100 jurisdictions worldwide that have similarly committed to implement this reporting standard, which provides a framework under which the tax authority in a country will share information securely and automatically on financial accounts held by non-residents in that country, with the tax authority of the country in which the account holder is resident. This House has recently passed legislation to implement the standard starting on July 1st of this taxation year. Canada has also been actively engaged in a second multilateral initiative aimed at addressing base erosion and profit sharing, or commonly known as BIPs. This refers to certain tax planning arrangements undertaken by multinationals, which, through often legal means, exploit the interaction between the tax rules of different countries in order to minimize taxes. Canada has already implemented a number of the BIPs project recommendations, and going forward, the government will continue to work with the international community to ensure a coherent and consistent response to BEPS BIPs. Finally, Madam Speaker, Canada supports the important goal of improving corporate transparency worldwide. The Government of Canada has agreed to international standards developed by the Financial Action Task Force and the Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information for Tax Purposes in support of corporate transparency. The proceeds of crime, money laundering, and terrorist financing regulations include requirements for financial institutions regarding the collection of information on beneficial owners of corporations. Taken together, all of these actions that I have spoken about are consistent with the basic principles of fairness that define us as a nation. Canadians should have confidence that their tax system has integrity. This is what tax fairness is all about. By taking action to prevent tax evasion and close tax loopholes, we will improve the fairness and integrity of the tax system and contribute to fiscal sustainability both at home and abroad. Madam Speaker, we believe that our plan is the right one to improve the integrity of Canada's tax system. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay-Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member from Vaughan Woodbridge for his speech. He talked about tax fairness, and I appreciate him bringing that word up. We saw tax havens go up from 45 billion in 2011 to over $108 billion in 2015 under the past Conservative government. My concern is this government still protecting those tax agreements. They are legal loopholes currently. I hope the member will choose to close those tax loopholes in fairness to Canadian taxpayers. We've heard lots of numbers that's costing us about $7 billion in tax revenue annually. And when you look at all the tax loopholes and all the different things in our tax system that are benefiting the rich, some are saying it's about $100 billion. But when you look at the $7 billion number and you divide that by 338 ridings in Canada, that's over $200 million per riding per year. It'd actually be almost $3 billion if we look at the $100 billion number. And I think about my riding, what $200 million a year would do. It'd build more affordable housing. It would create actually all the sewer and water infrastructure for Port Alberni, Courtenay, Parksville, and Ucluelet in the first year, and it would create opportunities for economic development, dock replacement. So maybe the member can tell me and his constituents what $200 million a year would do for his riding in his constituents, or even $3 billion a year if we actually get it right. It'd be great to hear what he can tell us what he can do.
A member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question from my honourable colleague from British Columbia. What I will say is I have the privilege of sitting on the Standing Committee on Finance, and I was the MP that brought forward the motion for us to study the ongoing goings-on with regards to tax evasion and tax avoidance with regard to the Isle of Man. So this is an issue that is a paramount concern for us, for myself, paramount concern for our government, to ensure that all organizations, all individuals are paying their fair share of taxes, that our social programs are being supported, fully funded, and that all Canadians contribute to our economy and to the betterment of our society. What I would like to note is the number of actions that we've undertaken in our government to combat tax avoidance and tax evasion. And over the weekend, the Minister of National Revenue put out a release which I think everyone should take a look at. And then we look at CRA's domestic offshore audit activities that put our government on pace to raise assessments by over $13 billion this year. We've increased the number of auditors reviewing offshore tax schemes, promoters of large multinational corporations. In our budget, we put in place a plan to invest $444 million over 5 years for increased tax evasion and tax avoidance monitoring. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The Liberal member, who is on the government benches, is boasting about the Liberal plan. But last year it announced some $400 million for seeking money that didn't come into the government. But if investments are made in Revenue Canada, for example, at the Canada Revenue Agency, does that mean that they will target tax havens or fraudsters? Or would it be barmen, hairdressers, restaurant owners? The government has said that it's very interested in the middle class. What we're seeing, in fact, is that when they attack the big fish, like with the motion we saw with the Bloc Québécois motion, they voted against it. In the case of KPMG, they've given them amnesty. Well, it seems to me that they should be focusing more on the big fish, the rich fraudsters. Because if the government isn't doing its job, then it should allow Quebec to do it.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for that question from my honourable colleague. What I will say is that if you look at the findings that have been done to date with CRA, in 2015-2016 alone, over 120,000 audits resulted in more than $12 billion in additional taxes assessed, as well as penalties and interest. Our government is committed to crack down on aggressive tax avoidance and tax evasion. I would like to add, I do understand that the member's comments about going after small businesses or middle-class Canadians, and I do share that concern with my honourable colleague that we should focus on larger participants that have the capability for tax evasion and tax avoidance.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat, the honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's always a privilege to rise in this House. In an uncertain future, our government is working hard to ensure that Canada's economy works for the middle class. We believe that when you have an economy that works for the middle class, you have a country that works for everyone. and that means ensuring everyone pays their fair share of taxes. Over the last year, our government has done some big things. Madam Speaker, we were elected on the platform of growing the middle class, and that is exactly what we've been doing. We started by raising taxes on the wealthiest 1% of Canadians so we could cut taxes for the middle class. Specifically, we reduced the 22% federal income tax rate to 20.5% for 2016 and all subsequent tax years. And we raised the taxes on the wealthiest Canadians by introducing a new top income tax rate of 33% for individuals with a taxable income of over $200,000. As a result, nearly 9 million Canadians pay fewer taxes today. Madam Speaker, in today's economy, Canadian families need all the help they can get. And this is why we introduced the Canada Child Benefit, which is a real game changer. The Canada Child Benefit is making a real difference in the lives of Canadians and their families' budgets. Compared to the old system under the previous government, the Canada Child Benefit is simpler, fully tax-free, more generous, and better targeted to those who need it most. Because the government is no longer sending checks to millionaires, 9 out of 10 Canadian families are receiving more child benefits than they did under the previous government. Families benefiting saw their average increase of almost $2,300 per year. On a monthly basis, that's almost $190 on average that families receive directly into their pockets, extra money to help Canadian families pay for school supplies, their children's education, and childcare expenses. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, on March 2nd, the final step to strengthening the Canadian Pension Plan was put into force. This means the strengthening the CPP is no longer an idea, but a reality. This historic agreement between Canada's federal, provincial, and territorial governments will ensure that today's young Canadians will be able to count on a strong public pension plan when they retire in the future. At maturity, the CPP enhancement will increase the maximum CPP retirement benefit by about 50%, which in today's dollars represents an increase of nearly $7,000 to a maximum benefit of $20,000. It is evident that we are working hard to deliver real change for Canadians. In that time, significant early progress has been made, but more hard work lies ahead. Madam Speaker, paying our fair share of taxes is essential to financing the measures that enhance the lives of all Canadians. When certain individuals or corporations find ways to skirt the system, it is the middle class that usually picks up the tab. That, Madam Speaker, is totally unacceptable and counterproductive to our country's goals. That is why making the tax system more fair is an ongoing priority of this government. As announced in Budget 2016, the Government of Canada is conducting a comprehensive review of federal tax expenditures. It is doing so in recognition of concerns that have been expressed regarding efficiency, fairness, and the complexity of the tax system. The objective of the review is to ensure that federal tax expenditures are fair for Canadians, are efficient, and are fiscally responsible. External experts have been engaged to provide evidence to the government and advice. This approach ensures that the review is informed by a range of perspectives, both inside in government and outside of government. In addition, Madam Speaker, the government is committed to strengthening the efforts to combat international tax evasion and avoidance, and we have taken and we will continue to take measures to do this. These efforts help protect the revenue base and give Canadians greater confidence that the system is fair to everyone. Budget 2016 invested $444 million over 5 years directly into the Canadian Revenue Agency to crack down on international tax evasion and combat tax avoidance. Madam Speaker, this investment is enabling the CRA to hire additional auditors, develop robust business intelligence infrastructure, increase verification activities, and improve the quality of its investigative work. These new investments to support the CRA's effort to crack down on tax evasion and combat tax avoidance are expected to generate around $2.6 billion in taxes over 5 years. With the benefit of these new resources, the CRA has set up teams to focus exclusively on promoters of offensive tax schemes. As a result of these new reporting requirements, the CRA has been tracking information on electronic fund transfers over $10,000. Based on the information collected, audits of the highest risk taxpayers moving money between Canada and offshore jurisdictions are underway. So far, Madam Speaker, a total of 41,000 transactions have been analyzed, totaling over $12 billion. Overall, the CRA is currently conducting audits of over 820 taxpayers and criminally investigating 20 cases of tax evasion related to offshore accounts. That said, Madam Speaker, we also recognize that assessing tax revenues alone is not enough. Once we do an assessment, we need to be able to collect the unpaid amounts. And that's why Budget 2016 invests an additional $351 million over 5 years to improve the CRA's ability to collect these outstanding tax debts. Madam Speaker, the Standing Committee on Finance, which I am a member of, tabled a report just last October on the study of tax avoidance and evasion. The report concluded with 14 recommendations to the government, including, but not limited to, conducting a review of the Voluntary Disclosures Program, requiring all tax advisors to register their tax products with the CRA, improve relationships between the CRA and the Department of Justice, which prosecutes these cases of tax evasion, improve statistical reporting requirements at the CRA on their efforts on tax evasion and avoidance for transparency, taking a lead in ensuring global implementation of the OECD and Group of 20's recommendation on the issue. Just 2 weeks ago, the government provided its official response to the report. I'm proud to share that in its response, the government affirms its support for all 14 recommendations. Additionally, the government shared the work that has already been done or is currently being undertaken to ensure all Canadians pay their fair share of taxes in our great nation. Before I conclude, Madam Speaker, let me emphasize that our government is focused squarely on Canadians and the things that matter most to them. Things like growing the economy, creating jobs, strengthening the middle class, and helping those working hard to join it. Part of this responsibility includes making sure Canada's tax system works for everyone and that we all pay our fair share. Going forward, we will continue to monitor and strengthen our tax system so that we can continue to bring real change to the middle class and to all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the honourable member for his remarks. I have the pleasure of working with him on the Finance Committee, and he mentioned the work that's been done on tax evadance and avoidance at the committee. What we're hearing from the members on the Liberal benches is that the government is doing extraordinary work. It's invested some $440 million, or 0.4. I don't want to miss the 0.4. At any rate, all that to say that it's all fine and well to invest millions of dollars, but in fact, we aren't seeing the results. We're nothing in court, no results. If we look at Liechtenstein, for example, which made it possible to identify 106 people, none of them went for investigation. 387 under the Panama Papers. None of them have gone off for an investigation, either been sent there. So there have been no charges, etc. So why on the ground aren't we seeing the results of that investment of over $400 million?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. And he's asking about results. And you know, I'm going to go back to my comments that I mentioned earlier. 41,000 transactions have been looked at by the CRA, totaling over $12 billion. And currently, there's 820 audits going on and 20 criminal investigations on tax evasion. So those are direct results of us investing $440 million to give CRA the resources to conduct these audits, to hire auditors, to do their investigative reporting. And this is after 10 years of the previous government reducing the budget of the CRA time and time again. And when the CRA came in front of committee, the Finance Committee, and we directly asked them that, you know, what's hampering your ability to avoid, to catch these Canadians that aren't paying their fair share of taxes, and they specifically said it was the cuts that were made to their budget by the previous government, and that's why I'm so proud of our government investing in the CRA to ensure tax fairness is for all Canadians. Everybody pays their fair share. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was very interested in the comments of my colleague down the way. Internal documents from Canada Revenue Agency show that it cut some of its most highly trained staff and folded international tax evasion units because of the 2014 budget freeze. Senior managers and trained auditors who were considered among the most highly skilled experts were let go. And so I would ask my colleague, with regard to projections of potential revenues, whether he doesn't agree that a six-figure auditor investigator could easily return 7 figures in terms of revenue for the country, because, Madam Speaker, we know that money is out there.
The honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. He's 100% correct in the fact that, you know, the CRA, over the last 10 years under the previous government, their budget was drastically reduced, and that's why there was a lot more tax avoidance and tax evasion occurring, because the CRA just generally did not have the resources to combat it. Now our government, in our first budget, has invested $444 million. And on that $444 million investment, we're expected to generate $2.6 billion back in collected unpaid taxes back to the Treasury to help and strengthen the middle class and bring real change to all Canadians, and to ensure that tax fairness is for all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
On a temps pour une brève question.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Earlier, my colleague talked about fairness, equity, fairness. We could use a number of words in French. I wonder if my colleague opposite finds it's fair to vote against a bill that would put an end to tax avoidance and evasion in a country like Barbados, or to give amnesty to fraudsters, people who are trying to dodge their taxes. My colleague talked about tax cuts in his speech. Well, not too long ago, there was a book written about Canada becoming a tax heaven. Is that the way that the Liberals want to deal with it, by create a situation where the rich don't pay enough taxes?
Allow the member to answer a brief answer, please, from the member from Brampton East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. I think all my honourable colleagues in this House can agree that tax fairness is extremely important. It's important to send a message to Canadians that if you work hard, you have to pay your fair share. And no matter if you're working as a taxi driver or a truck driver, or you're the CEO of a Fortune 500 company, if you live in Canada, you're going to pay your fair share. And that's what our government is committed to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Here, here. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Essex.
Madam Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the member for North Island, Powell River. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to speak in support of today's Opposition Day motion brought forward by my colleague, the honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. He's also the New Democrats' newly minted finance critic, and I congratulate him on the appointment. And based on the debate that he's brought forward today, I know he will do a terrific job as our finance critic. The motion we are debating today is very straightforward, and I would hope the Liberal government will support it. It's a two-part motion. It calls on the government to address tax loopholes and to crack down on the use of tax havens. It's about enforcing the basic principle that every Canadian should pay their fair share of taxes. It's about tax fairness. I'm not suggesting that the current tax system is a model of fairness, but what we do know is that far too many of the wealthiest Canadians are shirking their responsibilities to pay their taxes, and in some cases are going to extraordinary and even criminal lengths to avoid paying them at all. A few years ago, Warren Buffett famously claimed that he was paying a lower tax rate in the U.S. than his secretary. It goes to show how many loopholes exist for the wealthiest in society. In Canada, the stats are staggering. Canada's top CEOs earn 193 times the average person's salary. 2 Canadian billionaires possess the same amount of wealth as nearly a third of Canadians, $33.1 billion US. Canada's richest CEOs earn the same in half a day as the average Canadian worker earns in a year. What New Democrats are suggesting here today is not radical. All we're saying is that the government needs to tighten up the rules and crack down on these tax loopholes and tax havens that are allowing the super rich to avoid paying their fair share. According to the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, there are about 59 tax measures that mostly benefit people above the average income level, which cost the government more than $100 billion in foregone tax revenue. These loopholes significantly undermine the government's ability to provide funding for key priorities, like improving health care and seniors' care, investing in affordable housing and public transit, or even launching an affordable childcare system and national pharmacare plan. 2 ideas that would go so far in building a stronger, healthier Canada. I think about what these programs would mean in my riding of Essex. They would improve the quality of life and affordability of life for so many families and individuals. In the last election, we talked a lot about the stock option deduction loophole. In most of Canada, profit from stock options is considered to be a capital gain and therefore taxed at half the rate of regular income. Many companies offer stock options to their employees as an incentive in their compensation packages. This tool was initially designed to help raise money for startups and expansion, but now it's being primarily used by Canada's wealthiest. Stock options now make up about 25% of CEO compensation at Canada's top 60 publicly traded companies. This costs federal and provincial governments close to $1 billion every year in foregone revenue. The Liberals know this to be true. In 2011 and in 2015, their platforms acknowledged these very facts. Both the New Democrats and the Liberals campaigned on closing up the stock option deduction loophole. But here we go again, another promise made by the Liberals that apparently they never meant to keep. The other week at the International Trade Committee, we had the pleasure of hearing from the Minister of Small Business, who discussed what her government is doing to support more small businesses with accessing international markets. I asked her about the Liberals' campaign promise to reduce the small business tax. She referred to it as a great soundbite, but said it wasn't a good idea anymore. Her comment struck me as very cynical, Madam Speaker, and certainly not what I'm hearing from those in my riding of Essex. When parties make election promises, like reforming the electoral system, lowering the small business tax rate, or closing up the stock option deduction loophole, Canadians expect the government to deliver, not to turn their back and later scoff at the very premise of these commitments. The Liberals are breaking campaign promises left and right. It's shameful. I'm worried that after 4 years of this Liberal government, Canadians will be even more cynical about politics than they were after 10 years of the Conservative government. After promising to fully tax individual stock options exceeding $100,000 during the last election campaign, after forming government, the Liberals announced they'll leave it untouched. We've now learned of intense lobbying by Bay Street CEOs who benefit greatly from this measure to keep this loophole open. Both Liberals and Conservatives have now claimed that closing the stock option loophole would hurt small businesses and startups, arguing that they'd not be able to give employees stock options as an incentive to help companies grow. But closing the stock option loophole does not mean that companies would not grant stock options as compensation. Startups could still offer stock options to attract and retain employees, but those employees would just have to pay fair tax on the income. the same rate that normal Canadians pay on their income, rather than receiving a 50% discount. When we talk about loopholes and tax evasion, we're not talking about Canadians putting their money into RSPs or TFSAs, We're talking about off-the-book, illegal schemes like the one cooked up by KPMG to hide Canadians' money in offshore accounts. The second part of today's motion calls on the government to take aggressive action to tackle tax havens. I think the key word here is aggressive. It means tightening the rules for shell companies, renegotiating tax treaties that let companies repatriate profits from tax havens to Canada tax-free, and it means ending penalty-free amnesty deals for individuals suspected of tax evasion. This isn't just a tax issue. It's about cracking down on white-collar criminals. The government talks about the size of CRA's budget for going after tax evaders, but we still haven't seen any criminal charges. It's clear the government must do more to tackle tax cheats who are robbing Canadians of billions of dollars of revenue that is sorely needed to improve our communities. Canada is lagging behind other G7 countries in tackling tax havens. The previous Conservative government eliminated 3,000 jobs in CRA in the unit that was responsible for detecting tax evaders, including the jobs of hundreds of auditors and 50 highly trained managers. This is a perfect example of why ideologically driven budget cuts can be so short-sighted. The Finance Department's own numbers show a $10 return for every dollar invested in combating international tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. The Liberal government has made new investments in CRA, which are welcomed, but this isn't a silver bullet solution. Instead, it's a starting off point in a larger conversation about how we tackle this complex problem. I've already talked about many elements of an aggressive, effective strategy to combat tax loopholes and tax havens. Another policy that I'd like to draw my colleagues' attention to is the impact of drastic cuts to the corporate income tax. The Conservatives cut the rate by 1/3, from 22% to 15% over 6 years, and the Liberals have kept it at this very low level, which is even lower than the US. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has said that these corporate tax giveaways cost the government $12 billion annually. Evidence shows that the Conservatives' drastic cuts have not boosted investment or led to the promised job creation. Again, we have another ideologically driven decision that hasn't led to economic growth and job creation. It's just been a massive tax giveaway. Its only real impact has been to deplete the government of tax revenues that could be used to build better health care, community infrastructure, and other urgent priorities in Canada. The Liberals promised change for everyday people. They promised policies that would build a fair economy that lifts everyone up, not just those at the top. Canadians are increasingly frustrated that the Liberals are failing to deliver. Instead, we're seeing business as usual. Instead of listening to the voices of everyday Canadians, the Liberals are listening to the loudest voices in the room, the ones of the lobbyists and well-connected insiders who look out for the interests of the wealthiest CEOs and corporations. As a New Democrat and as the Member of Parliament proudly representing Essex, I want to be a voice for the hardworking people who have been left behind by an economy that excludes too many. I want to fight for a Canada that works for everyone, not just the wealthy and the well-connected. Today, New Democrats are calling on the Liberal government to ensure CEOs and big corporations pay their fair share. I hope all honourable colleagues will join me in voting yes to this motion.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, you know, the Government of Canada has been firm and strong on the issue of tax evasion. Whether it's the $444 million that's been allocated to CRA in order to be able to have the resources necessary to get tough on this issue, or if you take a look at even some of the international initiatives that we have taken, including implementing and enhancing reporting standards that is actually endorsed by the G20 leaders that will help close loopholes. We've also signed tax treaties with other jurisdictions which help provide information to crack down on tax cheats worldwide. The member talks a very strong line in terms of standing up for Canadians as a whole. And I'm wondering if the member can explain why it is that she stood up and voted no when it came to having a tax on Canada's wealthiest, when it came to having a tax break for Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, while it came to the Canada Child Benefit Program, or our 10% increase to our GIS, our most vulnerable seniors across Canada. Why did the NDP vote no against these things, plus voted no against the $444 million to get tough on tax evasion?
The honourable member for Essex.
Madam Speaker, once again, we have a Liberal standing in this House trying to avoid the fact that they've broken a campaign promise, something that was part of their platform repeatedly. Again, we have New Democrats in this House who are having to push this government so that they'll honour the promises and commitments that they made to Canadians. In 2011 and in 2015, this was a Liberal campaign platform promise to Canadians to set a cap on how much can be claimed through the stock option deduction. This government has not acted. They are not moving forward on this, and so New Democrats are proud to stand in this House and push the government for all Canadians who are losing out on billions of dollars that could be captured instead of going into the pockets of their friends, the most wealthy.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Pierre.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy that my NDP colleagues have raised this issue because it's important to fight tax fraud and tax cheats and tax evasion. But at the same time, we have a government opposite that's laughing at people. They're scoffing at these solutions that we've proposed. They're not having any of it. And when it comes to KPMG, there have been sweetheart deals, amnesties, exemptions granted, but it's illegal to be in non-compliance with the law like that. This morning, the Bloc has asked for information to be transferred to Revenue Quebec immediately when there's a case. Since the feds aren't doing anything, Revenue Canada will. Revenue Canada should step in and take charge of the prosecutions. Will my colleagues support that? The honourable member for Essex.
I thank the member for his question. And, you know, something that's really shocking about what's happening, and he referenced it on the other side of this House, is not only the fact that they're not following through with campaign promises, they're not pushing hard enough as other progressive parties in this House would like to see happen. But what's really concerning is the pressure they're receiving. And we know that under access to information, this Minister of Finance and some communications between CEOs and himself was being pressured in advance of the 2016 budget to backtrack on their promise to close the stock option loophole. Now, it's clear that this minister has succumbed to pressure. They continue to succumb to the pressure of those corporate elites, and they're not listening to Canadians across this country, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the issue of stock options, not everybody, our neighbours down the street, among them, whether it's in Essex or Sherbrooke, not everybody has access to stock options. Could my colleague talk to us about the fact that we're very well-connected people, cronies of the Liberal government, and perhaps cronies of the finance minister, who he himself is part of the 1%. He's from Bay Street. Does she think that the financial industry has something to do with this, that this might explain why the Liberals have changed their promise, not kept their promise? A brief answer.
I thank the member from Sherbrooke, my colleague, for his question. I think absolutely that they're bowing to pressure. I'm an auto worker. I can tell you that in my riding of Essex, Madam Speaker, I don't know anyone who was offered these corporate tax options, you know, that were able to get these stock options. Average Canadians do not have stock options attached to their jobs. We're not saying that no one should have those. We're saying that if you have those, you should pay your fair share of taxes on them, not the 50% cut that the Liberals are letting their friends have.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat. The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, Madam Speaker, I grew up in a simple home where hard work was just part of our life. My father worked in the forest industry, and my mother continues to be a psychiatric nurse. And when the forest industry struggled, our family struggled, but we always worked hard. My family instilled in me the desire to make sure that I always paid my fair share. My parents always said to me, and I've always told my own children, do not complain about paying taxes. That investment goes into the important things like health care, highways, and helping those in need. Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, this is really what we're here to talk about today, paying our fair share, making sure that all people in Canada are paying their part so that we can build a strong country, invest in those things that build our social network, and keep the standard of living balanced in our country. We are here today because every day hardworking people are paying their fair share, even when it hurts. And while these folks are doing their part, some with so much more are finding ways to not pay their part. I would like to thank the NDP finance critic for bringing forward this motion, meant to address systemic inequalities in our fiscal system. Tax evasion, loopholes, shell companies, and tax havens have tools. They are tools to avoid paying taxes. For weeks, KPMG has made headline after headline. And you know what the reality is? Every couple of months we hear a similar story. Creative money peddling accountants finding a way to cheat the system. Millionaires and billionaires finding ways to hide their money. I want to be really clear here. This money is made off the labor of someone. Their profit is at the expense of hardworking people across Canada. This is why ending tax loopholes is so important. And it is something that we must look at seriously because this is about the value of working people. There are so many revelations that sometimes I have the urge to simply not read the articles. It's disheartening when so many people in my riding of North Island Powell River are struggling hard every day. Because these stories just pop up every couple of months, year after year, and we're still waiting for some real solutions. We've all read at some point, you know, creative money peddling accountants finding a new way to cheat by whatever means, pushing countries in a race to the tax bottom or pressuring the government not to take up the fight. Despite this, I still strongly think we cannot give in, and we can slowly and smartly take steps to dismantle these schemes and strengthen our Income Tax Act. This is so important because it is about the hardworking people in Canada that are paying more than their fair share, while rich people, millionaires and billionaires, are hiding their money. I'm so proud that this motion we're debating today offers some very specific examples of what this Parliament should take very seriously moving forward. An example is the recent deal given to clients from KPMG, which facilitated their tax evasion, that freed them from any further civil or criminal prosecution, as well as any penalties or fines. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, in my riding, if people owe just a little bit, they're absolutely paying the penalties and the fines, even when it hurts them to do so. The NDP is calling for a full investigation into the KPMG affair. I think ending penalty-free amnesty deals for individuals suspected of tax evasion, a gift to the wealthy tax evaders and aggressive tax avoiders, should seriously be considered. Enough is enough. Another example is changing the corporate tax rules that allow for the use of shell companies that serve no economic purpose other than to protect the wealth of the ultra-rich. It plays an important role in large-scale money laundering activities. At the heart of the Panama Papers was the law firm Mossack Fonseca, which managed more than 300,000 companies over the years. This is unacceptable. This debate is also a great stepping stone to this year's debate on the budget because of the opportunities and priorities of this budget and what they can do for all of us. Firstly, this is an opportunity for the finance minister, by addressing these special credits and loopholes, cost the government more than $100 billion in foregone revenue per year. If even a portion of this sum was recuperated, it could pay for a national pharmacare program, a national child care program, upholding the equal care for First Nations children. We are still in this House waiting to see that amount of money added for these children that are suffering across our country. Secondly, budgets are about priorities. You know, Madam Speaker, in my riding of North Island Powell River last week, I participated in the coldest night of the year walk. And I was tremendously pleased in our community of Campbell River and across the whole riding in other communities as well. So many came, so many fundraised, because they know the reality of people who don't have a home, that don't have appropriate food, who are struggling every day just to survive. I think it is so important that we remember the people who are paying their fair share, the people that are fighting hard just to survive every single day when we look at what is happening in this country around these tax loopholes and tax evasion. I am very keen to take a very close look at the proposed measures in due time to make sure fairness, including fiscal fairness, is finally taken seriously. Canadians deserve that. Madam Speaker, the Liberals have not taken tax fairness very seriously in the past, and it's time to change that. If you take a step back for a moment, you will see in this House two parties defending their sad record. They will share vast amounts of numbers like the amount invested in the Canada Revenue Agency, recapturing funds, along with many fairy tales. But Canadians aren't fooled by these smokescreens. They know that lost revenue are misguided priorities, and some are discarded promises as well. One of these broken promises is to do with the stock option deduction. After promising to fully tax individual stock options, gains exceeding $100,000 during the last election campaign, the Liberals announced they would leave it untouched after they formed government. Madam Speaker, I'm just going to say this again. Hardworking Canadians in this country are paying their fair share every single day. It only is reasonable for us to hold to account those who are not paying their fair share. We now learn of intense lobbying by Bay Street CEOs who benefit greatly from this measure to keep the loophole open. At some point, we have to make the decision, and I hope to see the Liberal government actually take steps towards making sure that hardworking Canadians pay their fair share, but they make sure that we see the CEOs of these companies paying their fair share as well. This loophole benefits the ultra-rich, yet successive Liberal and Conservative governments have given up billions of dollars in tax revenue over the past 3 decades due to this loophole. The Liberals' flip-flop on the stock option loophole shows the influence that powerful inside lobbyists have on this government's policies. Madam Speaker, I have to tell you, the people that have influence on my priorities are the people that I serve of North Island Powell River, people that work really hard every day, that have had to change or face the changes of a changing economy, looking at resource-based economy, watching as forest companies are struggling, watching our trees be shipped out of our riding. We want to see more of those good-paying jobs in our community, and we want to make sure that we have not paying over our fair share when these other people are not paying what they should be. This is the government's systemic acceptance of tax fraudsters and their entities, enabling them to cheat the system. Our system allows every citizen to contribute equitably to the public services and social programs. If they don't, every Canadian is cheated. Oxfam blamed Tax Haven in its 2016 annual report on income inequality for much of the widening gap between the rich and the poor. Canadians want better health care, community infrastructure, good jobs, and for us to tackle climate change. Instead, the Liberals are maintaining tax loopholes that benefit Canada's wealthiest while leaving most Canadians behind. Seniors are making choices between heat medication and housing. Families can't afford daycare or even the toonie it takes to send their kid to participate in a school trip. It's time that everyone pay their fair share and stop leaving the burden on the people who work the hardest and struggle the most. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And like other New Democrats that have spoken, all I can do is just reinforce that in fact what we have seen since we have been in government, the Liberal Party took government back in October of 2015, is the fact that the number one priority has been Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, and those are the individuals that are influencing the government's policy today. Whether the NDP want to believe it or not, quite frankly, at this point is somewhat irrelevant, because I believe that Canadians understand and appreciate that our priorities are for that middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it. And our policies demonstrate that very clearly. My question to the member is specifically in regards to, as I've indicated, the international treaties, the $444 million. These are tangible actions that have been taken in order to deal with the issue of tax avoidance, and I'm wondering if the member can provide some of her thoughts with respect to those two provisions or those two actions that the government has taken. Would she not agree that that is a step forward?
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you I would appreciate the opportunity to answer the question of the member. The reality is, for people of North Island Powell River who work hard every day, they're not seeing the changes that they need to see. They want to see proper investment in their communities, in infrastructure, making sure that all of that aging infrastructure is actually cared for so that we can also see those jobs coming into our communities. They're very concerned about this cash for access that they're seeing, where people with a lot of money are suddenly getting opportunities. They want to know that this government is on their side, and they're not seeing that, because the reality is this so-called middle-class tax break does not include people unless they make $45,000 or more. And I can tell you that's a small amount of money that they'll be getting. We want to see people who are struggling every day, working minimum wage jobs, getting the support that they need. And it's about seniors as well that are facing multiple challenges. They can't afford their medication. We're signing deals that make sure that their medication costs are going to go up. And when is it going to end? Those costs are going down onto the people who need the most help, while the people who make the most are getting away with tax evasion. Shame on the government for not doing their job.
And comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm especially happy to hear one of my colleagues from the NDP talking about this, because sometimes the Bloc Québécois feels like it is alone in such fights in the past. For example, to her questions, I asked a question as follows. In Quebec, we fight against tax evasion in certain ways, and when we see such messages and when we give amnesty to KPMG, the message that is sent to those who want to circumvent the system is that if you circumvent it, give it a go. It's perfectly fine. If we catch you, you don't even need to pay a fine. All you have to do is reimburse the amount, and so give it a go. And if we catch you, we catch you. And if we don't catch you, you keep your money. That is the federal government's point of view. What we propose is a new methodology pursuant to which the second investigation is created. It is sent to Revenu Québec so that they can enter litigation to get its money if the federal Canadian government doesn't want to. I asked questions to the NDP. I did not get an answer. I don't know if the word Quebec scares you, but what do you think of this?
For North Island Powell River.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank the member for the question, and through you, I hope to answer it to the best of my ability. You know, I think what we're talking about is something so important, which is, are we all paying our fair share? And if we're not paying our fair share, what is the recourse to addressing that issue? And what we're seeing is people negotiating internally, people with a lot of resources, a lot of wealth, saying, hey, if I get caught breaking the rules, I just have to reimburse this. I don't have to pay a fine. When you look at the reality of everyday Canadians who are working so hard just to save up to pay for their kids' braces, just to save up to pay for their kids' education, hoping that when their kids get bigger, they can afford a pair of shoes. These are everyday Canadian realities. And then we have the very wealthy not paying their fair share, not being held accountable, and those resources not going into making sure that they are held accountable for when they cheat the system. We need to see this government step up. We need to see actual action, and we need to see some movement, because it is only right that we protect the Canadians that struggle the most.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I wish to inform you that I'll be splitting my time with a member from Rivière des Mille-Eaux. Let me begin by saying that when you have an economy that works for the middle class, you have a country that works for everyone. Since coming into office, our government has worked to bring confidence and optimism back to Canada's middle class and to help those working to join it. And we remain committed to doing even more. Mr. Speaker, one of our government's first actions after coming into government was to raise taxes on the wealthiest 1% so we could lower taxes on the middle class. We reduced the 22% federal income tax rate to 20.5% for 2016 and subsequent taxation years. This tax cut is already benefiting nearly 9 million Canadians. Single individuals who benefit will see an average tax reduction of $330 every year, and couples will benefit on seeing an average tax reduction of $540 every year. This means more money in the pockets of the middle class. To help pay for middle-class tax cut, the government raised taxes on the wealthiest Canadians by introducing a new top income tax rate of 33% for individuals with taxable income of more than $200,000 per year. Our government then proceeded with one of the most significant social policy innovations in a generation, and that was to bring in the new Canada Child Benefit. The CCB is giving 9 out of 10 families and children more money every month to spend on everything from school supplies to sporting equipment. Families who benefit saw an average increase in child benefit of almost $2,300 in the 2016 to 2017 fiscal year. Madam Speaker, in Brampton North, the CCB has tremendously helped families in my riding. Raising a family in Canada can be challenging, and the CCB has helped ease the financial burden for Brampton North families who need it most. Our government is also taking important steps to make sure that Canadians today have a more secure and dignified retirement in the future. Just last week, we marked the final step in implementing the enhancement to the Canada Pension Plan. Taken together, these actions will help strengthen and grow Canada's middle class, and in turn, our economy and our country will be stronger than ever before. Madam Speaker, let me turn to the issue brought forward by this motion today, and that is ensuring a fair tax system for Canada. We believe every Canadian must pay their fair share of taxes, period. Underground economic activity, tax evasion, and aggressive tax planning stand in the way of tax fairness. And too often, it is the hard-working middle-class Canadians, like in my riding of Brampton North, who pick up the tab for the selfish motives of certain individual businesses who look to gain an unfair advantage. This is totally unacceptable, Madam Speaker. That is why our government has and continues to take action to crack down on tax evasion and to combat aggressive tax avoidance. Part of the government's strategy to fight these problems includes providing the Canada Revenue Agency with sufficient resources to administer and enforce tax laws. For example, Budget 2016 committed $444.4 million to enhance the CRA's efforts to crack down on tax evasion and to combat tax avoidance by taking a number of actions. These include hiring additional auditors and specialists, developing robust business intelligence infrastructure, increasing verification activities, and improving the quality of investigative work that targets criminal tax evaders. Budget 2016 also invested $351.6 million to help the CRA improve its ability to collect outstanding tax debt which will help collect approximately another $7.4 billion in tax debt owed to the Government of Canada. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, Canada's tax system requires ongoing adjustments to ensure it is functioning as intended and contributing to the objective of the economy that works for everyone. That is why, internationally, Canada is actively engaged in coordinated multilateral efforts to address base erosion and profit shifting, also known as BEPS, which refers to international tax planning, arrangements undertaken by multinational enterprises to inappropriately minimize their taxes. And here at home, we are working to prevent the ability of high net worth individuals to use private corporations to inappropriately reduce or defer their taxes. To help redress this, Budget 2016 introduced measures to prevent business owners from multiplying access to the 500,000 small business deductions using complex partnership and corporate structures, and to close loopholes that allow private corporations to use a life insurance policy to distribute amounts tax-free that would otherwise be taxable. Madam Speaker, the measures I mentioned today are by no means exhaustive, but they do give a good indication of the intention that the government is placing on combating tax evasion and avoidance. Seeking out tax evaders and avoiders is about fairness, and Canadians want fairness, Madam Speaker. By taking action to prevent tax evasion and close tax loopholes, we will improve the fairness and integrity of the tax system and contribute to fiscal sustainability both at home and abroad. Madam Speaker, we believe our plan is the right one to improve the integrity of Canada's tax system. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, through you, I'd like to put a question to the member. Thank you very much for your speech on our motion. Perhaps this member can explain why her government has decided to renege on their promise to remove the tax write-offs on the corporate tax options. It remains puzzling to us that they promise while they run, and then when they get in government, they say, "Oh, we'll listen to the lobbyists." I wonder if she could also deal with the question that's been raised on and on in the House. Is she and her colleagues keep raising, Madam Speaker, the issue that they're spending $500 million of Canadian taxpayers' money over 5 years to try to catch tax evaders, and yet they're not spending 1 cent to take these evaders to court and get convictions so that, in fact, there will be punishment instead of gains. Simply paying back the money. What kind of a message is that to tax evaders? Okay, go ahead, follow this scheme. If you get caught, you just have to pay it back, but you will have profited by then anyway.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to first address my honourable colleague's question by saying that the CRA's domestic and offshore audit activities have put the government in a place to raise assessments over $13 billion this year. $13 billion in the pockets, back into the pockets of Canadians, back to the government. That is a good way of making sure that fairness within our system is served. The money that's being put towards the CRA is improving the efforts to catch tax frauds and tax cheats. And we're working hard on that, Madam Speaker, and you can see the result in the money that we're attaining as a result. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for her speech. She talked about the middle-class tax break and how the Liberals have invested in 9 million Canadians. But for some reason, they left out 17.9 million Canadians who earn $23 an hour or less, who got nothing from the middle-class tax break. The government promised also to reduce the small business tax rate from 11 to 9%, which they didn't follow through with. In the election, they also promised to close tax loopholes for CEOs that the highest earners in our country, which cost Canadians about $750 million per year. In fact, the Liberal and Conservative governments have supported tax break for CEOs, they've supported tax havens for the rich, all on the backs of Canadians. So I wonder why the government is choosing tax breaks for Canada's richest CEOs over Canada's small businesses and over the 17.9 million Canadians. Maybe the member can explain to people at home that didn't get a tax break from the middle class tax break and explain to everyday Canadians why the super rich are getting a free ride with this tax agreement, legal tax agreement, that's the biggest economic leakage in Canadian history.
Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Madam Speaker, many middle-class Canadians have benefited from our government's tax cut this year. We've also raised a lot of money by increasing the tax on the top 1% earners in this country. In addition, the Canada Child Benefit has served 9 out of 10 families in Canada. We've raised 300,000 children out of poverty. Many efforts are being made to catch tax avoiders and tax cheats. Increased information gathering capabilities and tools have been given to the CRA to access more information than ever before. The CRA is now better positioned to identify high net worth individuals, businesses, organizations, engaged in tax evasion. Madam Speaker, we are catching the individuals that had been avoiding taxes for years, and the government and Canadians will benefit as a result. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Pierre Boucher, des Patriotes, Verchères.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Verchères, les Patriotes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government is in trouble right now, and it's as if they don't even realize it. They're saying, listen to us, watch what we're doing, have confidence in us, we're doing such a good job, we've invested $440 million for tax evasion, etc. But at the same time, they're organizing $1,500 cocktail parties with a bunch of rich people. They're giving amnesty to groups being caught of tax avoidance, and they're voting against legislation that would put an end to tax avoidance. So how can we trust a government like that when they take action like that, when they do one thing, but say one thing, but they're doing the opposite?
The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we made a promise to Canadians in this past election. Our government promised to treat the middle class as they deserve, to treat Canadians like they've deserved, and those that want to join the middle class, to give them that chance to put their foot forward. We've been committed to that promise. We've lowered taxes on the middle class. We've increased them on the top 1%. We've given back to Canadians through the Canada Child Benefit. We have taken many actions to improve the lives of Canadians and to put money back in the pockets of Canadians. And the money invested in their CRA is helping, like I've said before, those tax cheats, those tax avoiders, and that will benefit Canadians in the long run. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. Résume. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a bit out of breath because I just ran from the Official Languages Committee, but I'm now here ready to speak. Allow me to start by saying that when the economy works for the middle class, the country works for all its citizens. Since we came to power, our government has worked hard to restore confidence and optimism in the middle class in Canada, and to help those people who are working hard to join it. That's the case, Madam Speaker, in Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. It's also the case across the country, and we are resolved to doing even more. Madam Speaker, one of the first steps our government took was to cut taxes for the middle class. We cut the 22% federal income tax rate down to 20.5% for 2016 and subsequent tax years. That reduction is something that will benefit 9 million Canadians. Single taxpayers will benefit from $330 in tax relief each year, and couples will see an average of $540 each year. That means those people will have more money in their pockets, and what that means subsequently is a stronger middle class. To fund this tax cut for the middle class, the government hiked taxes for Canada's richest people by bringing the rate up to 33% for individuals whose income exceeds $200,000 a year. Our government then put in place one of the most significant social policy innovations in a generation. It's the new Canada Child Benefit, which is helping, in my riding alone, 10,300 families and 18,870 children. This benefit is such that 9 out of 10 Canadian families with children are able to buy things like school supplies or sports equipment. Families benefiting from this measure have seen their benefits for children go up to roughly $2,300 for 2016-2017. For my part, in my riding of Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, people will be receiving approximately $530 a month. When I meet with people in my riding, many of them share just how important this Canada Child Benefit is for them and for their children. Our government is also taking important steps to ensure that young Canadians today will benefit from a more secure retirement that allows them to live with more dignity. Last week, we proceeded with the last step in enhancing the CPP. This measure will also help Canada's middle class. Madam Speaker, allow me now to turn to the question that was raised today, ensuring that Canada's tax system is fair. The underground economy, tax evasion, and abusive tax planning are barriers to tax fairness, and all too often Canadians in the middle class who work hard are picking up the tab for individuals and companies who are seeking an unfair advantage. Madam Speaker, let's be clear, that is totally unacceptable. That's why our government has continued to take action to deal with tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. As part of the strategy to deal with these practices, we have provided the Canada Revenue Agency with these resources it needs to enforce tax law. For example, Budget 2016 included a commitment of $444.4 million to enable the CRA to repress tax evasion and to take various steps to deal with tax avoidance. That included hiring additional auditors and specialists, developing solid infrastructure on business information, and to intensify audit activities, improve investigative work, to target criminal tax evasion. Budget 2016 also earmarked $351.6 million over 5 years to the CRA to enhance its capacity to recover unpaid tax debts. This will facilitate the collecting up of $7.4 billion that remains outstanding. In addition, Madam Speaker, Canada's tax system must be adjusted on an ongoing basis to ensure that it works as planned and contributes to meeting the objective of having an economy that serves us all. That is why Canada participates actively in many multilateral activities coordinated internationally to fight the erosion of the tax base and the transfer of benefits. In other words, international tax planning mechanisms used by multinational corporations to reduce their taxes in an inappropriate way to a minimum level. Here in Canada, we are working on stopping the ability of very wealthy Canadians to use private corporations to reduce or postpone their taxes in an inappropriate way. Budget 2016 included the following measures: to prevent business owners from benefiting more than once of the $500,000 deduction for small businesses by using complex corporate structures or partnerships, and eliminating loopholes enabling private companies to use life insurance policies to distributed amounts of money, tax-free, amounts that would in other conditions be taxable. These are some measures, just some of the measures, Madam Speaker. It is not a comprehensive list. The government is fighting tax avoidance and tax evasion by taking action to prevent tax evasion and to eliminate tax loopholes. We are improving the integrity of the tax system and contributing to the viability of public finances here and abroad. Madam Speaker, I strongly believe that our plan is the right plan for enhancing the integrity of Canada's tax system. Thank you.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay-Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for her speech. We've watched legal tax agreements that have contributed to an increase of from $45 billion leaving our country in 2011 to $108 billion in 2015 that are leaving Canada to tax havens and leading to what is really now the greatest economic leakage in Canadian history. So this doesn't include tax breaks or for CEOs or loopholes. It's actually costing taxpayers over $7 billion a year, which is about $200 million a year per riding in Canada. That's on the low side. $200 million. And I think about what $200 million would do in my riding. It would do all of the infrastructure upgrades in water and sewer, could create a bunch of affordable housing units that are needed. I mean, the list goes on and on, because we know the needs are huge in our country. Maybe the member can agree with me and tell me, does she support ending these tax agreements, these legal tax agreements that will close tax havens, stop this economic leakage and this historic economic leakage in our country? And maybe she can elaborate what $200 million a year she could do in her riding.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the $200 million a year. I will leave that in the hands of the Minister of Finance to decide what he will do in the next budget. But when you asked me earlier about another matter, I would say that in terms of tax evasion and avoidance, we have taken very aggressive measures here and abroad.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As you know, I'm very concerned with the way the Liberal government is managing things at present. We learn through TV reports that there are big fish who are taking money, putting it without penalty into tax havens, and then agreements are signed so that they have amnesty. And they, in fact, only pay tax penalties when they're caught. And they say, well, if you make a voluntary declaration, you don't have to pay. So these arrangements are being made. I really wonder why their government is doing that. I wonder because there are tax havens that are expanding. The middle class is facing high taxes, companies less tax. But why is the government turning a blind eye to what's happening? Is it because the financiers on Bay Street are telling them not to do anything? The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, Madam Speaker. Thank you. On the international scene, taking action is very long. We have worked with our partners to take coordinated steps by putting in place improved reporting standards, which are approved by leaders from the G20. And in doing so, this will help us put an end to loopholes by signing tax conventions with other administrations, which contribute to providing information to take action against tax fraud in the world, and by honoring our international obligations for the production of reports on tax erosion with respect to the tax base and at the transfer of benefits.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, member, for her speech. I am curious, because with all of these tax measures, it's been estimated that Canadians are losing out to the tune of $100 billion in monies that should be invested to Canadians to support Canadians. Take, for example, the National Farmer Care Program is estimated to cost annually about $6 billion. A National Child Care Program on the eve of International Women's Day, that would be $5 billion annually. To support Indigenous children who don't have access to equal education opportunities, that's only a cost of $155 million. So I'd like to ask the member, wouldn't it be better to actually close the tax loopholes, shut down the tax havens, change those tax credits that the Liberals and the Conservatives successively over many, many years to continue to give away to the wealthiest and the ultra-wealthy and big corporations with their tax measures, and to take that money and invest in Canadians at home where it is needed.
A brief answer. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Well, you talk about tax measures. In Budget 2016, tax rates went from 22% to 20.5%. And for people whose annual income is over $200,000, their taxes went up to 33%. In my riding, as I said in my opening remarks, where you talk about additional expenditures in ridings, it's 10,000, over 10,000 families, including over 18,000 children who are going to be benefiting from $530 on average per month. So I'm sure that you are very keen to see Budget 2017 when it comes out. I'd like to remind the Honourable Member that she needs to address her remarks through the Chair. And I will add to that.
Alors, resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Madame la Présidente, je vais...
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Avant que je commence, je veux juste...
Before starting, I'd like to point out that I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Today to talk to an issue, finally, that we're talking about in the House that I think really matters to people from my riding, and if it were to pass, would actually do something for them. We spend a lot of time talking about various issues that the different parties bring forward, and I'm not always convinced that that's really what's top of mind for my constituents. But the idea that, you know, people who in half a day, Madam Speaker, are making what an average Canadian worker makes in the entire year, are then getting to send that money to Barbados and not spend tax on it, or to decide around the corporate board table that they're going to get paid in stock options instead of a salary and then not pay the same tax on that money, Madam Speaker, is outrageous. And so there's an important principle at stake here. It's one that separates the NDP from the other two parties, traditional parties in this House, who, you know, have spent a long time, Madam Speaker, working together to find ways to help people who are already rich and already powerful to shelter their money from paying their fair share, Madam Speaker. And so that's something that Canadians want to see action on. It's something that people from where I'm from want to see action on, because they're going out to work every day, Madam Speaker, and they're paying their fair share of taxes. But they're also looking at their families and noticing that as their parents age or their grandparents age, that they need help with health services, that the cost of drugs is high. And we hear successive Liberal and Conservative governments, it doesn't matter which, at the end of the day, or what they promise in their platforms, plead poverty when they get into government and say, we don't have the money for a national pharmacare program. It's too expensive. Where would we ever get the money? Well, when you look at the amount of money that's bleeding out of the Canadian economy every year because people who are making obscene amounts of money don't want to pay their fair share of taxes, it's pretty hard to believe them, Madam Speaker, whether they're Liberal or Conservative. It's hard to believe that we don't really have the money. The problem is that they'd have to actually stand up to their friends in order to get it. But Canadians deserve a government that's willing to stand up to corporate Canada and say, you're here, you're making money in Canada, and you're not making it out of a vacuum. You're making it because Canadians are going to work every day producing that value for you, and we're asking that you pay your fair share so that when Canadian workers have their mother get sick and she needs to go on a certain prescription drug regimen, that they can afford that. And when Canadians are going out to work to produce that value for you at your company, that you chip in your fair share so that they have proper child care, so that their kids have a safe place to be during the day while they're out producing value for these people who can't be bothered to pay their fair share in taxes and instead think that sending it to Barbados is an acceptable way to conduct themselves, Madam Speaker. So this, for me, is frankly one of the main drivers for me to participate in politics, because when I look at the old line parties, be they Liberal or Conservative, and the way they just fold when powerful rich folks come to Ottawa to tell them what to do, I think it's disgusting, and I think Canadians deserve better. Just an example. For instance, Madam Speaker, we thought maybe the Liberal Party was about to kick its old habit of kowtowing to the rich and powerful in Canada in the last election when they agreed to close the stock hole loophole for CEOs. It's in their platform, Madam Speaker. It's in black and white. That was a promise. Nothing changed from before the election to after the election, except they got elected and they knew they had 4 years and they didn't have to keep their promises to Canadians, was their attitude. So the only thing that changed was that they got elected, and then Bay Street lobbyists came down here, and the evidence is there in the lobbying registry, and spoke to their buddy, the Minister of High Finance, and said, "Mr. Minister, please, you can't do this. It's going to cost me so much money. I'm going to have to get, the B-class yacht instead of the A-class yacht. So can you go to Canadian families and ask them not to have a national pharmacare plan? Can you go to Canadian workers, the ones, that are working for me, and tell them that they can't get reliable access to safe childcare because I don't want to be embarrassed when I go down south for a month and my yacht's not the nicest on the dock?" Can you, imagine the nerve and the gall of what they're saying in those private conversations, Madam Speaker, and what they're asking ordinary Canadians who need, not just who need help, but who are working and paying their fair share for a system in this country that's going to deliver on the things they need, be it childcare, be it a drug plan, be it investments in home care. No, we got a government, get this, Madam Speaker, we got a government that is unwilling to go after tax cheats. They're giving them amnesty and then saying they don't have enough money for home care, so, the provinces are going to have to accept the Harper escalator on health care, and if they want just the little bit of home care that we eked out for Canadians, some home care money, was an election promise. We said we'd float immediately. We managed to find a little bit of that money, but we're not going to give it to you unless you sign on to the Harper escalator. I mean, that's where politics has gone in this country under this government, is that they're using promises that they made and money that should have been there, that they promised would be there, to hold provinces hostage, to reduce less healthcare, to accept less healthcare funding overall that would go and have a direct benefit to Canadian working families, while in the meantime they're instructing the CRA to give amnesty to the people who are taking that money out of the Canadian economy and sending it elsewhere, Madam Speaker. I think it's reprehensible. Then we talk about other current issues, like, for instance, worries about whether we have enough resources to accommodate refugees, whether we're doing our fair share when it comes to First Nations and giving them what they're owed in order to get those communities back up on their feet, Madam Speaker. And again, governments plead poverty, be it Liberal governments or Conservative governments. It ends up being the same. And the fact of the matter is, we produce a lot of wealth in Canada, Madam Speaker. And if the people who are making the most at the top would pay their fair share, we could afford to do these things. So there's a revenue problem in Canada. But it's not because the revenue doesn't exist. It's not because the wealth isn't being produced. It's not because we can't pay for these things. It's because this government won't pay for it, because it means challenging their buddies, Madam Speaker. And that's not fair to ordinary Canadians who are paying their fair share, who are going to work every day, and who want and thought, I think some of them really did think they were voting for a government that was willing to do that. So they'll talk about their tax cut for the middle class. They can't define the middle class, so it's interesting to hear them use the term all the time. In fact, they put in writing that they couldn't define the middle class. But for those, at least we can say that the middle class, according to the Liberals, doesn't include anyone making under $45,000 a year. And then they promised that they'd make up for that tax cut at least by instituting a new tax on those making the most. Well, and that was going to be revenue neutral. Well, they did bring in that tax increase, but they didn't do it on the basis of paying for the tax cut for the middle class, which, people who got the most benefit out of that tax cut already make six figures. So there you have it again. They were going to do the Robin Hood thing. They were going to tax the rich. They're bringing a whole new tax bracket. They were going to pay for this tax cut that was supposed to be for the middle class, actually ended up being for people making six figures, and they couldn't even get that right. So at the end of the day, they actually reduced government revenue to give a tax cut that at the end of the day, the maximum benefit went to people making six figures, and granted amnesty to the people we know are Canada's worst tax cheats in the meantime. Now, how does that square, Madam Speaker, with the notion that they're going to courageously go after Canada's wealthy to give a fair shake to ordinary Canadian workers? Well, for those wondering in the House and those wondering at home, it doesn't square, Madam Speaker. And that's why I'm glad to be sitting in a caucus of 44 people who are willing to say so and put it on the record. Because if it was up to the other two parties, no one would be saying that much, Madam Speaker. And it's important to speak truth to power. It's something that the Liberals promised to do. But when the Bay Street lobbyists came and the decision point came, and you actually had to do the deed, you actually had to say, I'm sorry, rich guys that I really want to be friends with because you're just so cool, and maybe I'll get to ride on your helicopter to a private island. We're going to have to do something that costs you money. And when it came down to it, they couldn't do it. They just couldn't do it, Madam Speaker, because they just want to fit in so bad with the rich and powerful, when they should be trying to fit in with ordinary working Canadians that are going to work every day, are paying their taxes, and want to be part of a country that assesses a fair rate on everyone. It doesn't say because you make a lot of money, you're going to get off the hook. I mean, you know, what is the message that gets sent to Canadians here, Madam Speaker? If you get caught not paying quite enough tax, but you make a regular income, we're coming after you. The problem is you didn't cheat enough. If you just cheated more, well, then you'd be in the category of people we don't really want to go after. So the message being sent to Canadians here is don't cheat a little bit, cheat a lot, hope, you know, and you can only do that if you make enough money to cheat that much. And if you do, then we'll want to be your friend. And otherwise, you're just an ordinary Canadian, and we can't give you the time of day after we get elected.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his passionate speech. But I will have a simple question for him. You know, we were elected on a platform to help the middle class, and we committed to raising taxes on the wealthiest 1%. The NDP, time and time again, speaks about helping Canadians. So why? I asked them one simple question. Why would they vote against raising taxes on the wealthiest 1% and reducing taxes for 9 million Canadians got a tax cut because of our government? And that was the first piece of legislation that we passed. So why don't you answer that question? Why do you not vote in favor of raising taxes on the richest Canadians and cutting taxes for the middle class? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to remind the member for Brampton East to address the question to the chair, maybe not use the word you. So the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll take the opportunity to remind the member that we had proposed an amendment that would have actually changed the tax increase not to apply to the second bracket, and that's the reason why you get people in Canada that are making six figures that see the biggest benefit from that tax cut, but to have a tax cut in keeping with the spirit of the Liberal promise that would have happened at the first income bracket and would have benefited all working Canadians, not just this middle class they can't quite define but seems to be a six-figure middle class, but everyone who's going out and working hard in Canada. And the Liberals voted against that, and I don't understand why, Madam Speaker, and it was in disappointment from the fact that they weren't actually willing to give a tax break to every working Canadian that we felt we couldn't support their proposal.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the member said he wants to speak truth to the power. Well, I would suggest to the member we need to speak truth to the New Democratic Party, Madam Speaker, because quite often what they say is questionable in terms of its accuracy. For example, the NDP will say, well, the Liberal government is listening to the Bay Street, the rich from Bay Street, when in fact reality is this Minister of Finance and his parliamentary secretary traveled in every region of the country, consulting with Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And what did Canadians have to say? They want to have a tax break for Canadians, and that's what this government delivered, Madam Speaker. We also provided an increase for the Canada Child Benefit Program. We also provided a 10% increase to the most vulnerable of Canada's seniors through the GIS program. As my colleague pointed out, we also provided an increase in taxes to Canada's wealthiest. Now, what do the NDP have in common on all of those fronts, Madam Speaker, is they voted against each and every one of them. So this Minister of Finance, this government, travels the country, consults in every region of the country. We bring forward a budget that reflects what Canadians want, not what Bay Street wants. And what do the NDP do? They vote against it, Madam Speaker. That is the truth of the NDP.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
I don't think I discerned a question in that, Madam Speaker, but I'll give a response nonetheless. I think, I think the member from Winnipeg North and I may have a philosophical difference about what it means to listen, Madam Speaker. So when you go out across the country, if you think listening means smiling and nodding politely in town halls while ordinary Canadians speak, and then going off and doing whatever the heck it was you were going to do anyway, that seems to me to be the member for Winnipeg's North conception of listening. If you mean going out and actually listening to people and then having what ordinary Canadians say inform your policy and sticking to your promises instead of caving as soon as Bay Street lawyers come down and say they don't want to pay more in taxes, oh too bad, we'll just disregard the promise we put in writing, well, then you got a different point of view. That's our point of view, Madam Speaker, is that you should be listening to ordinary Canadians, you should be keeping your promises, and you shouldn't fold the first time Bay Street shows up on your doorstep as a newly minted minister.
We have time for a very brief questions. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I really want to thank the member for talking about, the trade-offs that we're making, that we're creating this over $100 billion in tax havens for the super rich so they can have nice yachts, as he pointed out, and probably really good chefs too. But I do want to talk about the Liberals talking about the $9 million that got a middle-class tax break. What about the 17.9 million Canadians that didn't get anything? And maybe the member could talk about about the decisions that this government could make right now to fix this problem.
Brief answer from the member for Elmwood Transcona, because time has expired.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the member is exactly right. Look, we might have got some clarity from the government in response to an order paper question where they were asked to define the middle class. They couldn't do it. As far as we were concerned, when we talk about the middle class and people working hard to join it, we're talking about the working class, and that includes people making under $45,000 a year. That's why our proposal to change their tax cut was a good one, and it was shameful that they didn't endorse it.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. For years, we've been hearing talk about austerity and cutbacks, and they've been repeating the same lesson about belt tightening and living within our means when it comes to public institutions. We've seen such extravagance, as if everything we've done to try to build a better society is taken for granted. There have been lots of cuts, but at the same time, billions of dollars have leaked out of our economy. They've drained our tax system through tax avoidance and tax evasion, and the big accounting firms have been complicit in this. The richest 1% have been able to use tax havens to avoid paying their fair share of taxes. This has been going on for years, for far too long, and for far too long, ordinary people have been asked to pay more instead of repairing public infrastructure and so on. Our tax base has been eroded. Tax havens are used to hide billions of dollars, and this practice has reached historic levels. We've never seen such abuse of the tax system ever before in history. In 2015, the last year of the Conservative government, $40 billion was estimated to have been socked away in tax havens. And that's since 1990, there have been over $200 billion in lost tax revenues. The government is also coming up with all kinds of small tax breaks for the wealthiest to save money. It costs hundreds of billions of dollars every year, and that's what the Canadian Centre on Policy Alternatives reminds us of regularly. Instead of lecturing Canadians on living within their means, the government should be going after the wealthiest 1% who are doing harm to everyone. This is happening right before our eyes, right under our noses. Multinational corporations are doing the same thing for those who buy coffee at Starbucks. We know that Starbucks was at the center of a scandal in the UK because they, for years, paid no taxes there. They were able to shelter their profits from taxation, and they pretend that they are not making enough money at their branches here. In 2009, TD paid only 7.6% tax, whereas they should have paid 32%. Billions of dollars was made in profits, but only 5% was paid in taxes. Gildan, a clothing company in Montreal, has been making annual profits in the hundreds of billions of dollars, and yet they paid no tax in 2009, 2010, 2011, and 2012 because they used tax havens in the Caribbean. That's all you need to shelter billions of dollars from the Canadian tax system, and it's perfectly legal and condoned by this government. How is it that those companies get the impression that they're not accountable, that they're not responsible, that they have no contribution to make to society? How is it that governments allow this to happen? For years, we've been told that cuts had to be made to hospitals, schools, railways, etc. And government said that there was no money left in the coffers for all kinds of social projects. One politician said that the impact of all this was that fewer taxes were collected, and with the millions of dollars saved by Bombardier and companies that use these loopholes, there's a shortfall, a phenomenal amount of money that the government is deprived of, and it's all legal. Canada is allowing these companies, inviting them, encouraging the biggest companies to take a tax holiday. But we're not the only ones who exploit these cracks in the system. We see that the online retail business is using the same tactics. And the Liberal government, like the Conservatives before them, is continuing to treat foreign online service and goods providers differently than domestic companies. Foreign companies doing business online don't pay any sales tax. So as online shopping increases, government will collect fewer and fewer taxes, and that's why the OECD is creating standards for taxing online transactions. If a company doesn't have a headquarters in Canada, this government doesn't think anything of that. But so Facebook doesn't pay sales taxes, nor Amazon, whereas your local cobbler or pizza shop does have to charge sales tax. Any Canadian company that tries to compete with these foreign online retailers is disadvantaged because they do have to pay sales taxes. The Winnipeg Free Press pointed out that Canadians are taxed for their subscription to Canadian newspapers, but not for their subscription to the New York Times. It makes no sense. It's a double standard. And in Quebec, whether the media are digital or printed, 80% of their revenues go directly abroad to Facebook or Google. So hundreds of millions of dollars are being lost and going untaxed. What's worse, those foreign businesses, they get tax deductions. In the UK, instead of registering its advertising revenues in the UK, Facebook chose until very recently to be headquartered in Ireland and in the Cayman Islands to avoid taxes. Facebook backed down a few years later because of public outcry, but also because politicians stood up and did their job. Yes, I'm looking at you. Since 2015, the British government has been a pioneer in charging extra taxes for foreign companies that try to avoid paying taxes. This changed tactics for Facebook and Amazon, and they started paying their taxes in the UK. The moral of the story is that when the political will is present, then tax avoidance and evasion can be effectively combated. George Osborne was quite firm, and I quote, he said, "Our taxes are among the lowest in the world, but we expect them to be paid," unquote. Here in Ottawa, our finance minister lacks this political courage. Faced with widespread tax evasion, in La Presse last weekend, they said, this is like a sieve, this is putting holes in our economy. Peter Simons, a domestic retailer who there's a Simons store here at the Rideau Centre. The CEO said the problem is grave when it comes to online shopping. The foreign competitors don't have to pay the same taxes as Simons, so it's a huge competitive disadvantage. A company that operates 90% of its operations are here, and they shelter 90% of their revenues. This is unacceptable. And he said that he was afraid that we're getting into a cycle of cuts and belt tightening without any real solution in sight. Everyone should have to pay their fair share. You can't come to Quebec or Canada and do business without taking any responsibility. That's what a local CEO said. He's concerned that governments aren't hearing, aren't listening. Mr. Simon was right. I agree that the government is unconvinced of the urgency and the need to take action. On the weekend in La Presse, it also said that our leaders, our political leaders, need to help our businesses and thwart practices that would avoid playing by the rules. Those close to the Conservative Party and the Liberal Party have basically furthered tax havens. Grand Towers from the Central Bank and Jane McDonald, another highly placed Conservative, they helped develop tax policies in tax havens like the Cayman Islands. The same thing goes for the Bahamas. Highly placed political cronies, and Paul Martin, for example, whose company was registered in Bahamas. Excuse me. I'm sorry, but we have to continue with the orders of the day. And the members' time is up as well. So there will be 5 minutes for questions after question period when this topic comes before the House again.
Député, the honourable member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand today to honour my father, Baptiste, and all Inuit of his generation. They were born and raised on the land and survived only because of what they learned from their forebears. This long line of inherited insight enabled intelligence and skill development among Inuit and served as a true form of evidence-based knowledge. One of my dad's favorite sayings is, "There's no such thing as can't." Living by these words, his intelligence and persistence allowed him to provide solutions to the most difficult problems. Inuit have survived following similar principles, and with a strong sense of community to unite them, they tackled tough circumstances together. They worked together, caring for and respecting each other, and were always open to new and better ways of doing things. This is the kind of mentality that must persist in our future generations. Dad, I'm so very grateful and proud of you and your generation. Naglagi vagi atata.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
As a hockey dad, I know that it's every Canadian kid's dream to be in the NHL.
One such dream is Surrey's own 6'4" Edmonton Oiler number 54, Jajar Kara. He started playing hockey on the streets of Surrey, learning to skate, and then getting drafted to the Edmonton Oilers. On January 16th, he scored his first NHL goal on the Arizona Coyotes. In the same vein, I watched another kid grow up with a similar passion for hockey. But instead of playing, he loved his play-by-play commentating. Many told him his dream was impossible, but he was never deterred. Harner Ryan created his own show, Hockey Night in Canada Punjabi Edition, which became infamous for his Banino, 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 Banino call last year. And now he's become the first Sikh to broadcast an NHL game in English. Congratulations, Jajar and Harner Ryan, two up-and-comers that show us all that in Canada, everything is possible.
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Mr. Speaker, I had the great opportunity to meet with grade 5-6 students at Langley Christian and West Langley Elementary Schools. Some of Canada's brightest minds attend these schools and will be tomorrow's leaders in science, medicine, agriculture, engineering, trades, teachers, astronauts, and yes, Canada's first Prime Minister from beautiful Langley Aldergrove. These exceptional students had great questions. They asked what an MP does. They asked about Canada's immigration and refugee policies, and they want the system to be fair and safe. They ask about religious freedoms, and they want protection for all faiths in Canada. They want a future with opportunities for them with good-paying jobs. They don't want the government to borrow away their future with growing deficits that they'll have to pay back with huge tax increases. They also want the government to keep its promises. I enjoyed meeting those students. I know they'll work hard and study hard. It's now our responsibility to make sure these students have opportunities for a safe, prosperous future. Thank you so much.
Honourable member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, on February 6th, a McGill Student Society representative incited violence against Jewish students, tweeting, "Punch a Zionist today." On the 19th, mezuzahs were ripped off of door frames and anti-Semitic messages were found in Toronto. On the 22nd, a swastika and the words, "Gas the Jews," were found spray-painted in Hamilton. On the 27th, swastikas were found on classroom walls at York University. On the 28th, the Calgary Jewish Community Centre received a bomb threat. And today, Jewish community centres in London and Toronto were threatened and evacuated. This is just some of the recent hate targeting Jewish Canadians. And I also recognise the growing hate being targeted at Muslim Canadians. Condemning these actions is not enough. We must ensure that our legal system is empowered to act against these incidents and that justice is upheld.
Honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, each year during Waste Reduction Week, elementary students in Port Moody Coquitlam participate in my annual Litterless Lunch Challenge. Many people don't realize that an average elementary school produces over 20,000 pounds of lunch waste annually. With my Litterless Lunch Challenge, students are encouraged to pack litter-free lunches and make Waste Reduction Week a part of their everyday routine. This year, more than 530 students took up the challenge, and 2 winning classes set a new record, going 99% litter-free. Congratulations to Madame Boulanger's grade 4-5 class at École Rochester in Coquitlam and Miss Ogilvy's grade 4-5 class at Heritage Mountain in Port Moody. A big thanks to all the students, teachers, and parents who participated in this year's Litterless Lunch Challenge. I hope this encourages you to continue your efforts throughout the year.
The honourable member for Scarborough North.
Mr. Speaker, last month, the Scarborough Centennial Branch 614 of the Royal Canadian Legion celebrated their 50th anniversary. Named in honor of the Canadian Centennial, the branch began with 51 prospective members in 1967 and has since grown to 386 members who are part of Canada's largest organization for veterans and their families. Not only do Legion members support the brave men and women who serve our great country, they also teach our youth to remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice. sacrifice. Every year, Branch 614 distributes poppies in local schools to ensure that future generations never forget. Over the decades, the branch has fundraised to give back to the community, partnering with other branches to raise over $100,000 for the Scarborough Hospital. Nous devrions, en tant que Canadiens,
as Canadians, we should be proud of the important work that the Legions are doing all across the country. I congratulate the President Wayne Hayes, as well as June Hayes, and all the members of this Legion for their 50 years of service and social action. Thank you.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in this House today in recognition of March 8th as International Women's Day, a day in which we celebrate the contributions and achievements of women from all around the world. It is also a day that reminds us of the women and young girls that need our support, the women who are fleeing persecution, the women who are trying to survive in war-torn countries, the women who are exploited through human trafficking, domestic violence, sexual assault, and rape, the women who struggle to feed their children and find safe shelter or try to access education. So as we celebrate all that has been achieved over the years, let us remember how much we have yet to do. It is our responsibility as women and members of a global family to help those who continue to struggle. We should not and cannot stop until all of us are on an equal footing with equal opportunities and equal rights.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, founded in 2001 and located in my riding of Don Valley East, Communication Disability Access Canada is a national not-for-profit organization that promotes accessibility, inclusion and human rights for people with speech and language disabilities.
There are over 400,000 Canadians who have speech, language, or communication difficulties that are not always caused by hearing loss. Anyone suffering from communication problems is protected under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
People experience discrimination when looking for jobs and accessing other social services. It is therefore important to have a national strategy to ensure consistency in services available to anyone with speech and language disabilities, because accessibility, Mr. Speaker, is a human right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 8 students in grade 11 and 12 visiting Ottawa today from Wagmatcook, a beautiful First Nations community nestled on the Bedore Lakes in my riding. The students are in the nation's capital today to learn more about leadership, Canadian politics, and to see some of the wonderful landmarks here in Ottawa. Joined by the students are teachers Vince Budge, Jackie McLennan, Wagmatcook CEO Brian Arbonat. The group has joined us here today in this chamber to witness question period, and I'm sure they will be impressed. Mr. Speaker, when members of this House and their families come to visit our wonderful island of Cape Breton, I invite them to drop in the Wagmatcook Culture and Heritage Centre to learn more about the language and the history of the Mi'kmaq people, and also have a delicious meal at the restaurant overlooking the beautiful Bedore Lakes. So I ask members of the House to welcome these students, our future leaders, to Parliament Hill.
The honourable member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Mr. Speaker, in 2015, Constable David Wynne was shot and killed in the line of duty. This incident was completely preventable. His killer was out on bail at the time, notwithstanding that he had 50 prior criminal convictions, 38 outstanding charges, and several failures to appear. Yet due to a loophole in the criminal code, none of that was brought to the attention of the judge at the bail application hearing. Today, Shelley McInnes Wynne is in Ottawa to draw attention to legislation that my colleagues have proposed that would close the loophole that cost her husband his life. In the past, the Justice Minister has said that she will oppose this legislation. But I wonder today if she will put aside partisan politics. Yes, she is on the red team and my colleagues are on the blue team. But I wonder if she would consider the good that we can do by working together in the honor, to honor the memory of Constable Wynne and ensure that no family, ever suffers such a great a loss as to know that their loved one's death could have been prevented if only this law had been passed.
Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to welcome the University of Waterloo to Parliament Hill. The University of Waterloo is celebrating its 60th anniversary this year. L'université est ici aujourd'hui.
The university is here today to celebrate their history of disruptive innovation and entrepreneurship.
Well versed on the subject, Mr. Speaker, as they were once again ranked as Canada's most innovative university, a title they have held for 25 years straight.
I would like to invite my colleagues to join us at the parliamentary dining room tonight in order to meet with these Canadian innovation leaders.
Also, Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment to welcome representatives from the Waterloo Regional Police who are on Parliament Hill today, along with their colleagues from across the country.
I'm sure that all members will join me in thanking these members of the police force for their hard work ensuring the safety of our communities. Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One day before International Women's Day, words cannot express my enormous gratitude to all the women who came before me. It was the encouragement, openness, and advice of my mother and grandmother that made me the woman that I am today. I would also like to pay tribute to my father, with whom I worked for several years in the family business. My parents always taught me to strive to success by teaching me how to live a good life. Mr. Speaker, International Women's Day is a day for us to appreciate the progress that we've made toward gender equality, but it's also a day to raise awareness about the work we still have to do as a society. We need to remain vigilant and to denounce intolerance, sexism, and injustice. Together, we must allow all members of our society, regardless of their gender, origin, culture, or religion, to contribute to our great country. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government claims to be open and transparent, yet when we asked for the numbers on how much this federal carbon tax will cost Canadians, they blacked out the numbers in the answer provided. This Liberal government claims they want to create jobs, but my riding of Sarnia-Lambton has decisions pending on a Nova project and 2 other major energy projects that will create thousands of jobs if they're built here. But without certainty about how much extra cost the carbon tax will add, they're considering going to the United States, and still the Minister of the Environment has done nothing to reassure them or my constituents. This Liberal government claims they want to help the middle class and those hoping to join them. So why don't they tell us how much money this carbon tax is going to take out of the pockets of the middle class and those hoping to join them, and the small businesses that are going to go out of business? Why the carbon tax cover-up?
Yeah. Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Equal Voice has coordinated an historic initiative, Daughters of the Vote, to celebrate 100 years of some women's right to vote and to inspire women to be equal participants at every political decision-making table in the country. Tomorrow, 1 young woman from every federal riding in Canada will be taking their MP seat in Parliament. These 338 emerging leaders have come to share their vision for Canada. I'm proud to welcome Tarini Sharma to Ottawa as Oakville North Burlington's Daughter of the Vote. Tomorrow in my riding, I will be launching the Young Women in Leadership program to offer young women in my community the opportunity to job shadow in a local business or organization to gain career experience and confidence, an idea that came from a roundtable on women's empowerment that I hosted on International Women's Day last year. Today and tomorrow, we celebrate these young women.
Bravo.
Honourable Member for Victoria.
At the end of World War II, the federal government began investing in affordable housing in recognition of the fact that the market alone could not provide homes for all Canadians. For decades after, the federal government helped to build much of the social and cooperative housing that we still see standing in our communities today. But starting in the late 1980s, subsequent governments reduced the federal role in building affordable housing. The consequences of this lack of investment are now painfully evident in the city of Victoria, where we now have the lowest vacancy rate in Victoria and some of the highest rents and housing prices. Many families and seniors cannot find housing at all. Victoria's economy is growing. We have a thriving high-tech sector and young families trying to build their careers and start families. We cannot let this housing divide hold our cities back. Our municipalities and provincial governments simply cannot go it alone. Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on the government to deliver a significant capital investment in social housing infrastructure in the upcoming budget and to restore the federal government's role as a leader in making sure all Canadians have a safe place to call home.
Colleagues know that we don't recognize the presence or the absence of a member in the chamber. Therefore, I can say that I'm delighted to recognize the honourable member from Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is so good to be back in this House with my parliamentary family. Colleagues, thank you for your kind words and prayers. Very much appreciated. But alas, upon my return, I find that the ship of state has run aground on a massive iceberg of deficits and broken promises.
Climate change.
Listing to the left, the good ship Sunny Waves is awash in a sea of red ink and carbon taxes. Casting about for someone to blame, the captain has thrown his hapless first mate for democratic reform overboard. 2 other shipmates have been dispatched on the diplomatic lifeboats McCallum and Dion. Diving for the last lifeboat, the captain realizes he doesn't have the cash for access and was last seen elbowing his way into the front of the line. This is a disaster of titanic proportions. As the Panic Caucus Orchestra plays and the good ship Sunny Waves slowly sinks under the sea, I can hear the captain singing, "My heart will go on." Mr. Speaker, it's so good to be back in this House.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, allow me to take a moment to express our profound sadness at the death of Constable Richet Dubuc of the Champlain Detachment in Division C of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Constable Dubuc, 42, died of his injuries following a car accident on the evening of March 6th near Saint-Bernard-de-la-Colle in my riding. He was a husband, a father of 4, and a native of Joliette. He had 7 years of service with the RCMP, having first joined in New Brunswick. He had only been with the Champlain Detachment since last January. We grieve along with his wife and 4 children. And we know that the entire police community, particularly in Quebec, is going through a very difficult time. On behalf of all members and all Canadians, we express our sincere condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of Constable Dubuc. Our thoughts and prayers are with you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that there have been discussions between the representatives of all parties and that there is consent to observe a moment of silence in honor of the RCMP officer who lost his life in Saint-Bernard-de-la-Colle in Quebec.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it is the first time in the history of Canada that a Prime Minister is the subject of 2 official inquiries from an Ethics Commissioner. This is a serious situation. The Prime Minister must tell the truth to Canadians. Has someone from the Prime Minister's office or the Privy Council office indicated that what happened was against the rules? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. As I've already said many times, this was a personal family trip, and I'm always happy to answer all the questions of the Ethics Commissioner.
Position.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Minister is answering the Ethics Commissioner's questions, but the Prime Minister also has a constitutional responsibility to be accountable to Canadians in this House, and so we're asking him these questions on behalf of Canadians. After all, it was actually this Prime Minister who said, quote, as the head of government, the Prime Minister represents all Canadians and should be directly accountable to them. It was him that said it. So does he still believe that, or was that just a campaign slogan?
Right. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Every day, Mr. Speaker, this government works hard to serve Canadians, to make sure that we're growing the middle class and supporting those working hard to join it. Of course, we take our responsibilities very, very seriously and continue to demonstrate the kind of openness and transparency that Canadians expect of this government, particularly after 10 years of a government that didn't do a good job at that.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, there are now dozens and dozens of serious criminal cases that are being thrown out of court, in part because the Liberals haven't appointed judges to deal with them. In one case, a man is accused of breaking his 2-week-old baby's ankles, and he has had his criminal charge stayed, and he may never face justice. The irony is, the person in charge of this in the Prime Minister's office did one thing before she left. She made sure she had her own appointment as the parachute Liberal candidate. This does not reflect the priorities of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. When will the Prime Minister get to work and appoint judges so criminals stop going free?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past year, we've made significant appointments right across the country, including 13 judicial appointments in Alberta. The fact is, in the over 100 appointments that we've made since we've come in through a new process that demonstrates the openness and the diversity of Canada, we're happy that over 60% of our appointments were women, that 15% of the appointments are visible minority, that over 10% are actually Indigenous Canadians, that we have Canadians living with disabilities well represented. We are demonstrating the kind of openness, transparency and diversity that we know is a great strength for Canada.
Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it really is good to be back. I had assumed that during my absence, the Liberals would finally come clean on the actual cost of their massive new carbon tax. Day after day, I watched the minister give evasive and non-transparent answers to simple questions. Clearly, the minister has something to hide and is afraid to tell us how badly the carbon tax will hurt. To the Prime Minister, why the cover-up, and when will he finally release the unredacted report outlining the harm this tax will inflict on Canadians?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite, it's wonderful to see him back in the House, but he didn't use his downtime to understand what the Conservatives did not understand for 10 years in government, which is that investing in reducing our carbon emissions, in a cleaner economy, is actually a way of creating opportunities for Canadians, opportunities to grow the economy. Mr. Speaker, we know that leading the way on the new economy, on the new clean jobs that are coming, is exactly how we will create the kinds of opportunities for the middle class and those working hard to join them that Canadians expect.
Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal environment record is a train wreck. We only have to look at Ontario, where Kathleen Wynne's skyrocketing electricity rates are bankrupting hardworking Canadians. The Prime Minister's reckless carbon tax plan follows the same blueprint. In the words of the irrepressible Rex Murphy, green dreams have been a disaster for Ontario. The last thing Canadians need is even higher energy costs. When will the Liberals finally come clean, release their carbon tax report, and let Canadians judge for themselves?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Canadians did judge for themselves in the 2015 election, where they rejected a vision that did not understand that the way to build a strong economy is to invest in a cleaner environment. Canadians know that reducing carbon pollution, investing in the clean, green jobs of the future is exactly how we are going to grow the economy for the future. Not only did that government not get anything done on the environment, but that also hurt the economic growth of this country. This government gets that. That's why we're moving forward in responsible ways to create better jobs and a cleaner environment for future generations.
Minister loves to claim that he wants tax fairness, but one of the first decisions this Liberal government made was to flip-flop on a clear promise to close the CEO stock option tax loophole. Will the Prime Minister and his Liberals vote in favour of the NDP motion, and will they flip to finally close the CEO stock option tax loophole, take aggressive action to tackle tax havens, renegotiate treaties that currently help tax evaders, and end penalty-free amnesty deals for tax evasion? Will they do that in the budget? And by the way, when's the budget?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the very first thing we did was lower taxes on the middle class and raise them on the wealthiest 1%. We got elected on a clear commitment to help the middle class, and that's exactly what we are doing. We're ensuring that 9 out of 10 Canadian families do better with the new Canada Child Benefit that's going to lift 300,000 kids out of poverty. These are the kinds of measures that we put forward that are investing both in middle-class families and in their future through historic infrastructure investments. These are the promises we're focused on delivering for Canadians. That's what Canadians expect.
Member for Outremont.
They're on stock options.
Mr. Speaker, what we saw with the KPMG deal is that there are some rules for the rich and those close to power, and those for everybody else. If you are the owner of a family business and you make a mistake when filing your taxes, good luck, because the government is going to come after you. If you're a millionaire who decides not to pay taxes, no problem. The government will protect you. Can the Prime Minister guarantee that his government will never again offer this type of deal to white-collar criminals? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the member should stay up to date. Currently, we are working on this file. We take the KPMG issue very seriously, and we take very seriously the issue of tax evasion. That's why in the last budget we invested $444 million into the Canada Revenue Agency in order to track down tax fraudsters. Everybody should pay their taxes, and that is exactly what we are making sure will happen. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
No action and charges. Les Canadiens veulent plus que des belles paroles.
Canadians want more than rhetoric. Tax fairness means that no matter who you are or how much you make, you should never be above the law. If the Prime Minister really wants to support tax fairness, will he ask the Minister of Justice to look into laying criminal charges against people involved in the KPMG tax sham, or is this yet again just empty rhetoric? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once more, Mr. Speaker, the member should keep up to date with the facts. The Canada Revenue Agency is currently looking into KPMG. We take this government's responsibilities very seriously when it comes to bringing before the courts people who participate in tax evasion and tax avoidance. That's a principle that we maintain, and that's something that we work on every day, especially since we invested $444 million more in the last budget to do so. The member for Outremont.
Criminal case, and he knows it. Let me raise another related issue, Mr. Speaker. At a time when the term fake news is bandied about, when accusations of media bias risk confidence of the public in a free and independent press, we've all got to stand up against interference with the media. So, does the Prime Minister believe that it is right for Revenue Canada to pay for government ads in newspapers and disguise them to look like real news articles? Does the Prime Minister find this accessible? Does the Prime Minister find this acceptable? Yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the government uses a broad range of ways to communicate with Canadians. We need to make sure that Canadians know that we're working hard for them every single day. These are the things that matter. Reaching out through community newspapers, through a broad range of media organizations is an effective way of ensuring Canadians get the facts and understand what their opportunities and options are.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. We'll remember that this government was elected by promising a modest deficit of $10 billion, and the reality is that there's a deficit that is 3 times higher. And the only game plan that they have to come back to balanced books is to do that in 2055. It makes no sense at all. The Minister of Finance will table his budget at some point. But can the minister assure us that he's not going to take away tax credits that affect Canadians directly and that they will not impose more taxes on Canadians in the next budget? The Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that we are going to continue working on our program, which is intended to improve the situation of the middle class and to improve our economic growth. We are going to make sure there are more jobs throughout our entire country, and that way we will have more opportunities for everybody, including our children and grandchildren. That is what we are going to do. The member for Louis Saint Laurent. What you're doing is you're sending the bill to our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren who have not yet been born, who are going to have to pay for this government's mismanagement. Just like 40 years ago, the father of the current Prime Minister left a sad inheritance to Canadians. Will the Minister of Finance assure us of just one thing? The tax credits, especially when it comes to income splitting for seniors, can he confirm that he will not touch that advantage for seniors in the next budget? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, what I can say is that we are going to continue implementing our program to help seniors and the middle class. That is very important. With higher growth, we will have many more opportunities in the future. That is very important. With our investments, we will have a situation where we can do more for Canadian families throughout our country. We know that we've had more jobs created in the last 6 months than since 2002. Things are looking good for Canadians.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Senate committee released a report on the Liberals' infrastructure plan. It mirrors earlier comments from the parliamentary budget officer. They found, quote, the Liberals have not developed a strategic infrastructure plan, that municipalities have raised several concerns about the lack of transparency and onerous application process, and this is the third independent report that raises serious concerns about the Liberals' infrastructure plan. When will the minister start listening and develop a transparent and accountable plan that actually creates jobs and gets infrastructure built?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Speaker, since taking office, we have worked with provinces and municipalities and territories and streamlined approvals as part of Phase 1 Clean Water, Wastewater and Public Transit Infrastructure Fund was designed based on feedback from provinces, municipalities and territories. Municipalities across the country and FCM has applauded the simplicity of the new programs, and we are delivering on the commitments that we made to Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, the Senate committee's report is clear and unambiguous, no matter what the minister thinks of it. The Liberals have not developed a strategic plan. The Liberals are using a complex, uncoordinated approach, and from the point of view of municipalities, this complexity is disconcerting. We didn't make it up, it's in the report. What the report says is that the Liberals are not transparent, that municipalities are getting lost in these programs, and that jobs have not materialized. Will the minister admit that his program is just not working, or will he close his eyes on this situation and repeat again and again that everything is fine?
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to working in collaboration and partnership with provinces, municipalities, and territories, we take no lesson from the previous government. They had no relationship with those organizations. We are working on delivering the historic commitment that we made $180 billion over 12 years, and 1,400 projects approved with a combined investment of $14 billion, the majority of that money going to municipalities from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, according to Wikipedia, carbon black is a material produced by the incomplete combustion of heavy petroleum products such as coal tar. Now, carbon black is used to produce pigment for ink, the kind of ink the government is using to black out the cost of the carbon tax. My question is, how many tons of GHGs were emitted to produce the ink to cover up the cost of the carbon tax?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to see the Member of Parliament for Abbotsford back in the House. I'm also, I see there's now a tag team where we have the Member of Abbotsford with the Member of Carleton saying the same thing.
Order. We're all very happy about these things, of course, but let's let the Minister of Environment finish her answer.
I'm just going to keep on repeating what I continue to repeat, that putting a price on carbon pollution makes good business sense. It's going to create good jobs, it's going to help create a clean growth economy, and it's going to ensure a better future for our kids.
Honourable member for Carleton. Order.
Well, they thought they were going to have an easy day over there today, but not so fast, Mr. Speaker. Earlier today, the Prime Minister managed to sandwich into one answer both his love of the middle class and transparency and openness while he's about to vote for a motion on opposing the release of transparent information on the cost to the middle class of his very own carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. Will he do as he promised during the election and vote today to end the carbon tax cover-up so that middle-class Canadians will finally know what they will pay in new Liberal taxes?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me talk about costs. Let's talk about the costs of inaction when it comes to tackling climate change. We know that the costs right now have risen to $1 billion per year for Canadian taxpayers. That's to cover costs of floods, that's to cover costs of forest fires, that's to cover the costs of droughts. We know that we need to take action on climate change because it's the right thing to do, because it will help us ensure that we have a sustainable future, and it's going to create good jobs and create economic growth.
Order. The Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, do you know who gave an external legal opinion on KPMG's tax scheme? Denton's legal firm. Do you know who organizes exclusive events during international tax conferences? Denton's. Do you know who participated in one of these exclusive events last fall? Judge Bocock from the Canadian Tax Court. And do you know who is the judge managing the Cooper family's case when it comes to the family that used the KPMG tax scheme? Yes, Judge Bocock. 2 + 2 is 4, and Canadians are not dupes. Does the minister believe that the Canadian Judicial Council should look into the inappropriate behavior of this judge? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, it is thanks to the efforts of the Canada Revenue Agency that these schemes for tax evasion abroad were discovered. My colleague knows very well that in the case of KPMG, it is an active file that is currently before the courts, and we cannot reveal any information that could compromise our efforts. I can assure you that there is a preliminary inquiry into structures set up abroad on the Isle of Man. The work is being done, and we're going to conduct it the way we promised we would do during the election campaign. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, when the Liberal government lets KPMG hide money for a rich client on the Isle of Man, is there any thought of the message that it is sending to honest taxpayers? It's because of these types of practices that we have a hard time taking care of our seniors or supporting our students. The agreements with tax havens is nothing more than robbery. Companies pay peanuts over there and pay nothing here. Will the Liberal government review these agreements to ensure that these companies finally pay their fair share just like everybody else? The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I am very happy to be able to give information to my colleague on the other side. I can tell you that the agency is doing a preliminary inquiry into the structures set up abroad on the Isle of Man. $444 million invested into the agency allowed us to hire many more investigators, and we have been able to recover $13 million last year. The work has begun, and we are going to keep working on it until it is done.
Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, the saga of the sale of the BC retirement homes to mysterious Chinese investors is getting murkier. We know the Prime Minister was approached at a Cash for Access fundraiser regarding this deal. Yesterday, the Innovation Minister had to stand in this House and apologize for misleading Canadians regarding the true ownership, and 20 operating licenses were issued in 1 week. Clearly, the fix was in. One of the residents phoned me here, and she said she's very worried about this particular issue and how it will affect vulnerable seniors. So I will ask the Minister again, will he finally show some respect and tell these seniors who owns their home?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, again, I don't understand why the member opposite is opposed to global investment in Canada. Investment is so critical for growing our economy and creating jobs and opportunities for Canadians. With regards to the specific transaction, we reviewed it under the Investment Canada Act. We did our due diligence, and we determined it was in our overall net economic benefit. And the additional resources that Cedar Tree will provide retirement concepts for expansion will create opportunities, growth, and jobs, Mr. Speaker. That's good for British Columbia. That's good for the economy.
The member for Caribou, Prince George.
Speaker, the reality is what this government has done is put tens of thousands of seniors' homes and care in jeopardy. Nobody will do business with en banc insurance because of the murky ownership, not even Wall Street firms. But this Prime Minister will. After lobbying at one of his many Cash for Access events, and after filling the coffers of the Liberal Party, en banc was fast-tracked by seniors' care facilities in BC. The minister then misled Canadians into thinking that these senior homes would be owned by Canadians. But yesterday, he admitted that this wasn't true. Will the minister finally tell Canadians who owns en banc insurance?
Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, Retirement Concepts now is managed by Canadians. It's going to be operated by Canadians to serve Canadians. They will have additional resources by Cedar Tree. These additional resources will allow them to expand, and when they expand, that will create opportunities for seniors, and these additional resources will also create economic opportunities like good quality jobs, Mr. Speaker. We are a government that supports global investment. We believe in growing the economy. We believe in supporting the healthcare sector, and we believe this is in our overall net economic benefit. That is why we approve this transaction.
The member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, a person of real integrity and transparency doesn't get caught red-handed repeatedly like this Prime Minister. His lack of judgment is quite apparent when I think of these little soirees for the privileged who pay $1,500 for private access or for helicopter rides that are against the rules. The more we get to know this Prime Minister, the more we realize that he thinks he is above the law. Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister stop practicing the art of rationalization and show transparency and integrity in all of the important decisions that he has to make in the interests of all Canadians? The Honourable House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we always work in the best interests of Canadians, and that is why we reduce taxes for the middle class. It is why we give more to families with children. The Prime Minister has said repeatedly that he will answer all of the questions of the Ethics Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Prairie McKenzie.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect the Prime Minister to answer questions in this House. Let's review question period thus far. We have the Prime Minister who won't answer questions about his own ethical violations. We have the Finance Minister that continues in his carbon tax cover-up. We have the Minister of Industry that still won't admit to Canadians who he's selling our seniors' residence to. Mr. Speaker, the cover-ups, the misleading, quite frankly, the outright lack of integrity, that's what these Liberals have become. When will the Prime Minister start leading this government in the way that Canadians would expect, and when will he clean up this mess?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to rise in this House and to remind Canadians exactly what this government's been doing. Unprecedented levels of consultations with Canadians, working better with provinces and territories and municipalities, making historic investments in infrastructure so that we can actually create the opportunities and make the investments Canadians need us to create. Lower taxes on middle-class Canadians by increasing taxes on the 1% of wealthiest Canadians. What did the Conservatives do? Voted against it every time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier, St. Marie, order. Mr. Speaker, given the actions taken yesterday by North Korea, it's even more important that the international community work towards nuclear disarmament. Hiding behind the treaty banning the production of fissile material is not enough. If we want to be rid of this threat, then we must be even more ambitious. So my question is simple. Will Canada participate in the nuclear disarmament discussions, which are being held later this month in New York? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you for the question. We are working hard to guarantee that our children inherit a nuclear-free world. That means making tangible progress. For the first time under our government, Canada has rallied countries to support a UN resolution calling for a treaty on banning the production of fissile material. This is a concrete action and a big step forward towards a nuclear-free world.
Lady Smith.
On the eve of International Women's Day, this government's failure to walk the talk on feminism is in the spotlight. A new report card from Oxfam finds little progress on nearly every front and condemns the government for its complete failure to take action on pay equity. Canadian women still earn just 74 cents for every dollar that a man makes, and we've fallen dramatically in international rankings. Does the minister really believe that women should wait even longer to be equal pay for work of equal value?
Honourable Minister for Employment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government knows that ensuring equal pay for work of equal value is critical to closing the gender wage gap, and that's why our government has moved forward to introduce proactive pay equity legislation, where we'll be engaging with stakeholders and experts during the policy process to ensure that the legislation meets the goal of ensuring the right of equal pay for work of equal value. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
For Hull.
Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Hull-Aylmer and across Canada, our plan to create long-term economic growth will help the middle class and those who are working hard to join it. Can the Finance Minister please update this House on our plan for growth for all Canadians? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that I will be presenting the next step in our middle-class plan in this House on March 22nd, Wednesday at 4 o'clock. The 2017 budget will ensure our success in the economy of the future.
Second, at 4 p.m., I'll present the next steps in our plan for the middle class and those working hard to join it. Our budget will create jobs, invest in our communities, and I'm just going to keep talking. In neighborhoods.
The Honourable Member, I don't think so. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Hang on to your wallets, folks. First, it was the unsavory Liberal Cash for Access scheme, and now Markham Thornhill Liberal candidate Mary Ng is selling herself as the Liberal insider in the PMO who handpick members of Canada's Immigration and Refugee Board who make decisions on who can immigrate to Canada. But she only did this in the Chinese language version of her campaign news release. Mr. Speaker, to the Prime Minister, how can Canadians have confidence in the appointment process when Liberal candidate Mary Ng is suggesting to a select group of voters that she will have influence over the fate of their immigration applications as a Member of Parliament?
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as we committed to Canadians, we introduced a new government-wide appointments process that is open, transparent, and merit-based. Our approach will result in the recommendations of high-quality candidates who achieve gender parity and truly reflect Canada's diversity. The new selection process reflects the fundamental role that many Canadians play in our democracy as they serve on commissions, boards, crown corporations, agencies, and tribunals across the countries. All opportunities to serve are transparently available online. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Nobody's buying that. Mr. Speaker, in true Liberal fashion, Liberal candidate and former Director of Appointments to the Prime Minister, Mary Ng, started campaigning before she pushed John McCallum out the door. Mary Ng would have overseen many appointments in the Prime Minister's office, but chose to highlight in her foreign language campaign release that she was responsible for matters regarding the appointment of members to the Immigration and Refugee Board. Can the Immigration Minister ensure that the integrity of the Immigration and Refugee Board has not been compromised as a result of Mary Ng's political ambitions?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we're actually very proud of the new process that we have introduced so that Canadians from coast to coast to coast can actually apply. We recognize the importance of these roles within government and these opportunities, and that's why all opportunities to apply are available online. I encourage Canadians to apply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, we know the Prime Minister believes he can pick and choose how to interpret the laws and regulations members of this House are sworn to respect. We've seen the PM and members of Cabinet ignore, actually break his own ethics guidelines and his promises. Is that why, after a year and a half in majority government, the PM has yet to fill vacant watchdog positions that govern elections, official languages, lobbying and ethics? Does the PM believe it's more important to get his appointment secretary a parachuted seat in Parliament than appointing watchdogs who might call him to account?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives were busy making appointments at the 11th hour, this government is committed to a new process, a merit-based process where we look at gender parity, where we look at bilingualism, where we look at the importance of our diversity. This government recognizes that diversity is our strength, and that's why we have introduced a new merit-based appointment process, exactly what we committed to Canadians. We have delivered on. All opportunities are available online, and I encourage Canadians to apply. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Thornhill. Order.
It's only a year and a half till the next election, Mr. Speaker. As well, Mr. Speaker, the PM has yet to explain the logic that led to the highly unusual house cleaning of two sitting cabinet ministers to appointments he characterized as ambassadorial. Not only was the dual assignment of Stéphane Dion to Germany and the EU characterized as amateur hour by a former Canadian ambassador, but then we learned the Liberal Order in Council describes both men merely as special advisors to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, again to the Prime Minister, where's the logic? Where is the traditional diplomatic respect to our host?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to quote the Leader of the Official Opposition. In January, she said, and I quote, "Canadians want and need passionate people to represent them. People who understand the issues in minute detail and vigorously defend their positions." Speaking of Monsieur Dion, she added, "The member opposite epitomized all that and more." I agree. Canadians can be assured that we will be well represented by Monsieur Dion in Berlin and Brussels.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, according to a report from the Commissioner of Official Languages, the Minister of Immigration is not respecting the Official Languages Act. Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada is not respecting the equality of both official languages because the French permanent residency test is costlier and less accessible than the English test. To date, the minister has done nothing to fix this situation. Does the minister intend to follow through on the Commissioner's recommendations to make sure that his department is respecting the Official Languages Act?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very much committed to the Official Languages Act, and my department is working very closely to make sure that the availability and costs between the two official language tests are equal. My department is working very, very closely with the businesses and organizations that determine and offer these tests to potential applicants to immigration services, and we're working very closely with them to address this issue.
Honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, increasing numbers of Canadians are suffering from Lyme disease and the lack of effective treatment. Most people are forced to seek health care outside of Canada at huge personal expense. Yet, this government's proposed framework fails to meet the needs of patients and their families. In fact, over 30,000 Canadians have signed a petition to scrap the government's plan. So will the government commit to creating a framework for Lyme disease that actually provides the care so desperately needed?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes the impact that Lyme disease has on Canadians and their families. We had discussions at a conference to develop a federal framework on Lyme disease that was held last year with over 500 people participating. As a result of that, there is a framework available online that's been open for consultation until tomorrow. It's had great interaction with a number of members of this House as well as the general public. We are going to consider all input on the final draft version, and that will be posted in May of 2017.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During their first year in government, the Liberals only appointed 34 Superior Court judges. In the previous year, our Conservative government appointed 96 judges. Now, Mr. Speaker, every day we're seeing evidence that the Liberals are making a mess of our judicial system. I want to know from them, why are they putting it at risk? When are they going to get their act together?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take incredibly seriously the opportunity that I have to appoint Superior Court justices across the country. I'm proud of the appointments that I've made thus far, and I am very proud of the renewed judicial appointments process, including the Judicial Advisory Commission or councils that will provide recommended and highly recommended candidates to sit on our Superior Courts. We are doing this to ensure diversity in terms of the judges that sit on the Superior Courts that represent the face of Canada, and we will be making judicial appointments on an ongoing basis in the near future.
Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, today I had the honour to stand with Constable Wynn's widow, who was in Ottawa, to talk about the importance of Wynn's Law. Wynn's Law would close a loophole in the criminal code that helped cost Constable Wynn his life. I know that the Minister of Justice met with Ms. McInnes Wynn, and I thank her for that. But since the Minister opposes Wynn's Law, can the Minister explain just when it's okay for the criminal history of a bail applicant not to be disclosed?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, as the member opposite said, I had the great pleasure to sit down with Mrs. Wynn, and I want to reiterate in this House an acknowledgement and great empathy for the loss that she has suffered. We spoke about what we're doing, what I'm committed to doing in terms of modernizing the criminal justice system, improving the efficiencies and effectiveness, and ensuring that we look at bail reform. That is why I'm working with my counterparts in the provinces and territories. That is why we've empowered the Steering Committee on Justice Efficiencies to look at specific aspects of bail reform, and we are going to continue to move forward collaboratively.
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
The Liberal war on history is marching relentlessly forward. The most recent victim, a Canadian crusader for human rights and a pioneer in the global struggle against apartheid in South Africa, a champion of the little guy, he gave us our Canadian Bill of Rights. That's why the Government of Canada honoured his legacy by establishing the John Diefenbaker Defender of Human Rights and Freedom Award. It has recognized individuals fighting for freedom and democracy around the world. Yet, as they did with the Canada 150 medals, this Liberal government is in the process of abolishing that John Diefenbaker Award. Why this Liberal war on history?
And you have Denise Tetramwan, Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada's 150th anniversary of Confederation is a unique opportunity to bring Canadians together and strengthen our connection to our communities by inspiring a vision of a vibrant, diverse, and inclusive country. As part of the celebration, we're focusing on engaging young people, celebrating diversity and inclusion, encouraging national reconciliation with Indigenous people of this land. Our government is proud to support and promote initiatives that will inspire a generation of Canadians to help build Canada's future and creating a lasting economic, cultural, and social legacy for our country. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Miramichi, Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, the Anderson Bridge, which spans the southwest Miramichi River, is a piece of strategic infrastructure for the security and economy of communities on both sides of this majestic river.
The safety and capacity of the bridge has been downgraded due to the failing 60-year-old structure. Can the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities update this House as to how our infrastructure program will contribute to the upgrade of this bridge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for Miramichi Grant Lake for his hard work on behalf of his constituents. Last week, our government, in collaboration with the government of New Brunswick, announced more than $94 million in combined funding to replace Anderson River Bridge. This investment will ensure that the bridge remains a key link for travel, trade, and a daily life between northern and southern New Brunswick for years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Minister of Finance showed up in my riding to announce he was failing Northern Albertans. Instead of adopting the recommendations of Trade Tribunal about the drywall tariff, he offered half measures. Mr. Speaker, Liberal duties on drywall are hurting all Western Canadians and those rebuilding their lives in Fort McMurray. Why is the Minister ignoring the recommendations of the Tribunal and continue to collect massive amounts of new taxes from the people who are suffering?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I was very pleased to go to Fort McMurray last week, in particular to talk about how we can ensure that the people in Fort McMurray, as they rebuild their homes, as the drywall contractors, as they want to purchase drywall, have a stable market so they can understand the price of drywall. That's important. What we also did was we took the tariffs that had been levied for the 3 months before, and that $12 million, we said we're going to put it in a fund so that those people that had been harmed by fixed-price contracts could apply to get that money to help their families or to help the drywall contractors. We're proud to help the people of Fort McMurray in a time of challenge.
Honourable member for North Island Powell River.
This government proposed the Ocean Protection Plan, promising a world-class spill response. People are watching on the ground. Yesterday, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans said the Coast Guard and responders reacted very quickly to contain the spill, to clean up the spill. It took 9 hours for the first booms and few absorbent pads to be dispersed haphazardly and only near the fish pens. Is this what the Minister considers a quick response? If this is Canada's world-class response, we may have a problem.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we don't have a problem because this government is investing massively in marine safety and environmental protection. The Prime Minister was in British Columbia in November, announced a historic investment of $1.5 billion to ensure that the Canadian Coast Guard and Transport Canada can provide that world-class ocean protection that Canadians expect. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to work with the provinces, Indigenous communities, and all those partners across the country to ensure that we have the best marine response system in the world.
Member for St. John's South Mount Pearl.
Mr. Speaker, marine incidents can happen anywhere in the world, and there is no one approach that works best in all cases. Today, the east coast of Canada has some of the busiest shipping routes in the country. Marine shipping has always been a part of Atlantic Canada's identity, which explains our region's strong history of and commitment to marine transportation safety. Can the Minister please inform Canadians on some of the measures he is taking in my province of Newfoundland and Labrador and in the Maritimes?
Great question.
The Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. As he knows, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Coast Guard is the backbone for one of the safest marine systems in the world. As I indicated earlier, the Prime Minister announced a historic investment to improve marine safety on all of Canada's coasts, and this will have a major impact in the great province of Newfoundland and Labrador, Mr. Speaker. We'll reopen the St. John's Maritime Rescue Subcenter closed by the previous government. This will boost emergency response capacity. We'll refurbish the St. Anthony Lifeboat Station, and what's more, Mr. Speaker, we're opening 2 new lifeboat stations in Newfoundland.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are facing a serious threat, the arrival of the Asian carp. After the Great Lakes and the Toronto area, it's now in the St. Lawrence River in Quebec. The federal government needs to speed up efforts to eradicate the carp, which is threatening our native fish species for sport and ice fishing. These are major economic drivers for our regions in Quebec. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans take action and implement an effective intervention plan as soon as possible? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries. Mr. Speaker, it seems like my colleagues missed the last few days in the House to answer my colleague. The answer is yes, Mr. Speaker. We are taking these threats seriously, and that's why we're working with our partners, whether it be the provinces, whether it be the United States, not only to invest in the science that's needed to fight this threat, but also to improve the infrastructure to ensure that these invasive species don't get into Canadian waters. We will continue to improve that across Canada. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, over 5 years after discovering the Isle of Man fraud, the government has still not placed criminal charges against KPMG. No. Instead, it's given them $92 million in contracts. That's our money. And yet, in a similar case in the United States, Mr. Speaker, they threatened to declare KPMG a criminal organization. They hit them with a $500 million fine. They shut down their tax division, and they charged 9 top leaders at KPMG, and 2 of them are now in prison. Will this government stop giving contracts to KPMG and charge this company, which helps the rich how to commit tax fraud? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat this information for my colleague who doesn't seem to understand what I'm saying, that it's thanks to the efforts of the Canada Revenue Agency that the KPMG strategy was discovered outside of the country. The government has this, it is working on this. We can't give more information right now, but we will continue to work to respect the commitments we made in the last election. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Well, that's just ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. Canada is so buddy-buddy with the tax havens that it speaks for them at the IMF. This country is the spokesperson for tax havens, and that's no joke. It speaks on behalf of Barbados and the Bahamas and a dozen other tax havens. Is the government playing us for fools when it says that it's fighting tax fraud when it's actually the official spokesperson for tax havens? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, we have invested historic amounts of money, $444 million last year in our first budget to fight tax fraud, and I will assure you that tax frauders won't be able to hide any longer, Mr. Speaker. We are taking this issue very seriously, and those who choose to participate in such strategies will suffer the consequences of their actions. Canadians expect nothing less from this government, Mr. Speaker. A point of order, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to table the IMF documents which show how Canada speaks on behalf of tax havens. Apparently there is no unanimous consent. No. I've heard a no.
Alors.
Order.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Bill Fraser, Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, and Minister responsible for the Northern and Miramichi funds for the province of New Brunswick.
It being 3:10 p.m., pursuant to the order adopted on February 23rd, 2017, the House will now proceed to the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Poilievre concerning subsidies. Call on the members.
The question is as follows. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. McColman, moved that given A, the Liberal election platform states that government and its information should be open by default, and data paid for by Canadians belongs to Canadians. B, the Department of Finance has indicated that a federally mandated carbon tax will cause higher prices to cascade through the economy in the form of higher prices. C, such regressive taxes cause low-income people to bear a larger burden as heat, gas, and groceries form a larger portion of their family budgets. And D, the Department of Finance has produced numerous calculations of the impact of these taxes on low and middle-income families and their effect on the gap between rich and poor. An order of the House do issue for a copy of the Department of Finance's documents titled Impact of a Carbon Price on Households' Consumption Costs Across the Income Distribution and Estimating Economic Impacts from Various Mitigation Options for Greenhouse Gas Emissions, and any other documents that calculate the cost of carbon taxes on Canadian workers, businesses, and families. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Aguirre.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr.
Mr.
Barlow.
Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland
Mr.
Colchester.
Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke
Monsieur
North.
Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr.
Mr.
Paradis.
McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Daliwar.
Mr. Daliwar.
Mr. Shifky.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr.
Ms.
Varani.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon
Mrs.
Gatineau.
McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez-Sangary.
Mr. Hernandez-Sangary.
Monsieur Arsenault. Monsieur
Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bazio.
Mr. Bassio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Mr. Dabroussen.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Jerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Essasti.
Mr. Essasti.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailston.
Mr. Ailston.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fregiscatos.
Mr. Fregiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Miss Khalid.
Miss Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnak.
Mr. Rosnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serre.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masquerade, Fraser
Mr.
Canyon.
Sidhu, Mission, Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sikan. Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr.
Ms.
Rankin.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur
Ms.
Boulris.
Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame
Ms.
Quash.
Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr.
Mr.
Cannings.
Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf
Ms.
Islands.
May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu. Yeas pour 77, 77, nays contre 215, 215.
I declare the motion defeated. Of the day.
Government orders, businesses apply, resuming debate on the opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Boulris regarding tax fairness.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 8.5 minutes. Reprise de débat. Honorable député.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. There are 5 minutes remaining for questions and comments.
Comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I would like to maybe give a bit of an overview as we get restarted on this debate. And for the Liberal Party, we have taken the issue of tax fairness as one of those foundation pillars in terms of as an issue that we believe is good for Canada's middle class. And when we think of tax fairness, one could talk about the middle class tax break that was given in the last budget. We can talk about the tax increase that was given on Canada's wealthiest. We can also talk about some of the other benefits, like the Child Canada benefit program, which lifts literally thousands of children out of poverty, or our seniors' GIS 10% increase, which will again lift tens of thousands of seniors out of poverty. We have seen a holistic approach at dealing with the issue of tax fairness, Mr. Speaker, and that is something in which this government has heard loud and clear from Canadians and what we're acting on. My question to the member is, one aspect of the budget was also to allocate $444 million towards fighting tax evasion. And I'm wondering if the member could provide some comment on whether or not he believes that that specific measure will in fact be able to reap the rewards in terms of getting those that are trying to avoid paying taxes to pay their fair share, something in which we as government want to see happen.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his question and to thank him for this context. I know that often he speaks a great deal, but this time it was great to remind us of what we're discussing. This issue of $444 million to promote the squad to go and look into those tax havens and go get people who clearly are taking advantage of the system. It's a good thing in and of itself. It's good to invest to accomplish these things, but show me the money. We need results. Throughout the whole debate today, during the question period, the answers of the Minister of Finance are not reassuring. We want a government who, from the beginning, will want to be a leader on the international stage when it comes to coordination, when it comes to companies that set up tax havens elsewhere to hide their profits in countries that are clearly collaborating decently. We want a government that is going to resolve this problem. It has been months now that I've asked the Minister of Heritage to talk to the Minister of Finance and find out if we're going to get taxes back from international services. We don't have any answer. All Canadians want to see companies pay their fair share. Questions and comments.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the Honourable Member for his great speech, for breaking down the impacts of tax havens and legal tax loopholes here in our country that are costing Canadians, as he stated, over $200 billion over the last couple decades. And when you put that together, that's as much as the whole national infrastructure deficit of our whole country. That means every street, every pipe could be fixed right now had we closed those loopholes that were created by Liberal and Conservative governments consecutively. So when we break that down and we look at the annual cost of tax havens alone, and these are legal tax havens, so I'm not talking about those that are breaking the law. I appreciate the government taking action to go after tax cheats, but this is legal loopholes that need to be closed that are costing us at least $7 billion a year. When you break that down to 338 ridings across Canada, that's over $200 million a year per riding. So I'm going to ask the member, what would he do with $200 million in his riding, and what he thinks we should do with $7 billion across Canada if we just do the right thing, end these tax agreements?
The member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. I would like to thank my colleague for his question, and I appreciate the knowledge he has of this file and for having brought forward some details. What is very clear is that, over time, there is a policy of tax evasion and favoring tax havens that multinationals that were able to use. It is absolutely indecent. It makes no sense. Any person on the street would say, that doesn't seem fair. When we have trouble giving baths to seniors, it's clear that we need this money in order to use it well.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to start off by saying I'm sharing my time with the member from Joliette. Mr. Speaker, it is a pleasure for me to rise to speak to you and this House on behalf of my riding of Davenport on this Opposition Day motion on tax avoidance today. Tax avoidance was one of the top issues that Davenport residents has written to me about a year ago, and it was an issue that actually caused quite a bit of consternation in my riding after the stories of the Panama Papers came out. And for those that might not have remembered the Panama Papers, it was a huge leak of documents that basically lifted the lid on how many rich people, many powerful people in the world have used tax havens to actually hide their wealth and to avoid actually paying taxes. So Davenport residents wrote to me, Mr. Speaker, and they said, we're okay to pay our taxes, but we're really upset when we hear that there are corporations in the world that are actually hiding their taxes, or rich individuals that are hiding their wealth, and they are not paying their fair share. And I can go a little bit more into what they've said later, but I think I'm just going to continue in terms of talking about what it is that our government has been doing in terms of tackling this issue, and we've been very aggressive, Mr. Speaker. Because Mr. Speaker, the government knows that offshore tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance comes at a great cost to society, and that all Canadians pay the price. Tax evasion deprives the government of money that could be spent on programs and services for Canadians. Public investments in everything from health and education to research and development are shortchanged every time that someone breaks Canada's tax laws. That is why we are taking decisive action to crack down on offshore tax avoidance and tax evasion. Last year alone, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada invested $444 million in Budget 2016 to empower the Canada Revenue Agency to aggressively pursue those who think that they are above the law. I can assure my honourable colleagues in this House that the agency is putting this money to good use. They're focusing resources in areas of the highest risk. They're identifying tax cheats, and they're penalising those caught contravening the law. In Canada, CRA auditors conduct over 120,000 audits every year, and last year alone, that resulted in a fiscal impact assessed of more than $12 billion in taxes, penalties, and interest. Close to $8 billion of that amount, about 2/3, involves large multinational businesses and high net worth individuals, including those with offshore transactions. With the new infusion of funds, that almost $500 million that I was talking about, Madam Speaker, the CRA has increased the number of auditors reviewing offshore tax schemes and the promoters of those schemes. For the 2015-2016 fiscal year, the CRA completed over 13,000 audits related to aggressive tax planning. That led to an extra $2 billion in the public purse. And also another statistic to add, I know that the CRA will continue to increase the application of penalties to all cases of serious tax cheating. To date, the agency has levied over $218 million in third-party penalties levied against promoters and tax preparers who advise their clients to participate in tax shelter donation schemes. So, Madam Speaker, to be clear, many people move money back and forth between countries for entirely legitimate reasons. These are not the people that the CRA is targeting. The CRA is targeting individuals and companies who promote nefarious tax schemes or capitalize on them to avoid paying taxes. I want to be equally clear. Anybody engaging in these activities can face serious consequences if they're caught. Tax evasion can lead to criminal prosecution, fines, and jail time. Madam Speaker, it is the CRA's Criminal Investigations Program who investigates suspected cases of tax evasion, fraud, and other serious violations of tax laws. If it finds grounds for action, it recommends cases to the Public Prosecution Service of Canada for criminal prosecution. During the 5-year period between April 1st, 2011 and March 31st, 2016, 42 Canadian taxpayers were convicted for tax evasion with links to money and assets held offshore. In total, the $34 million in evaded taxes resulted in court fines of $12 million and 734 months of jail time. Over the same period, total domestic and offshore-related criminal convictions resulted in 508 convictions involving approximately $120 million in evaded federal taxes. That led to $40 million in court fines and 2,930 months of jail time for tax cheaters. The CRA is currently conducting audits on more than 820 taxpayer offshore files and criminally investigating over 20 cases of tax evasion. I've just mentioned a whole slew of numbers, Madam Speaker. But what I want to reiterate is something that our Prime Minister said in the House of Commons today during question period. It is that with respect to tax evasion, this government works on a very, very strong principle. And that principle is that we hold people to account when they are involved in tax evasion, when they are not paying their fair share of taxes, whether they're individuals or whether they're corporations. Mr. Speaker, with respect to recent media reports in relation to the KPMG offshore structures, the CRA continues to take action on a number of fronts, including actively pursuing the matter to its fullest extent in the courts. Going further, by analyzing additional information, the agency has uncovered a number of additional tax schemes set up in the Isle of Man, which many people may not know. It's actually an island right in the middle of the North Irish Sea. The CRA is analyzing these additional structures to identify any similarities with the KPMG scheme, and where appropriate, will take all necessary compliance actions. But, Madam Speaker, these aren't the only issue this government is focused on, whether it is complex corporate structures using offshore jurisdictions of concern or profits shifting schemes to evade or avoid taxes. The CRA is committed to addressing any and all cases of non-compliance. For example, the CRA has more than 76 taxpayer audits underway related to the Panama Papers. It has executed search warrants, and several criminal investigations are ongoing involving both participants and facilitators. In short, the trap is closing, and those prepared to play fast and loose with the rules are going to be brought and held to account. Mr. Speaker, the CRA also intends to review 100,000 files in 2017 involved in electronic transfers of funds between Canada and 4 jurisdictions of concern. The agency is building the business intelligence and the data mining capability to eventually renew all electronic funds transfer in real time. Canadians can be assured that 100% of the transactions that don't make sense or are considered high risk will be reviewed and appropriate compliance action taken place. Aggressive, comprehensive audits are only part of the agency's strategy to go after tax evader. The CRA is also enhancing its efforts on a number of fronts, including expanded systems for information sharing, legal expertise, and targeted compliance activities aimed at high-risk and high-wealth taxpayers. Madam Speaker, globally, the Government of Canada works with its international partners through the OECD Forum on Tax Administration. Member countries promote international tax standards, reduce tax barriers, create better opportunities for Canadian businesses, increase transparency around global issues. They also coordinate strategies to ensure individuals and multinationals are not hiding money and assets offshore. The government continues to sign tax treaties with other jurisdictions. This provides further information that enables Canada and our partners to track down on tax cheats worldwide. In addition, the Offshore Compliance Advisory Committee, reporting to the Minister of Revenue, provided its first report to the CRA in December of 2016. The report included recommendations for tightening up the voluntary disclosure program. The CRA is carefully reviewing the program to ensure it continues to promote the right taxpayer behavior. Collectively, these measures are expected to have a fiscal impact of an additional $2.6 billion for the Crown over the next 5 years. But we are also committed to all of this, and we will build on all of these achievements, Madam Speaker. Last month, the government tabled its response to the report by the House of Commons Finance Committee. It was entitled The Canada Revenue Agency Tax Avoidance and Tax Evasion Recommended Actions. That report made clear that the Government of Canada support the committee's recommendations and will continue to evolve its approach of offshore noncompliance to generate even better results. So, Madam Speaker, it was a pleasure for me to speak on behalf of the residents of Davenport on this very important issue, and now I welcome questions from my colleagues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Davenport for her speech. She talked a couple of points. First of all, I think she may want to correct the record that the government's investing this amount of money in CRA this year. It's over a 5-year period. I think it's important for Canadians to understand what the investment the Liberals are making back into the CRA after the Conservatives cut 3,000 positions. But she said this was a top issue for folks in Davenport that she represents, and then went on to say that with over and over again how much confidence she had in the CRA and its ability to hound and get after these tax cheats. Yet we know in the case of KPMG, which she talked about, this scam that they were running for more than a decade, by the way, before the great CRA even found out about it, that once they did find out about it, that all of these Canadians, wealthiest of Canadians, were avoiding paying their fair share, that the CRA then offered, in secret, a deal to those Canadians to not pay any penalties whatsoever. So here's the lesson, here's the message that the Canada Revenue Agency is sending out to wealthy Canadians, that if you do cheat, if you do use these scams like KPMG set up, they'll never find it, but if they do find it, it's going to take a decade, so you're good. And even if they do find it, all you got to do is pay some, maybe, of the taxes that you owed, but we won't give you any penalties. Why would the Liberals, they're barking, Madam Speaker, because they somehow suggest that paying back what you owed the Canadian people, and that the Liberals had the audacity to ask these wealthy and well-heeled Canadians to, oh my gosh, pay the interest on the money that they also owed, rather than the penalties that all those middle-class Canadians Liberals constantly talk about, yet don't defend. So my question is simple. Is my friend from Davenport happy with the deal that the CRA, she has so much confidence in, offered a sweetheart package to wealthy Canadians who cheated the system and then had to pay no penalties whatsoever?
Honourable member for Davenport.
Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. You know, there were a number of questions to our Minister of National Revenue in the House over the last couple of weeks around this issue, and she made it abundantly clear, and I'm going to actually quote her response. She said, "Let me be clear. Tax evaders can no longer hide. We take this issue very seriously, and those who choose to participate in tax schemes will face consequences for their actions. Canadians expect no less." So, it was the CRA that discovered the tax avoidance scheme that was set up by the KPMG. It is now a case that is before the courts. We have already made a very, very strong statement through our Minister of National Revenue to say tax evaders can no longer hide. We're going to be very aggressive. We've put a significant amount of money into our budget to tackle this. And so I know that our minister and this government will not stop until every single tax evader is caught. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. And she started by talking about the Panama Papers, whereas when I asked for information on that file, I was told that 387 individuals had been identified, and that among those individuals, 80 of them were audited, and following that, none of those cases have been referred to the CRA's criminal investigations program. So there has been no criminal charges laid on any of those files under the Panama Papers. So does she find that the result of her government's actions are positive when it comes to fighting tax evasion, when we see that there are no criminal charges that have been put forward that would put people in prison for people who participate in these strategies? And if there were, these would be examples for those who might wish to participate in those strategies. So is she happy with her government's record when there's no charges for tax evasion that have been laid? The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. The reason I mentioned Panama Papers at the beginning of my speech is because that was actually a trigger for the residents in my riding to say that they're very upset to hear of any individual or corporation not paying their fair share of taxes in Canada. And so I will tell you, since then, on the international scene, Canada has worked very hard and very comprehensively with partners internationally to take coordinated action to make sure that we are implementing enhanced reporting standards. We are signing key tax treaties with jurisdictions, which will help us to provide information to crack down on tax cheats worldwide. We are committed to our international obligations to bring in common reporting standards into effect and to fulfill deliverables around base, erosion, and profit sharing. Thanks so much, Madam Speaker.
Reprise au débat. Resuming debate.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to, first of all, thank my colleague for sharing her time with me. It's greatly appreciated. This is an opportunity for us to speak about tax fairness. Madam Speaker, for 15 years now, the Auditor General has repeated that using tax havens is the gravest threat against our tax base. The government can repeat that it's acting hard to fight this, but no, nothing is being done. Nothing. And at some point, they're going to have to stop talking and they're going to have to walk the walk. Since the beginning of the day, members from across the way have been repeating over and over that the federal government is fighting tax evasion and tax havens as hard as it can. But, Madam Speaker, they can keep repeating these facts, but what they are is alternative facts. The reality is that Canada is the official spokesperson of tax havens. And yes, I'll repeat that. Canada is the official spokesperson for tax havens, and it's doing it openly at the International Monetary Fund, which looks at international financial markets. Canada speaks on behalf of tax havens twice a year. When the minister appears before the IMF, he doesn't just speak on behalf of Canada. No, he speaks on behalf of Canada and Barbados. Yes, the Barbados, which is Canada's tax haven, going back to the time when Paul Martin was the finance minister and all of his ships were registered in Barbados. So yes, Barbados, but also the Bahamas. Yes, the Bahamas. That's a tax haven where the insurance laws were written by the minister's own consulting firm. I can't name it in the House because it shares the name of the finance minister. At the IMF, Canada is also is not only defending Barbados and Bahamas, but also Antigua, Belize, Dominican Republic, Grenada, Jamaica, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, and a host of others. And so when the Liberal MPs say over and over that Canada is fighting tax havens, well, they're clearly playing us for fools. Canada is one of the biggest users of tax havens around the world, and it's particularly true for Canada's 5 big banks. The taxes that they avoid paying to the federal and provincial governments are as high as $6 billion a year. Yes, $6 billion for just 5 banks. Last June, the IMF noted that RBC, Scotiabank, and CIBC, just those three banks, represented 80% of all of our banking assets in Barbados, Grenada, and the Bahamas. So that's 3 Canadian banks that have almost all the banking assets in those countries. So anytime you hear somebody say that Canada is fighting tax havens, well, it's the opposite of the truth. Rather, Canada is defending and speaking for tax havens. We could say, in other words, that Canada is the cheerleader for tax havens. The KPMG fraud scandal is just the most recent example of Canada's inaction. For over 5 years, or rather it was over 5 years ago that the CRA discovered the Isle of Man fraud, but the government still hasn't made any criminal charges against KPMG. The government is great at just speaking for the pleasure of speaking, but when it's time to act, they're not there. Now let me give an example of really fighting tax fraud. It happened in the United States. In 2003, a Senate committee discovered some fraudulent strategies put in place by KPMG, and an investigation was launched. When KPMG tried to use professional secrecy to not give the list of clients who'd committed fraud, the IRS threatened to put KPMG's leaders before the courts. Unlike what's happening here, KPMG stopped its obstructive behavior. And it was discovered that 431 KPMG clients had hid $11 billion in revenue from the IRS from 1996 to 2003. And given that the IRS gave the benefit of the doubt to KPMG's clients and proposed an amnesty, a conditional amnesty, but not what we've seen in Canada, they said that those clients had to pay back their debts in 90 days, including interest and a 50% penalty. They said if you do that, you won't go to prison. All the clients accepted, and the IRS recovered $3.7 billion, which is, of course, more than the $2.5 billion that was owed. So that includes the interest and the penalties. In the United States, an amnesty means that people have to pay back 1.5 times their debt. But the government didn't stop there in the United States. They went to the source of the problem at KPMG. Instead of giving them millions of dollars in contracts, they charged them. 2 years later, in 2005, the American government charged KPMG and 9 of its leaders for fraud and criminal actions. The firm itself was accused of being a criminal organization. 2 weeks later, on June 27th, 2005, the IRS announced an agreement with KPMG, and KPMG accepted to dissolve 3 of its division, to no longer offer tax planning services, to pay $466 million in damages to the government, and for 3 years, an IRS agent had to have at all times unlimited access to all of KPMG's files. Despite this, the criminal charges were maintained against the 9 leaders. 2 were found to be innocent, 6 had to pay fines totaling $25 million, and 1 was sent to prison. Yes, the chief frauder here was sent to prison instead of being given hundreds of millions of dollars in contracts. What's happening here in Canada? Well, the government's given KPMG $92 million in contracts. Yes, the government here is thanking the frauders and giving them contracts, giving them gifts. The reality is that the government is doing everything it can to facilitate the use of tax havens. To help their friends, the bankers, the government is happy to do more than just talk. The government is happy to walk the walk. It's important to know that the tax law does not allow the use of tax havens. It's nowhere in the Act. Parliamentarians would never have voted for that. And our tax treaties don't allow the use of tax havens either. For example, Section 30 of the treaty with the Barbados excludes all businesses which would have a tax advantage in Barbados. According to the treaty, profits made in Barbados need to be taxed in Canada. The treaty is clear, and its implementation should be clear. And the treaty has force of law. And the Act to implement the treaty means that Canada needs to tax profits that are made there. In terms of the agreements that Canada has with 22 other tax havens, those are just agreements to share intelligence. The problem is that the government has adopted regulations which go against the treaties, and those haven't been voted on. The government has put in place regulations that allow and promote tax evasion. And when I say that Canada protects tax havens, I'm not exaggerating. It doesn't just speak on their behalf at the IMF. It's made changes to our own regulations which allow us to use those tax havens. So I would like to bring up something something that's missing in the NDP's motion, the motion that we're debating today. We should talk about getting rid of the tax regulations which allow for the use of tax havens. Because it's not that the treaties are bad, it's not the laws that are bad. The problem is the regulations that the government has adopted in hiding. It's the regulations that are bad, it's the government that's bad, and not the treaties. So, in this area, I would like to work in collaboration, particularly with the NDP. I'd like to see us work together to continue the fight against tax havens, and that's why at the end of my intervention, I would like to move an amendment to the motion to fix this problem with the motion. So, I'll come back to my amendment in a moment, but I would like to remind the House that tax havens are one of the greatest injustices of our era. At a time when our public services are being stretched to the limit, it's scandalous that the government is helping out the rich and the billionaires. We need to stop using tax havens. The motion that I would like to move would change 4 words in section B, 1. I would like to suggest that it abolish the regulations that allow for. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I must inform the honourable members that an amendment to an opposition motion cannot be moved except with the consent of the member moving the motion, or if that person is not present, the House Leader, Whip, or Associate Whip can give consent in the place of the member moving the motion. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. As Assistant House Leader, I would like to say that unfortunately we have not had the opportunity to see the wording of the amendment before it was moved to determine if we are satisfied with the wording that was moved by our member moving the motion, so we say no to the amendment. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Joliette for his speech. And I would like to ask him a question that comes directly from his speech, and I'd like to hear from him and profit from his expertise. Every time that we talk about tax evasion or tax havens, most governments hide behind the argument that the problem is international and that alone we can't do anything. But I get the impression that Canada could be a leader instead of hiding behind these excuses as the Liberals do. So there are things that Canada can do acting on its own. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Trois-Rivières for his question. Indeed, that's often the excuse that they bring up. They say that if all countries don't act together, we can't act. But I'd like to remind you that just a few years ago, the government used this example and the same metaphor, this same excuse against climate change. They said we can't do anything to fight climate change. We can't act alone. We need to wait for all countries to act, and that was false. We can do things to protect the environment in Quebec and in Canada right now. We don't have to wait for China and the United States or anyone else. We can act right now. It's the same thing for tax havens. There are things that we can do here, concrete actions that we can take, like changing the regulations, and take the example from the United States and charge companies like KPMG, which put in place fraudulent strategies. There are lots of things we could do right now, but the government is going to have to take its blinders off and act. Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. For a number of years, I served inside the Manitoba legislature, and at times we would hear the issue of tax evasion, even at the provincial level also. And I guess my question to the member across the way is related to that along with the national scene. And just to underline the importance at times for the national government to work with its provincial partners in looking at ways in which we can improve that sense of fairness of taxation. I wonder if he would like to add anything in terms of taxations and fairness that is at the provincial level in the important role that maybe Ottawa could play with respect to that, or vice versa.
Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. Indeed, there are several things that we would like to ask the federal government to do, to give to Quebec and the provinces. For example, when we're talking about tax evasion and tax havens, there's a system of information sharing that goes country by country. So it's the Canada Revenue Agency that has the power to ask for information from other countries in order to investigate. Now, the way that tax treaties are written, the federal government can also give that power to other provincial or national institutions. For example, the Quebec Revenue Agency. If that were done, then the Quebec government would be able to conduct its own investigations and negotiate directly with other countries. And it seems that everyone in the National Assembly wants to fight against tax evasion, so that would allow them to go forward. Again, in Quebec City, once a scheme is uncovered, there is automatically a penalty of 30%. In the case of KPMG in the U.S., it was 30%. In Quebec, it's 30%, but here it's 0%. So that's almost an incentive for companies and wealthy individuals to invent ways of avoiding paying taxes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech and his expertise in this area. Does he think there's a perception in his writing that there's really a two-tiered system, that there are rules for average taxpayers and different rules for multimillionaires? Because, of course, individuals don't have the means to conduct these tax evasion schemes, and they don't have the means to pay expensive lawyers. But multimillionaires do. They have the money to engage in these schemes and money to defend themselves in court. And so perhaps I'd like to know what he'd like to think about that. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Yes, indeed. When people file their taxes, they can see what they're paying, and they can see that there are companies helping millionaires avoiding paying their taxes. So that's clearly a two-tiered system. It's an injustice. They're not being put in prison. Instead, they're being rewarded. And certainly people in Joliette are not happy about that. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, if there's a subject that everyone is talking about, it's certainly this one that we're discussing today. We don't have a lot of time, and I want to allow as many people as possible to express the opinions of their constituents. So I will announce that I will be sharing my time with the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Straight off, I would like to say that I am far from being a tax expert. I am not an expert in this domain. But there's one thing I'm sure of, and that's that I know how to listen to my constituents in my riding, and I want to be able to share their frustration on this subject. Madam Speaker, I'd like to say that politicians are really at the avant-garde of looking at the tax system, and they want to provide a better tax system for their constituents. But once again, we are seeing that there's a real backlash. The difference between the NDP and other successive governments in Ottawa is that we really hear that frustration and that we are doing everything in our power to propose concrete measures to stem the tide of tax evasion. Let me just give you one example. In our last election campaign, now we were strongly criticized by many people for our proposal to balance the budget. But many people had forgotten, well, maybe it's our fault for not selling our platform properly, but they had neglected to mention that we had unique proposals on our ledgers that would directly influence the government's ability to get new revenue. If you just look at the tax rate for big companies and you look at the Conservatives' job creation strategy, well, they lowered that from 22 to 15%, and they didn't create many new jobs. A former finance minister, Mr. Flaherty, for whom I had very much respect, despite our political differences, he implored large corporations who had been granted these tax cuts to re-inject that money into the economy. But that didn't happen, and we know what the consequences were. Now, currently, the gap between rich and poor is only growing, so it's high time that we move from words to action. And let's not hide behind this excuse that says that Canada can't act alone and that we need international cooperation. Canada can move forward. We could be leaders, as I said earlier, rather than simply saying Canada is back. So I'll give you a few statistics, Madam Speaker, just to paint a clear picture of the situation with a few figures. In Canada, so these are all Canadian statistics, the best paid CEOs in Canada earn 193 times the average salary of the average Canadian. I'm talking about the average salary, not the mean salary. 2 billion, or rather 2 billionaires, I should say. It's not 2 billion Canadians, that's more than the Canadian population. 2 billionaires, thank you to my colleague for Portneuf, thank you for that. 2 billionaires own a large proportion, $33.1 billion of all of Canada's wealth. And the best paid CEOs earn in one day what the average Canadian worker earns in a year. So this is urgent. We urgently need to have more fairness. And we need to understand and listen to the frustration of Quebecers and Canadians who have said, this is enough. So I'm very pleased to rise today to speak on behalf of the taxpayers in Trois-Rivières who are working hard to make ends meet and who are dealing with this problem of tax evasion, which needs to be denounced and which also needs to be fought against with real proposals that might end them. So the NDP is proposing concrete steps. For those following the debate at home, here are the main points of our motion. The NDP is calling on the Liberal government to identify the tax gifts that it's giving to the wealthiest and calling on the government to respect its promise to cap the deductions for stock options. So most Quebecers, most Canadians don't have the means to buy stock options, but a CEO could buy his own stocks of his own company and sell them at any time he chooses to. And we can certainly guess that the time he chooses will be the time when he will get the most revenue from it. The profits he would get from that constitute capital gains and would be taxed at half the applicable rate that would be applied to an ordinary worker. So in this way, the federal government is encouraging large corporations to maintain this practice because the CEOs who do this pay 50% less tax on the gains from the sale of those stock options. So because of this loophole, every year, the federal and provincial governments lose $1 billion. $1 billion in revenue that they could have used to provide for a better pension plan or compensation for victims of pyrrhotite in my riding, for example, Or they could use it to update our infrastructure, particularly our digital infrastructure, because we know that many far-flung regions in Canada don't have broadband. Or they could use it to invest in infrastructure. I mean, with $1 billion, you can imagine all sorts of things that a finance minister might do. But no, perhaps his allegiance is stronger to wealthy Canadians than to the middle class, even though he always speaks about middle-class Canadians. So the NDP is also proposing attacking or fighting against tax evasion in three ways. First, by tightening rules around corporations, by re-examining tax agreements that allow people to bring profits back into Canada without paying tax. And third, putting an end to the amnesty, the lack of penalties for people who are accused of defrauding the system and who may be facing lawsuits. Why is our motion relevant? Well, many people are filing their taxes these days, but for those, and those people all have T4s, and that's a very simple calculation. You've got your T4 slip, you've got one tax declaration, and that's what most people do, and there are no loopholes in that case. So for those who only have a T4, there are no loopholes. Except if they file late, and then penalties will be inevitable. So this means that your average citizen, of course I don't mean average in terms of salary, but really for most Canadian taxpayers who file their taxes only with their T4, if there is even the slightest hint of not of fraud, but even of a mistake, they can be sure that they will be paying penalties because they forgot to do that. Because that's easy to do. It's easy for a government to catch those mistakes. It's easy for the revenue agency to see them, and it's easy to get to impose those penalties. It's more difficult for big companies to look at tax evasion, but they have to invest more efforts and more money in catching these big corporations. At the time of the Conservatives, there were massive cuts to the Canada Revenue Agency that made it virtually impossible to conduct these large-scale investigations. So now each time there's a pothole in the road or you have to wait for health care, just remember that all of that money that could have gone to fund roads and health care is actually being hidden in the Isle of Man or in other tax havens. Madam Speaker, I see that I only have a minute left. So I unfortunately will have to skip to my conclusion. But I certainly hope that people will remember, even though I didn't have the time to read my entire speech, that there is a real frustration here, a real frustration that I hear every single day when I speak to people in my riding. They tell me enough is enough, and they thank the NDP for getting up in the House and for fighting against tax evasion so that it will finally end. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member.
Madawaska Restigouche. C'est ça? C'est bien ça?
C'est bien ça.
Is that right? Yes, that's right, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. First of all, as my colleague from Trois-Rivières said, I would like to confess as well that I am not a tax expert. But out of the three proposals mentioned by my colleague, the one of having an amnesty, or he mentioned an amnesty. I think he was saying that people who file their taxes in good faith should have an amnesty. And now, once again, I'm not an expert, but does my colleague know if any studies have been done to find out whether that proposal of having taxpayers file a tax return in good faith, would that proposal have had a positive effect? Would that be better than descending upon these people with lawyers and lawsuits and so on? Does my colleague know of any studies that might demonstrate whether that option of having voluntary disclosure and getting an amnesty would actually be worth it for the Canadian government? The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. And I'd also like to welcome him to my club of non-tax specialists. I know that there are people who are offended by this practice, and I have a concrete example. This comes from a report on Radio-Canada, on the show Enquête, where they talked about the KPMG case. They said this was the example of a case that could have been a real case study if the government had gone forward and convicted them, or at least taken them to court. That would have been good, but they didn't do that. So there were no new precedents set. And this case, which could have been a precedent and could have allowed them to investigate other cases, never happened. So sometimes there are situations where, even though it might cost more to have the lawsuit, more than you would get back in revenue, it would be good, because then in future cases there would be a precedent and you would be able to get much more money. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Very kind of you. I already sat on the Finance Committee where this question was discussed in detail, and we even made a report with 14 recommendations, if I remember correctly. So we really did study the question up and down. I'd like to know if the member had the opportunity to study our recommendations and what he thinks might be changed, or whether he has a particular opinion about our recommendations. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, I haven't had the pleasure of sitting on the Finance Committee. Sometimes I do sit in on the Foreign Affairs Committee as a substitute, and I, of course, also sit on the Transport Committee. But we do have members of the NDP who sit on the Finance Committee who helped make these recommendations, and I've analysed this question with them. And they have helped formulate our party's proposals, which are very clear. My experience so far has shown me that the amendments brought forward by the opposition are rarely welcomed in committee. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Just a brief question, please. Yes, of course, I'll be brief. I'm surprised to hear from the other side that they think it might be appropriate to grant amnesties when it's clear, flagrantly clear, in many of these cases that there was tax fraud committed. In the case of KPMG, it's very clear. And if you look at the numbers since 2006, according to the Income Tax Act, it's possible to pursue people, to sue people for those who conduct tax evasion schemes, but that hasn't been the case. So does my colleague think that KPMG should be the target of criminal lawsuits rather than just those who, the other ones who benefit? The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. I thank my member for Sherbrooke, who really is a specialist in this matter. Now, concerning amnesties in general, I would say that if it's unacceptable to have amnesty for people who are simply, it doesn't make sense to have amnesty for big corporations when you don't have it for ordinary citizens. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in the House to talk about this motion. I think that the question of tax avoidance and tax evasion, for me, is just as important as the issues of saving the planet and having world peace. It's a very important issue. Madam Speaker, in my riding of Laurier-Sainte-Marie, I know there are many community organizations that are working hard to make ends meet that can barely hire the staff that they need. I meet young people who want to see investments in their future, who want to see investments in the green economy, There are immigrants who need more services, including for French language testing and English testing. There are organizations for homeless women who have to turn people away because they don't have enough space. There are people, families with children, who need to choose between paying the rent and buying groceries because there haven't been enough investments made in affordable housing and social housing. And all across the country, there are people waiting for daycare spots, affordable daycare spots. There are workers who want the government to make investments to help them retrain. There are Aboriginal people who want the government to fulfill their promises. All too often, there's a lack of resources to do these really essential things. But in fact, those resources are there. They exist. And all this time, we are losing hundreds of millions of dollars through tax evasion and tax avoidance. And yet, it would be entirely possible to get that money back. There are concrete steps that can be taken starting now. For example, and this is an example that is just so clear to me, so clearly defined. We could close the tax loophole that has to do with deductions for stock option purchases for CEOs. When CEOs are paid in this way, they're paid this sort of salary, it's considered a capital gain. And so it's taxed at half the rate of the ordinary rate. There are around 8,000 Canadians who have used this loophole, and they deduct, on average, $400,000 from their taxable revenue, their taxable income, thanks to this loophole.
Someone who earns $40,000 doesn't have that option. Someone who earns $40,000 pays their real tax rate, but CEOs can deduct a significant proportion of their income by 50%. It's interesting, because the Liberals, during their election campaign, had promised that they would cap that to $100,000. I think that that's already quite generous, not more than $100,000. And, oh, what a surprise. Now that they're elected, what are they doing? They're breaking their promises. There are other tricks that could be easy to implement. Change corporate tax rates that favor the use of shell companies. Shell companies have absolutely no economic purpose. All they do is protect the wealth of people who are already extremely rich. We could ask the companies to justify the existence of shell companies abroad. And in my opinion, this is very important, we could look at tax agreements that allow businesses to declare their profits in a tax haven and repatriate them in Canada without paying any taxes. There are 92 treaties of this type with countries like Barbados, Jamaica, Malta. They allow the people who do tax evasion to send millions of dollars into tax havens without paying any taxes. Let me give you an example. Between 1988 and 2001, direct Canadian investment in Barbados went from $628 million to $23.3 billion. That's an increase of over 3,000%. And another point, which is very important, we need to end penalty-free forgiveness agreements for individuals who are suspected of tax evasion. A recent example, the agreement proposed to the clients of KPMG that protects them from any kind of criminal or civil suit or any penalty or fine. In my opinion, Madam Speaker, my neighbor, people everywhere, Canadians, regular Canadians, if we pay our share of taxes late, we pay a fine. But if you indulge in tax evasion, you get caught, oh, well, you know, we shouldn't fine you. If a young teenager steals something in a store, well, they pay the price. But super rich people, no, they don't have to. We should also set a higher threshold for paying interest for foreign trusts or foreign subsidiaries. Rather, that is another strategy that is used to avoid paying taxes. Given that my time is limited, I won't go into too much detail. These are concrete steps that could be taken immediately. And these amounts that we don't really know how much it adds up to, because tax evasion and tax avoidance, by definition, hides those amounts. Well, they could allow us to fund our social programs. And this is more in the long term. We need to work at the international level. And I, for one, would like to see Canada behave as a leader, because we need to gather support if we want to resolve it. There are proposals that are relatively interesting. For example, in Africa, a great deal of international aid is given to African countries. But those countries lose more money through tax evasion and avoidance than what they get in international aid. And so we have a long-term interest in this, because if we were to help them as well, if we all worked together to avoid these schemes set up for individuals or even big businesses, well, it would also help African countries. Maybe that would have other benefits. And so we can recover these resources. It's very important. I need to highlight this. But let me conclude by saying it is not simply a matter of resources. It is a matter of social justice. Taxes are the prices we pay to live in a civilized world, a democratic world, to live together. And everybody has to do their part as much as they are able. It is a matter of social justice. It is also the matter of democracy, I think, because our democracy is being threatened here because of companies that are, or rather societies that become unstable because they cannot fund their basic social programs. It is also as though there were a vast network between various tax havens that, I would say, do not support any kind of citizen engagement or any country where they do business, and does not support any society overall. For those who did not see the movie The Price That We Pay, Le Prix que l'on paye, I strongly recommend it to you. I am very proud to be able to support this motion, and I hope that all of my colleagues in this place will support it as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Very much, Madam Speaker. So I had the opportunity of participating with the Finance Committee on looking at tax evasion in one of our reports, and we put out 14 recommendations. One of those recommendations were we asked the Minister simply, how can her department actually be more effective? What do people in the department, the experts themselves, what can they actually do to improve this situation? It's just a simple request, but sometimes you have to ask those things. Also asking and requesting that all tax products with any tax advisors be registered with the Canadian Revenue Agency to make sure that they are legal, and that that eventually at some point as well, I believe around in June of 1st of 2017, that the CRA report back to the Finance Committee to tell us what's going on with the Panama Papers and what's occurring with tax evasion. But in our study, one of the things I learned about, Madam Speaker, is the whole issue is Canada is not alone in this. We are not in isolation around the world, and we have to work with our allies. And so I was wondering, how can we take this very complicated issue, which impacts many jurisdictions around the world, United States, in Europe, in Africa, and Asia, and how can we actually do something not by ourselves to reduce our competitive advantage, but also to how can we work with them?
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Yes, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, it is important to work at the international level. Some aspects can only be managed or resolved by working together with our partners all over the world. There are, however, measures that we need to take here in Canada. And I'll come back to the example of not penalizing people who commit tax evasion or aggressive tax planning. KPMG is the object of litigation elsewhere and penalties. But when a company here does that, if we get them to admit that they abuse the system, well, there aren't really any consequences. Those are steps that Canada itself can take. So I think we need to not just say, well, everything depends on everybody else. No, this government does have a role to play, and I hope it will play it. Thank you.
Des commentaires. The Honour for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her very intriguing and inspiring speech, actually. We know that Harper's cuts to the corporate income tax rate didn't boost investment in Canada, it didn't lead to promised job creation, and it cost the government $12 billion annually. And now, in hearing my colleagues speak that Canada could be a leader, I think of the countless Canadians who are hopefully nodding their heads and agreeing with that. Canadians in precarious work, persons living with disabilities, persons who are struggling with a diagnosis and trying to research Lyme disease. There are countless ways that we could be using this $12 billion. I would love to hear more about her ideas on where Canada can be a leader on the international scene.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and indeed, my colleague is entirely right. When it comes to the amount of money that we have lost with tax breaks that have been given to businesses under the Harper government, what is happening is that we've almost become a tax haven ourselves. We've seen American businesses who have moved their headquarters to Canada to be able to pay Canadian taxes rather than American taxes. But that has a real impact on jobs that are offered or the real benefits for Canadians and Canadian workers. And so I hear my Conservative colleagues applauding, but this is just a veneer, and things have not really changed for Canadians. We have experienced similar problems when it comes to applying rules for Canadian businesses who are trying to expand internationally, especially when it comes to getting human rights respected. It seems that we are becoming a kind of port of convenience. We need to stop that. And even if we have to work at the international level,
it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. L'honorable député de Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Rocky Ridge, Finance, and the Honourable Member for Vancouver East, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Reprise de débat, resuming debate. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for Laurier-Sainte-Marie and say that at the Conservative Party, we are in favor of creating wealth. And in order to be able to pay social programs, that balance is very important. And I appreciate, Madam Speaker, that the member mentioned that the Conservative Party is interested in economic prosperity and success. Before I continue, I would like to mention that I'm sharing my time with my colleague who represents a riding from the lovely region of Quebec, Montmagny, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. We make a very good team in Quebec. Quebec is a very prosperous area because it has the lowest rate of unemployment, and there's a great deal of representation by the Conservative Party there. People have access to social programs. We take care of the public. According to the member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie, he said that the Liberal government needs to come clean and reveal all the details of this matter and other similar cases. He added that our economy should benefit everyone, not... I was bragging about the merits of my colleague from Montmagny, who is doing excellent work. At the Conservative Party, we are taking care of the economy, and my colleague does so in his riding. I was just mentioning what the member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie was saying, and he said that the economy should benefit everyone, not just the minority at the top. Obviously, Madam Speaker, in this KBGM fee affair, and there is mention of the role played by the Canada Revenue Agency. So here we have a motion from the NDP that wishes to fight tax avoidance. Public trust for our institutions has been undermined, and we all need to fight tax evasion. We all agree here in the House that all 338 members of every party most likely agree with the statement, but how do we move forward? I cannot support this motion, unfortunately. And why? Because all Canadians pay too much tax, whether it be individuals or businesses. Canadian taxpayers are being squeezed. We know that high tax rates hurt Canadians who are trying to create a good life for themselves and their families. In my riding of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, I was bragging about the merits of my colleague for Montmagny, Lillec, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. My riding name is shorter, it's Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. We have a dynamic economy, and I am pleased to rise in this and represent the 500,000 people who live in that riding and whom I represent. I will continue, and I was saying that whether it be an individual or a business, Canadian taxpayers are being squeezed. We know that high tax rates hurt Canadians, and in my riding, thousands of people get up in the morning and go to work with the sweat of their brow, and it's the same throughout the entire country. We need to give them some room to breathe and support them. This is bad for businesses, no matter what their size, who need to deal with competition at every level. We want to make sure that Canadians keep for themselves a higher proportion of their hard-earned money. The motion presented by the critic for the NDP ignores the excessively high tax burden on Canadians, and this is a burden that has increased without cease since the Liberal government took power. The NDP says that it wants a Canadian economy that benefits all Canadians, but the combat for them needs to be led only against tax evasion, but one needs a vision. Fighting tax evasion while continuing to squeeze taxpayers and businesses is not enough. That's not dealing with the problem. We need to be more pragmatic. A balanced policy is needed. Businesses need to want to set up here. Canadians need to see their dreams of becoming entrepreneurs come true and to see that the opportunity for starting a business is a viable, long-term one. Madam Speaker, we have the right to make money here in Canada. If we make money, we will generate wealth, the government will get wealthier, and I hope that it will be able to better manage, the government before us, will be able to better manage money flowing into its coffers. At that time, we can offer social programs who require them. Madam Speaker, on the one hand, we have a government that says it's ready to take care of the interests of the middle class, and yet it did not keep its promise to lower the tax rate for the middle class. This is a government which, day after day, does not respect its election promises and does not tell the truth to Canadians. It promised to reduce the tax rate for businesses to 9.5%, and that's not what was done. They promised a modest $10 billion. I repeat, $10 billion. To me, that's a great deal of money. To the Liberals, it's modest. They said that they would rebalance the budget before the next election in 2019. Do you know what the current forecast is? 2055. I think that in 2019, Canadians will have to make good decisions during the next election. As you know, we're basically heading straight for a cliff with public finances. The NDP does not understand or does not see, or worse yet, does not want to see that tax evasion is only one variable of this equation. The NDP did not support any... let me restart my sentence. The NDP, which did not support any of the tax cuts for small businesses proposed by the previous government led by Stephen Harper. This government worked to create a sound financial environment or tax environment for businesses and cut the corporate tax rate from 22 to 15%. It reduced the tax rate for small businesses and created measures to encourage the startups of entrepreneurs and the prosperity of businesses, or rather, of companies. When we recognize the role that these small and medium businesses play in our economy, it's very important that the government stimulate the creation of small and medium businesses and make sure that not only can they survive, but that they can grow and create jobs and contribute. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with my speech here. And contribute to the prosperity of our beautiful country. The government under Stephen Harper between 2006 and 2015 cut taxes 180 times. That is a fact. 180 times. Which means that we reached the lowest rate over the last 50 years. That's what the Canadian public needs.
And where are we today, Madam Speaker? Just 2 years later, well, we have a Liberal government that's asking Canadians to tighten their belts more and more. A Liberal government that in their 2016 budget eliminated the tax breaks created by Mr. Harper's government to help Canadian families. And they're not done yet, Madam Speaker, because who is going to pay for their astronomical debt? Well, Canadian taxpayers, our children, our grandchildren, and even our great-grandchildren. So where is this Liberal government's plan, which they promised us in the election campaign? Well, Madam Speaker, Justin Trudeau's plan has it disappeared in smoke? Well, that's a question we need to ask ourselves, Madam Speaker. And yet it's very clear, in my point of view, and the point of view of the Conservative Party, of which I'm proud to be a member, not only do we need to end tax evasion by ensuring that all corporations and all Canadians pay their fair share of taxes, we also need to stop bleeding those same Canadians. From 2006 to 2015, Stephen Harper's government took many measures to eliminate over 85 tax loopholes. The result of those measures, Madam Speaker, billions of dollars saved. And if you'll allow me, Madam Speaker, I would like to revisit the party's plans to abolish tax havens in the election campaign of 2015. The Liberal Party, you'll see, said absolutely nothing. And they're very good at saying a lot that means absolutely nothing. The NDP said, yeah, it'll be okay, but they had no budget and no plan. Madam Speaker, we in the Conservative Party, we said that we would not tolerate crimes committed by white-collar criminals. We wrote it down, Madam Speaker. Remember, Madam Speaker, that the Economic Action Plan would have devoted $5 million per year, yes, $5 million per year for 5 years to the CRA, for it to intensify its fight. Madam Speaker, I'll go more quickly and say that I'm very proud today to rise and speak. I'd like to invite my colleagues to ask me questions. I'll be very happy to answer them. But Madam Speaker, we need to create riches. If we want to have social plans, we need to have an overall global approach. However, I would just like to remind the honourable member that he is not supposed to name people who sit currently in the House of Commons. When you refer to the Prime Minister, you refer to him by his first name. So please make sure that you don't do that again. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke, questions and comments. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm not very surprised to hear my colleague opposing this motion, because if I look at the Conservatives' records when it comes to tax evasion, well, the numbers are very clear. And I wonder if the numbers are going to continue going down with this, because in 2006-2007, the CRA referred 214 files to the Criminal Investigation Program, and 213 guilty verdicts were rendered. In 2015-2016, just 17 17 files sent to the Criminal Investigations Unit with 50 guilty charges found. That's the Conservatives' record, that drop. And the main reason is the massive cuts that were made to the CRA during the Conservatives' reign. And that prevented the CRA from moving forward with many files and getting guilty verdicts because obviously it's obvious that since the Conservatives came to power, the numbers went down, less money brought back, fewer fines, and the numbers are very clear, and I'd like to ask my colleague what he thinks of the Conservatives' record. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. Listen, Madam Speaker, I'd like to know the NDP's record, but unfortunately they've never been in power. And yet, Madam Speaker, it's clear that when we create riches, when income goes up, there are more players. Now, Madam Speaker, we need to look at the problem from an overall point of view. And we shouldn't be attacking those who create wealth. Madam Speaker, I'd love to ask my NDP colleague a question. Does he want us to expel those who generate prosperity in Canada? If so, well, there's no problem. He just has to move a motion to that effect. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and this allows me to answer my colleague. No, I don't want to expel those who create jobs. I just want to make sure that everyone in Canada pays their fair share. And this seems to be a foreign concept to the Conservatives, that everybody pays their fair share. Average taxpayers pay their taxes every year, so the rich should also pay their fair share. And it seems like that's a concept that the Conservatives don't understand, and I think that's maybe an ideological problem on the Conservative benches. And under the Conservatives, we saw that they actively participated in the race to the bottom when it comes to fighting tax havens. This is a problem around the world, and if we keep going the way we're going, there won't be any taxes anywhere left in the world. Now, is my colleague's ultimate goal that there be no more taxes and thus no more public services in Canada? The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Listen, I think that those are low comments from my colleague, but I'll answer the question. It's important to understand, and the Minister said this herself today, $13 billion were recovered last year. Now, that $13 billion, that recovery didn't start last year. That started under the Conservative government. We defined our plan in our election campaign in 2015 to tell the people of Canada what we were going to do to fight tax evasion. So we are the only party among the three main parties here in the House of Commons. We were the only party that put a plan on paper. We described our plan, and our plan had numbers behind it. The NDP's plan was easy. We want everyone to have social programs. Everybody come and get your share of the pie. But, Madam Speaker, you have to be responsible. And I would like to invite my colleague to table a plan, and then maybe we could make some comparisons. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have time for a brief question. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Baltic Valley.
I have to respond and ask a question of my colleague. That he suggests that actually collecting the taxes that wealthy Canadians owe the government wouldn't be responsible. That he suggests that what our efforts are to do here today are close loopholes and the scams that we know of. These are the ones that we know of. That total, as you know, Madam Speaker, in the hundreds of millions and billions in foregone revenue every year to pay for those things that Canadians want, like affordable childcare, perhaps pharmacare, that these things, to actually close the loopholes, to catch the tax cheats and make them pay their fair share is somehow wrong. That doesn't sound like a Conservative ideology to me. It sounds like something else. I don't know if I'm allowed to use the words in Parliament for what that ideology is.
A brief response, the Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Well, Madam Speaker, I'll try to be brief. Listen, my colleague maybe didn't listen to my speech. I started by saying that we are against white-collar criminals. The 338 ridings represented by respectable members are all unanimously, I'm sure, well, I don't want to speak on behalf of all 38 members, but I'm convinced that the vast majority, if not all members here, are against tax havens. Now, let's put measures in place, but we need to have an overall approach. The NDP is focused on a little detail. We need to take a wider vision, and unfortunately, the NDP doesn't have a record. They've never been in power, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille-Kamouraska. Rivière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague, the Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, for his speech on the NDP's motion, which is before us today, and which deals with the issue of tax evasion. Like all Canadians, we are concerned by individuals and companies which try to avoid paying their fair share. We are all concerned about this, and as my colleague just said in the House, all 338 members are against and outraged by the fact that certain individuals try to avoid paying their fair share of taxes, try to pay the least possible. And that's why the Conservative government under Mr. Harper took from 2006 to 2015 concrete measures to fight against this problem. For example, initiatives such as the obligation for financial institutions to signal to the CRA any transfer of money above $10,000 coming from outside the country. There's also the requirement to declare all funding from outside the country. We put in place a program to fight international tax evasion by encouraging Canadians to denounce fraudsters, and we also put in place incentives for when taxes should have been paid to Canada were identified in. We also closed 85 tax loopholes from 2006 to 2015, which allowed the government to recover billions of dollars, and that's also made it possible for the minister today to rise in the House to say proudly that she collected $13 billion last year. And, you know, they've only been in power for a year. It's not because of policies they put in place. It's because of policies that we put in place to fight tax avoidance. And so that's allowed her government to recover billions of dollars. And that allowed our government to get back to a balanced budget without raising taxes on Canadians. And we can't say the same for the current government, Madam Speaker, which are taxing us more and more. Canada is now aware of transfers of large money from outside the country. So because of this, the CRA can verify whether or not taxes have been paid, and we can ask for explanations on where the money comes from. The CRA can now target its investigations with intelligence that it would not have had otherwise. And this makes it much harder or impossible for people to hide money under the table. These are illegal processes, and people do this claiming they'd already pay enough taxes. But as we say in English, loose lips sink ships, and it's now easier for Canadians to identify fraudsters to the CRA, and I would encourage all Canadians who have information about tax fraud to call the whistleblowing lines which are in place. And the number can be found online. So anyone, all Canadians, might see things that they don't agree with. They might feel like their tax money has been stolen from them because people aren't paying their taxes. And if they see that, they can call the CRA. Tax evasion is costly for all Canadians, and we should do everything. And we can all do our part to fight tax evasion. That having been said, Madam Speaker, we need to recognize that it's part of human nature to want to keep the things that you've acquired and to pay as few taxes as possible. All Canadians always try to find the best price for the things that they buy. But our initiatives in the last few years, well, they have borne fruit, but they're only part of the solution. Our vision must not only be to fight against tax evasion, but also to fight against the main cause of this. Why do people want to pay fewer taxes? Well, it's because they pay too many taxes. They have the impression that they pay too much. The goal should be to find ways to get rid of redundant taxes. For example, there's the new carbon tax that the Liberal government has put in place, which is going to be a tax on everything. It applies to all products through the fact that it applies to energy and transport. So it's going to affect the price of all products and services that all Canadians buy. And then there's also the issue of economic, of being competitive. And this is something that we were working on, which was getting better before the Liberals came to power. Under our government, corporate tax rates went down to 15%, which has made Canada one of the best countries in the G20 for business. And that's according to Forbes magazine. With such conditions, companies are encouraged to stay in Canada instead of going elsewhere to pay lower taxes. And it also encourages foreign countries to come to Canada. And for example, Burger King in 2014 merged with Tim Hortons and announced that it was going to move to Canada so that it could pay its taxes in Canada. Why did they decide to put their headquarters in Canada? Well, it's because we have competitive tax rates, or we had competitive tax rates, Madam Speaker. So, as my colleague said earlier, our tax money offers social programs to all Canadians. It allows the state to offer programs to all Canadians. It's ironic to see the NDP today, through the motion from the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, criticize tax evasion when their policies at the NDP would encourage tax evasion. The NDP has always said that they want to raise taxes to offer more services to Canadians. So what would that do? That would chase businesses away. When the government should be, and has been for the last 10 years, trying to improve Canada's competitiveness, the NDP has voted against all tax cuts. In their election plan, the NDP said that it would raise corporate taxes to 17% or even higher. Does the member not believe that businesses would leave if the NDP formed government? Well, I'm sure that some would, Madam Speaker. The Conservative Party agrees that we need to ensure that Canadians pay their fair share of taxes. Everyone agrees with that. And we need to ensure that our laws are respected. That having been said, I'm not sure what result the member for Rosemont plans to get with this symbolic motion. Certainly, it's good that we have the opportunity to debate here in this House, but the reality is that a motion doesn't change anything in the House of Commons. If there are tax loopholes to close, will the member table a private member's bill that would identify exactly which parts of the Income Tax Act should be changed to end the agreements without penalty? Will he propose changes to the criminal code to end these practices? These are elements that the member could change by tabling a private member's bill. Maybe he has good intentions, but there's more to criticizing. It's important to offer solutions. And this is where we see a clear difference between two parties. There's a third party here in opposition, which would rather criticize through motions than offer solutions. If a bill with concrete measures were to come before us, we would certainly take the time to look closely at it as good legislators, and we would evaluate it based on its merits. I can't support a symbolic motion like this one when it doesn't identify specific elements. And it also seems to confuse tax avoidance and tax evasion. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I thought that he attacked us in a pretty funny and strange way. They said that we're putting forward motions, but how many opposition motions have the Conservatives put forward so far? So what happens the next time it's their turn? Are they going to leave us their spot because they don't want to move motions anymore? I'd love it if the honourable member and his colleagues would give us their opposition days if they don't think they should use them, because certainly there are lots of concrete things we want to ask of the government, and I'm surprised that they're accusing us of wanting to go get money from fraudsters so that we can pay for more tax or more social programs. I'm surprised that they're accusing us of doing that. I'm surprised that they're attacking us for that, because that's exactly what we want to do. We want to make sure that everyone's paying their fair share, that fraudsters are paying their share, and that they don't avoid paying their taxes, and that would indeed allow Canada to continue offering quality services. So does the honourable member want us to continue this race towards the bottom, where we're just going to keep dropping taxes left and right, and at the end of the day there won't be any more taxes and any more public services? Is that what the honourable member wants? Now, the honourable member from Montmagny, Lisle-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Well, Madam Speaker, obviously the goal of any government is not to completely eliminate all taxes and all services. No. We think there needs to be a balance. And the word balance is very important here. What I'm saying, and what I said in my speech, is that tax avoidance is a problem in Canada. And yes, all members here in this House absolutely want to find ways to eliminate this problem. We, the Conservatives, put in place, because he mentioned our record, and he was attacking us for that. So, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to point out that the Conservative government put in place a whole pile of measures, and the NDP voted against all of them, because it's because of our actions that the minister can rise in the House today and say that they recovered $13 billion. Well, it's not the minister that created those the conditions that allowed for that. It's the Conservatives that created those conditions. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Madame la Présidente, merci mon collègue pour...
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. Now, I often heard that the Conservatives said they were tough on crime. Whatever the subject was, whatever the question was, they always answered the same thing. But here, we're talking about very wealthy individuals and companies who may manipulate our system to get around paying taxes. And it seems strange to me. I mean, it should be simple. If you have millions and millions of dollars, why would the Conservatives cut 3,000 jobs? Jobs of people who would be able to look and find this money that disappeared in Barbados and elsewhere. And even though they said they were tough on crime, they cut all of the resources that would have allowed them to track down that money. Now, making sure that everyone pays their taxes is a fundamental question. It's a question of justice, as far as I'm concerned. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Montmagny-Lisle-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I thank my colleague for his question. And particularly, I thank him for giving me the opportunity to respond to that, because I think it's very important. Madam Speaker, the Conservative government made very difficult decisions in the past, and we really had no choice, because we had to balance the budget after the terrible financial crisis. That's the reality, Madam Speaker. We made choices, and we stand by our choices. And the reality, Madam Speaker, is that all of the policies that we implemented led to the results that we wanted. Yes, we cut jobs, but we managed to balance the budget. Now, once again, today, the minister boasted of being able to save $13,000 last year. Well, that's not through liberal policies, Madam Speaker. They've only been in power for an hour and a half. It's or a year and a half, rather. It's thanks to us.
Prise de débat, the honourable member for Victoria.
Madam Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley. Madam Speaker, last night a constituent wrote to me. She's a senior living in Victoria and had been reading about the CBC's investigation into the KPMG affair. She'd heard of the NDP's call for a full investigation and felt the government was stonewalling. She said this: "It seems to me that there's one law for the rich and another law for the poor in Canada." This motion, Madam Speaker, is about answering her letter. It's about proving to her and to all Canadians that this government is committed to a fair and equitable tax system, without golden loopholes for the super rich. This motion calls on the government to take two simple steps. First, keep your promise and limit the $1 billion a year stock options loophole. And second, tackle the multi-billion-dollar problem of tax havens by tightening the rules for shell companies, closing loopholes for international tax treaties, and ending sweetheart amnesty deals for millionaire tax cheats. Before I get into the details of the motion and the solution it proposes, let's talk about why it matters. This debate touches, I say, on two fundamental issues. First, it's about fairness. Specifically, it's about upholding a fair bargain between Canadians, between those who work hard and play by the rules and those who seek a free ride at their neighbor's expense. But it's also about something even more fundamental. It's about maintaining and strengthening that basic social bargain that allows us to come together and work collectively for the public good. If we want to build a better, more just and more prosperous Canada, if we're not content with this status quo, then we must uphold that bargain. So this motion isn't just about our arcane tax law or fixing past mistakes. It's about the future. It's about how we can eliminate the deficit and kickstart a sluggish economy by offering working parents affordable childcare. It's about how we can support seniors with a pharmacare plan and not outsource their care to Chinese corporations. That's what's at stake when the government lets big corporations and multimillionaires walk right out the door without paying their bill and leaving ordinary Canadians to pick up the tab. With this motion, the NDP is proposing solutions. First, the government can make good on its billion-dollar broken promise to fix the stock options deduction loophole. It was originally meant to help startups take off, but this deduction has now become a free ride for the super rich. 90% of the benefits of this loophole go to those who make incomes more than $250,000 a year. This costs all Canadians about $1 billion a year, and 75 cents of each dollar goes to 8,000 super-rich individuals who use it to trim their tax bill by an average of $400,000 a year. Clearly, there are better uses for this money. In the last election, the NDP proposed limiting this deduction, protecting its legitimate use for startups. We suggested that every dollar saved, all $500 million, be put toward combating child poverty. The Liberals made a similar promise, but they broke it in Budget 2016. Failing to close this loophole cost almost $700 million in lost revenue last year alone. If the promise had been kept, the money could have been used, for instance, to make up the shortfall in child welfare services for Aboriginal kids, without the NDP having to force the government's hand with an opposition motion like this one. It's long past to limit this loophole and narrow it back to its original intention, which was to help startups attract their first employees. Canadians will be watching on March 22nd to see if, because of this motion in Parliament, the government finally keeps its promise. The second part of this motion, Madam Speaker, is about tackling tax havens. Again, while Canadians are furious about the government's appallingly lackluster response to the KPMG affair, the Panama Papers, and other such revelations, it's important that they understand that this isn't just about multinational corporations and unscrupulous millionaires. It also affects small, local businesses in our communities. So, Madam Speaker, in Victoria, I spoke to the owner of a small coffee shop. He told me that his effective tax rate is much bigger than the big Starbucks on the corner. Why? Because Starbucks is able to access international tax havens and therefore pay an incredible low rate of tax. As another constituent told me last night, one set of rules for the ultra-rich and another set of rules for the rest of us. Refusing to take action against big corporations that break the rules hurts small businesses, which are the real engine of economic growth and job creation in our country. One solution proposed here is to tighten the rules for shell companies. In 2014, I introduced a piece of legislation in this House that would enable the government and our courts to more effectively identify, pursue, and convict tax cheats. To do this, my bill would impose what's called an economic substance test on transactions. In other words, it means a corporation must prove that there is a legitimate business case for transactions beyond simply avoiding paying their fair share of taxes in Canada. There has to be an economic substance. Creating an economic substance test would recover significant uncollected revenue that could support better public services in Canada. When I bring that bill back into this Parliament, I hope the government will support it. Madam Speaker, the bottom line is simple. There's no shortage of solutions if this government is finally ready to get to work. For instance, nearly 4 years ago, we worked with the Finance Committee to study tax evasion and the use of tax havens. In its supplementary report, the NDP members of the Finance Committee proposed solutions that should have been implemented then and must be implemented now. At that time, the government testified that no effort was being made to measure the amount of the so-called tax gap. We proposed that it do so, and we called on the government to join the United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, other countries in measuring the existence of this tax gap. We also asked the Canada Revenue Agency to require corporations to disclose all taxes paid in other jurisdictions, so Canadians could monitor their operations in offshore tax shelters. And we asked the Auditor General to monitor the success of the Canada Revenue Agency in prosecuting and settling cases of tax evasion. That's information that all Canadians deserve to know. For instance, can the government tell Canadians just how many people have been jailed for tax evasion? How many have been jailed for aggressive international tax dodges? How many prosecutions have been launched? To keep faith with the integrity of our tax system, the public must see that individuals who break the rules are caught and appropriately punished for seeking a free ride at the expense of hardworking, tax-paying Canadians. We see carpenters and hairdressers named on the Canada Revenue Agency website. But I ask, how many international tax cheats will you find there? The answer, 0. When tax cheats go unpunished, it puts a heavier burden on the backs of ordinary Canadians. We won't stand for that, and neither should this government. In conclusion, let me ask all members and Canadians listening at home to remember just how important this is to all of us. A recent Conference Board report estimated that the tax gap of lost revenue could be as high as $47 billion a year. Every dollar of that could be put to use. An affordable childcare program, helping seniors get the prescriptions they need through a national pharmacare program, creating new jobs in clean energy, building new infrastructure to ease congestion and support commerce, eliminating the deficit, and easing the burden on future generations. But none of this can be done if this government refuses to take real action, if we continue to allow Canadians' faith in the fairness of our tax system to be eroded. So it's in that spirit, Madam Speaker, with an eye to the future, not just the mistakes of the past, that I urge all members to support this motion. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to my honourable colleague from Victoria, as it's my first chance to speak to the opposition motion today, I do want to put on the record that I will be voting for the NDP motion. I think it's important and timely. We recently issued a very similar statement to the media from the Green Party calling on the government to keep its commitment and its promise to close tax loopholes and such as the ones that are in this motion. I do have a specific question, though, for the member from Victoria. The Auditor General pointed out a number of years ago that the CRA was not using the software that it had to spot tax cheats and offshore tax havens, but instead appeared to be fixating on those lower-income Canadians who might owe much less money but were easier to catch, if you will. I'm paraphrasing the Auditor General's comments. And I asked my colleague from Victoria if he has any concerns that we have the capacity to track tax cheats right now, but have not had the appropriate focus on those for want of a better word at the moment, fat cats.
Honourable member for Victoria.
Well, I thank the honourable member for her question and thank her for her support of this motion. You know, the Auditor General did good work in pointing out that we have the tools to do the job, but what we lack in simple terms is political will. I find it outrageous to look at the Canada Revenue Agency website and see that the hairdresser in Chibougamau hasn't paid her fair share of GST. A hall of shame, if you will, the carpenter, the hairdressers, the others. But I ask you to look and find international tax cheats who have found ways through fancy lawyers and fancy accountants to avoid billions of dollars that they should be paying to the Canada Revenue Agency every year, and yet you will find no mention of them. The government brags about $444 million in the last budget. Yeah, where's the beef? Like, where is the action on this? Where are we actually showing that we're measuring the tax gap, going after the fat cats that the honourable member talked of? That is where we'll see the difference between rhetoric and reality.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate some of the words that the member has put on the record. Other words I somewhat question. I think it's important as we get closer to the end of the debate to recognize that this government has made tax fairness a major part of the 2016 budget. And a part of tax fairness means being aggressive, and that's what we saw in this budget with $444 million, that the member has just made reference to, Madam Speaker, in order to deal with tax cheats, using the member's words, and individuals' tax evasion. These are all serious issues. This government has taken it serious, and this is one of the reasons why, in principle, we support the motion that's being put forward or advanced by the New Democratic Party. I guess my question to the member is to recognize, and I would ask him to provide comment, you know, this $444 million that was allocated, by the way, in which the NDP voted against, but that $444 million has, in fact, assisted CRA in tracking down tax cheats and recovering hundreds of millions, going into billions of tax dollars, Madam Speaker. And the jury's still out in terms of just how much more is going to be coming in on that. And I think we need to be patient in terms of seeing some of the justice that the member is waiting for. And my question to him is, would he not agree sometimes it does take a little bit of time to achieve the type of results in which the member is espousing?
The member for Victoria.
Well, I thank the member for his question. Yes, $444 million over 5 years is interesting, but has to be understood in the context of the Conservatives cutting 3,000 positions. Where is the beef? I want to know, in the last year since they did that, I'd like to know how many people they've put in jail. I'd like to see how many prosecutions have been undertaken. They think by having a bunch of entry-level people that somehow they're going to be able to go after the people who have the sophistication of international tax firms like KPMG that have no trouble showing us how to hide money, or fancy law firms that the experts in tax law manage to find ways around. Do you think that they're going after those people? I don't see it, Madam Speaker. I see fancy ads in the Globe and Mail and sponsored content in the Financial Post, but what I don't see is the political will. I love the rhetoric, and given full marks, this government is great at rhetoric, but I want to see action. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Before I acknowledge the next speaker, I just want to advise him that he won't have all of the time allotted because, unfortunately, we will be short on time. So the honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Madam Speaker, if I'd had my full time, can you only imagine the speech I would have given? I thank my colleague from Victoria for splitting his time today. I want to say I looked forward to this debate. The NDP, we chose in one of what are called our Opposition Day motions to raise this important issue, and I think the context is very important. As we now learn, the government just a couple of weeks from now will be unveiling their budget to Canadians. And a budget, as it is for any Canadian family, for any business, as it is true for a government, is about making choices. Now, we know that the Liberal budgets have been awash in very large debt. It was promised at $10 billion. It goes up $30 billion or more. So we know the budget is likely to be awash in red ink, as they say. And you would think in a moment like that the emphasis on actually going after money owed to the government would be of the highest priority. Because wouldn't it be better to go get the money from those wealthy Canadians and corporations who are just cheating? They're just simply breaking the law. would be the first priority before you heap on more debt onto the backs of future generations of Canadians. Now, we know from such credible sources as the Conference Board of Canada that the tax gap is enormous. It's hard to even comprehend, $47 billion per year. You pull back from that and say, we have a finance minister who's priding himself on being the minister of no, rejecting money that would make up the funding gap for First Nations education, not supplying a sufficient amount of money for clean drinking water for every Canadian, not saying that affordable pharmacare for seniors and those on fixed incomes, it's just not an option, say the Liberals, because we just don't have the money. And it's like, well, did you look? Did you check the cushions on the sofa to see whether there might be something hiding? And in fact, lo and behold, we know there is money that is hiding. Now, this has been going on for years, Madam Speaker, and the Liberals are aware of it. And even in the last election, they said something like the following: at a time of high deficits and growing inequality between the richest Canadians and middle-class families, this is a disproportionate benefit for the wealthy. What were they talking about? Well, this little tax loophole that costs the Canadian government $700 million a year, right, in stock options, which the Liberals also admit in their platform both times, 2011 and 15 again, that it is overwhelmingly going to the wealthiest Canadians. This is not about entrepreneurship and that go-get attitude that we want to incentivize. We do want to incentivize that. That's not how this loophole is being used. And that's what the NDP motion addresses today. We thought the Liberals were going to address it in their last budget. Why? Well, because they promised to. They said they would. They'd put a cap on these tax avoiders who are being very aggressive, as they say, with their taxes. And there seems to be a disturbing pattern within the Liberals that if you're well-connected, if you're able to fork over $1,500 for a cocktail to rub elbows with the PM, so to speak, that if you can host them at a private island, well, then your issues rise to the top. And this issue, the finance minister we know was lobbied on. And the wealthy Canadians said, please don't take away this loophole. We love it. We're able, on average, to forego $400,000 a year in taxes. Not bad. And I guess the $1,500 a ticket to a Liberal fundraiser is worth it if you just do a quick cost benefit. We also know, and we've mentioned it in this motion, it's something that we want to aggressively get at, is the many tax evasion, tax avoidance that comes under a number of rubrics that Canada has become infamous for, not famous for, infamous for. That we saw in the Panama Papers, where it was suddenly the curtain was pulled back and all this international manipulation of tax regimes was exposed. And what was Canada's role in that? What reputation did we have? It's called snow washing. It's a new term we've come across, where these accountants, international accountants, were advising their international clients, you don't want to pay tax? Have we got a jurisdiction for you? It's called Canada, where you don't have to declare the ownership of the company. You can go under a numbered account. If you don't live in Canada, you can set up your company in Canada and declare your profits in another country. And it's the perfect place. It's the perfect place if you want to set up your real action in Barbados, St. Kitts, wherever it happens to be, that you actually wanted to declare your income because you won't pay any tax on it. All you got to do is use Canada's reputation, use the weak and vague laws that we have over corporate governance in this country to hide that money. And we saw this also in the KPMG scam, and there's no other word for it. Even Revenue Canada had the ability to call it what it was. They got away with it for 13 years. 13 years, KPMG was advising clients in Canada. Do you want to pay taxes and you're a millionaire? Well, go ahead, but if you don't, cut KPMG a check and we'll get your money to a little place called the Isle of Man. It's famous for a concert. It's also famous for all these fake companies that get set up. And Canadian millionaires hired KPMG to set up the scam. And when it was finally discovered, and this was starting to unravel internationally, let's compare what happened in the U.S. as compared to happen here. The Senate called hearings. A $500 million fine was put upon KPMG. They had to admit guilt. 3 people were charged criminally. And KPMG had to admit that, yeah, this is exactly what they did. Let's flip it over to the Liberal-dominated committee here. And for those who want to listen to the entire story, the CBC's The Current Radio had this all playing out, and it will drive you crazy, Madam Speaker, as it did my constituents who wrote me and said, all we expect is basic fairness. But when these wealthy Canadians avoid paying their taxes, it's the rest of us that have to pick up the tab. the rest of us who follow the rules, and every MP in this House, I will wager, has a horror story of some working-class Canadians, some middle-class Canadians the Liberals say they're obsessed over, going through an interaction with the CRA, with Canada Revenue Agency, that ends very badly, regardless of whether the person was in the right or in the wrong. The power of the CRA is incredible. So what happened in Canada when this KPMG scam was exposed? No one denying it was going on. Tens, hundreds of millions of dollars were being sent offshore and then gifted back to these millionaire families. Wow, they are such generous people. They just simply moved all their money to the Isle of Man, paid KPMG $100,000, and then were gifted back the money. What a wonderful world these people occupy, where they make so much money that they feel it is their right and obligation to not actually pay any taxes for the roads and the services and the hospitals that we so cherish. Now, through all of this, Liberals have said, well, we've put money into this, and we're getting at it. Could you give me perhaps a warning, Madam Speaker, as to when you think? Well, okay, that's all right. Obviously, the Liberals need to back up the rhetoric, back up their promises with actual action, go after the tax cheats, get the money that we're all owed so the Canadians can finally have the services and the economy that we deserve. Thank you very much.
As it is 5:24, it is my duty to interrupt proceedings. The question is as follows.
So move that given the government loses tens of billions of dollars annually to tax loopholes, deductions and exemptions that mostly benefit the wealthy, and estimates suggest that tax evasion through the use of offshore tax havens costs the government more than $7 billion annually. The House calls on the government to d'aborder le problème des mesures fiscales.
A. To address tax measures that primarily benefit the wealthy, including keeping its promise to cap the stock option deduction loophole, and B. Take aggressive action to tackle tax havens, including I. Tightening rules for shell companies. II. Renegotiating tax treaties that let companies repatriate profits from tax havens to Canada tax-free. III. Ending penalty-free amnesty deals for individuals suspected of tax evasion.
To adopt the motion. All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. Que tous ceux qui s'y opposent.
All those who are against, please say nay.
À mon avis, les oui l'emportent.
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Call in the members.
Madame la Présidente, nous demandons à ce que ce vote...
Madam Speaker, we ask that this vote be deferred to March 8th, 2017, at the end of government orders. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Consequently, the vote will be on March 8th, 2017, at the end of the period for government business.
Point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find the consent to call it 5:39 at this time.
Do we have consent of the House to see the clock at 5:39? Consent's been provided, so it being 5:39, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming debate on the motions in group number 1 at the report stage of Bill S-201, the Genetic Non-Discrimination Act, standing in the name of Mr. Oliphant.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Oh. Yeah. The honourable member for Pickering-Oxford had 7 minutes left. So the honourable member for Pickering-Oxford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Genetic testing can quite literally save lives. It allows Canadians who suspect they might be at a higher risk of certain genetic diseases to take early preventative action. Unfortunately, under our current regime, Canadians often refuse to undergo a genetic test, even based on a recommendation from a doctor, because of fear of genetic discrimination. This fear is not unfounded, as a recent Canadian study found that 40% of individuals with Huntington's disease experience some form of discrimination based on their genetic test results. That discrimination can come in the form of unfair insurance practices, being passed over for a promotion, and even being fired. Unfortunately, there are a number of documented cases of genetic discrimination in Canada, and that number will only continue to grow until we as parliamentarians fill that legislative void. Madam Speaker, this is not only an issue of discrimination, but a legitimate public health issue. If Canadians continue to fear genetic tests because of the lack of legal protection against discrimination, they are unable to access the best possible healthcare options available. It's also important to note that a number of developed countries around the world have a regulatory system in place to protect their citizens from genetic discrimination. Many of our counterparts around the world, such as France, Germany, and Spain, all have legislative frameworks to protect the genetic privacy of their citizens and guard against genetic discrimination. The UK and the US also have some systems in place, whether it's a moratorium placed on the use of genetic information by insurance companies or a prohibition on genetic discrimination in health insurance employment. Unfortunately, Canada lags behind these countries on this important issue, and our laws have not kept pace with science when it comes to genetic testing. With the passing of this legislation without amendment, we'll be able to provide the support and protections to our citizens and some of our international counterparts. Madam Speaker, I would be remiss to, in my remarks, not mention the insurance industry claims that premiums will rise if this important piece of legislation passes. That concern has been addressed because this bill does not even contain the word insurance. Although it is true that previous versions of the bill did contain insurance-specific provisions, they have been removed to address concerns about adverse selection and the constitutional issues that arise because of it. It's also important to note that in countries where similar legislation has been passed, the insurance industry has not been adversely affected or as severely damaged as feared. Research would also suggest that would apply here in Canada as well. In fact, that assertion was confirmed by the Privacy Commissioner in July 2014 when he stated that at a Senate committee, and I quote, that the impact of a ban on the use of genetic test results by the life and health insurance industry would not have a significant impact on insurers or the efficient operation of insurance markets, end quote. Peter HoC, a preeminent constitutional law expert, spoke in front of the Justice Committee on Bill S-201 and has also written on this topic in his book, Constitutional Law of Canada. In it, he states that, quote, the authority to enact legislation of this kind is distributed between the federal parliament and the provincial legislatures, according to which has jurisdiction over the employment, accommodation, restaurants and other businesses or activities in which discrimination is forbidden. Most of the field is accordingly provincial under property and civil rights in the province. However, there is little doubt that the federal parliament could, if it chose, exercise its criminal power to outlaw discriminatory practices generally, end quote. Any debate on this issue must, of course, recognize the important role that provinces play, Madam Speaker. In Mr. HoC's testimony to the Standing Committee of Justice, he pointed out that the double aspect doctrine was relevant because there are other precedents where the criminal law power has been exercised. Mr. HoC used the example of the Highway Traffic Act, where the federal government enacted criminal law while the provinces enact prohibitions related to property and civil rights. He further clarified that this legislation would, quote, it would simply be making it an offense to discriminate on the basis of genetic characteristics, end quote. Mr. Speaker, this is something I agree with wholeheartedly, and I feel Canadians want a national standard not to be discriminated against because of their genetic makeup. Mr. Speaker, this is something I agree with, and I hope that this House will, as I said earlier, fill that void. It's also important to note that this legislation has the support of organizations like the ALS Society of Canada, the Alzheimer's Society of Canada, the Canadian Breast Cancer Foundation, the Centre for Israel and Jewish Affairs, the Canadian Human Rights Commission, the Parkinson's Society of Canada, and the Huntington Society of Canada, along with many of my own constituents. As I mentioned earlier, patients with Huntington's disease are amongst the most likely to experience genetic discrimination. It's crucial that we as parliamentarians do all we can to protect Canadians from genetic discrimination and modernize our existing laws to ensure we keep pace with developed countries around the world. I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak on Bill S-201 here tonight and proud to lend it my full support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mégantic-Pérérable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise to speak to Bill S-201. This is a bill which intends to forbid genetic discrimination. I would like to sincerely thank those responsible for drafting this bill, because they all worked very hard on developing it. I would also like to thank my colleague from Don Valley West, who sponsored this initiative, as well as all of my colleagues who have spoken in favor of passing this bill, which is before us. Also, I would like to thank my colleagues from the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, who also worked very hard and even proposed an amendment to Bill S-201. What we have here, what we are discussing today, is the protection of Canadians and their families from all discrimination based on genetics. By amending the Canada Labour Code and the Human Rights Act, we can reach this goal. During the previous legislature, the Conservative government committed during the throne speech to pass measures that would forbid discrimination based on the results of genetic testing and on the part of employers and companies that insure individuals. Various countries, including members of the G7, have passed measures to forbid this type of discrimination. Canada has not yet passed this measure, and S-201 intends to rectify this problem. We are running behind on this issue, and S-201 will help us to catch up. My colleagues have communicated their concerns by using examples of cases of discrimination. But what is discrimination based on genetics? According to the Canadian Coalition for Tax Fairness, genetic discrimination occurs when people are treated unfairly because of actual or perceived differences in their genetic information that may cause or increase the risk to develop a disorder or disease. We're not talking about someone who has an illness or somebody who is suffering or somebody in treatment. We are talking about somebody who possesses a gene that might cause them to develop an illness. The Coalition also provides examples, and I quote again. For example, a health insurer might refuse to give coverage to a woman who has a genetic difference that raises her odds of getting ovarian cancer. Employers could also use genetic information to decide whether to hire, promote, or terminate workers, Mr. Speaker. All that based on the result of a genetic test. The Coalition for Genetic Fairness also says, and I quote, "The fear of discrimination can encourage individuals from making decisions and choices which may be in their best interest. For example, a person may decide not to have a genetic test for fear of consequences to their career or the loss of insurance for their family, despite knowing that early detection and treatment could improve their state of health and longevity. That's what the Coalition for Genetic Fairness has to say. This definition that I just provided and these real examples are useful reasons for us as parliamentarians to pass measures to protect the electorate and to protect them from all forms of discrimination. We can't stop progress. Scientific research makes progress for us, and of course we want that to continue. We want to be able to treat more and more people. We want researchers to be able to discover new treatments for illnesses and to figure out who might be predisposed to developing a particular illness. If we can help them on a genetic level avoid these diseases, that's great. Genetic tests can help to detect people who are predisposed to certain illnesses. That being said, we cannot, as a society, allow these discoveries to open the door to discrimination. As has been mentioned, many stakeholders have communicated their concerns, their serious concerns, and I also share their concerns. In this House, we've talked about individuals who were refused promotions or jobs after having to divulge the results of genetic testing. They were carriers of certain genes or they were predisposed to developing certain illnesses. There was testimony that was heard from the Senate. Some of our colleagues here have stories, horror stories such as that one, to tell. We cannot let these acts of discrimination continue to happen. The measure before us, Bill S-201, if it is passed, would guarantee Canadians a certain amount of tranquility because their genetic predisposition would not be able to be used against them. If this is used by insurance companies to refuse selling insurance, life insurance, to an individual or to members of their family, as legislators, we will have failed to ensure that every one of our citizens suffering from discrimination is protected.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very concerned about the will expressed by this Liberal government to make major changes to this legislation proposed by the Senate, which was studied by our colleagues in the Senate. It seems like the Liberal government changed its mind in recent weeks, and I'm very concerned by what we heard from the colleague who spoke just before I did. Mr. Speaker, when we learn in the media about the amendments proposed by the government, well, we realize that the government is probably going to, well, literally gut this bill S-201 to take all substance out of it and to take out everything that would have given additional protection to Canadians when it comes to all the genetic tests that they will or have taken. For example, in a text published on March 2nd in the Devoir, we learned that the Minister of Justice has the intention to make changes because apparently we have to go through the provinces to avoid any conflict. There was talk of the Constitution and jurisdiction. Unfortunately, when it comes time to act to defend Canadians, well, I find it unfortunate that this measure, which was tabled in this House by a member of the government, is being gutted. Mr. Speaker, the government wants to take away the ban on sharing this information, and the Liberal government is just is disappointing Canadians and leaving them behind if they support the amendment. So I hope that the government will recognize the importance of privacy rights and understand that individuals' rights to privacy should be greater than those of the insurance companies. Mr. Speaker, when you go to the doctor, you go for care. When you get tested, it's because you want to get better. Mr. Speaker, when you undertake full medical exams and you're asked if you want to have genetic testing to determine if you're predisposed, for example, to cancer, well, you want to be able to say yes without having to worry about whether or not it's going to affect your financial well-being or your family in the future. Mr. Speaker, S-201 is a bill that should be supported by parliamentarians, and on this side of the House, we support Bill S-201. We think that this is something that parliamentarians absolutely have to defend, and I invite my colleagues from across the way, all of my colleagues who are not part of the cabinet, to vote in favor of Bill S-201 for the well-being of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate.
Honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to express my profound disappointment with the Liberal government's decision to gut legislation intended to protect Canadians from genetic discrimination. Now, such legislation is essential to ensure that Canadians can make use of genetic testing without fear to improve their healthcare planning and treatment options. With approximately 48,000 genetic tests now available, no Canadian should have to forego using these critical tools because they lack effective legal protection from discrimination. But that is exactly what this Liberal government has decided Canadians will have to suffer. The original version of Bill S-201 proposed to make amendments to the Canada Labour Code and the Canadian Human Rights Act while introducing a series of new offences and penalties for genetic discrimination in a standalone act and to prevent discrimination in contracts and the provision of goods and services. But the Liberal government's amendments to Bill S-201 have deleted all provisions forbidding mandatory genetic testing and mandatory disclosure of test results, as well as proposed employee protections under the Canada Labour Code. The only provision remaining from the original version of Bill S-201 would make genetic characteristics a discriminatory motive under the Canadian Human Rights Act. Now, currently, there is no law in place that protects Canadians' genetic privacy. This puts Canada out of step with its major industrial counterparts. By eviscerating Bill S-201, the Liberal government is maintaining a serious legislative gap on genetic discrimination that doesn't exist in any of our G7 partners. Canada's New Democrats agree that the federal government can and must do more to provide comprehensive protection from genetic discrimination for every Canadian. That's why we strongly supported Bill S-201 when it was first introduced in the House. That's why New Democrat MPs introduced similar legislation on 3 previous occasions. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government has utterly neutered Bill S-201 and, more importantly, the rights of all Canadians by eliminating the first ever nationwide protections and penalties against genetic discrimination. Let's take a closer look at exactly what this Liberal government is proposing to do to this bill. The original version of 201 would have enacted a new statute, the Genetic Non-Discrimination Act, prohibiting any requirement that forces an individual to take a genetic test or disclose the results of a genetic test. Further, it would have prohibited anyone from collecting or using the results of a person's genetic test without the person's written consent as a condition of providing goods or services to the person, entering into or continuing a contract with the person, or offering or continuing particular terms or conditions in a contract with the person. Researchers and practitioners providing health services would have been exempt from this aspect of the legislation. The original version of S-201 would have made changes to the Canada Labour Code to prohibit federally regulated employers from taking disciplinary action against an employee because the employee refused the employer's request to take a genetic test or reveal the results of a previous test. The original bill would have also amended federal privacy legislation to make it clear that personal information includes information derived from genetic testing. Breaking the law would have been a criminal offence punishable by fines and imprisonment. In other words, Mr. Speaker, the original bill would have provided Canadians with protection against discrimination on the basis of their genetic makeup. It would have protected Canadians from being forced to disclose genetic information to insurance companies and their employers. But this Liberal government has stripped those protections from this bill. In doing so, it is important to note that the Liberals are ignoring, indeed countermanding, the overwhelming weight of testimony at both the House Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights and the Senate Standing Committee on Human Rights. Before both bodies, the vast majority of witnesses supported this legislation as originally proposed. This view was echoed by the Canadian Coalition for Genetic Fairness, a diverse alliance of organizations that advocate on behalf of the families directly affected by genetic conditions, folks who are witnessing the disturbing prevalence of genetic discrimination firsthand. As stated, the only provision that the Liberal government has chosen to maintain is to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act to include genetic characteristics as a prohibited ground of discrimination. Now, unfortunately, this provision is arguably the weakest of the protections contained in the original text of the bill. As Marie-Claude Landry, the Chief Commissioner of the Canadian Human Rights Commission, told the Justice Committee, quote, "While changing the Canadian Human Rights Act will be a positive step for human rights, it cannot address all the concerns surrounding genetic discrimination. There will still be a clear need to address the very real and serious fears of discrimination raised during the Senate debate, fears about test results being used against us, and fears for our children. We believe that in order to properly address these concerns, it is going to take a concerted, comprehensive national approach." Mr. Speaker, this is deeply disappointing to all those who believe in rights. It will create fear that Canadians will not qualify for insurance coverage. It will compel employees to provide their employers or prospective employers with personal information that may then be used to deny them employment. Worse, it will cause Canadians to decline to get tested for many conditions to avoid creating a record that may someday be used against them. This will harm Canadians' health and set back critical treatment and research into many genetically influenced diseases. These concerns have been eloquently captured by David Lucadelis, QC, BC's Information and Privacy Commissioner from 1999 to 2010 and Deputy Attorney General from 2010 to 2012. He recently wrote to the member for Edmonton Centre, the sponsor of the amendments to strip the bill of its protections. Quote, "I am deeply disappointed, to say the least, by your motions to gut Bill S-201. Retention of the amendments to the CHRA is laudable as far as that goes, but it is not far enough to address the very real threat posed by genetic discrimination in the workplace, in insurance markets, and in other areas of life. The fear of discrimination on this basis is amply justified. Genetic discrimination is having real-life consequences for Canadians now. It is harming vulnerable Canadian children now. More needs to be done and can be done by Parliament. I am appalled by your complicity in the executive's thwarting of this critically important legislation. The supposed constitutional concerns now being bandied about are a smokescreen and no more, as Peter HoC has made plain. I call on you to stand up for Canadian children, for all Canadians, by withdrawing your motions and by fighting against discrimination, not supporting it." End quote. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Justice Minister argues that the original version of the bill is unconstitutional. But when they studied Bill S-201, even the Liberal members of the Senate Human Rights Committee were clear that they heard no convincing evidence supporting the Justice Minister's position. On the contrary, Bill S-201's constitutionality was confirmed by a number of constitutional experts who testified before Parliament, including Peter HoC, perhaps the leading authority on Canadian constitutional law. One critical piece of evidence reveals in stark manner the nonsense of the government's constitutional excuse. The Liberal government has removed the bill's employment protections from the Canada Labour Code, which applies solely and completely to Canadians in federally regulated jurisdiction. There can be no argument that it is unconstitutional for the federal government to provide protections to federally regulated employees. Yet that is exactly what this Liberal government has done. Mr. Speaker, I submit that rather than acting on constitutional concerns, the Liberal government has clearly caved into pressure from the insurance industry and big business. Disgracefully, the Liberal government has clearly indicated it will favour corporate lobbyists wanting to protect their profits over the human rights of Canadians wanting to protect their rights, privacy, and health. But rather than acquiescing to fear-mongering, Madam Speaker, I'm hoping that every member of this House, including Liberal backbenchers, will actually vote to preserve this bill. And I know that there are good Liberal members on that side of the House that agree with the arguments being made here today. I would end by quoting Tommy Douglas, who told us, "Courage, my friends, 'tis not too late to build a better world." I'm hoping that the Liberal members of this House will do the right thing, stand up for Canadians' human rights, vote against this cynical attempt, this illegitimate attempt to strip this important bill of the very real protections that Canadians need to protect them from genetic discrimination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oakville North, Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to speak today in support of Bill S-201, the Genetic Non-Discrimination Act. I applaud Senator Cowan for his efforts for many years on this issue, and my colleague from Don Valley West, who has been a tireless advocate to end genetic discrimination. With this bill, we have the historic opportunity to join all other G7 countries that already have legislation that protects its citizens from discrimination based on their genetics. As we've heard, the bill has 3 components, each of which is critical to the new Genetic Non-Discrimination Act, which would make it a criminal offence for a service provider to require genetic testing or that a person discloses results of past testing. The second part amends the Canada Labour Code to set up a complaint procedure for those working in federally regulated industries. And finally, it amends the Canadian Human Rights Act to add the word genetic discrimination. The proposed amendments would remove 2 of these 3 components of the bill and could lead over 90% of Canadians with the false sense of security that they are indeed protected. As we know, only 5 to 7% of Canadians are covered by the Canadian Human Rights Act, and so most would still remain without protections with the government's proposed amendments. My colleague from Don Valley West shared a timeline which highlights the rapid changes taking place in genetic testing. In 2003, scientists first mapped the human genome, and then there were 100 genetic tests for diseases or conditions. When Senator Cowan first spoke about this issue in the Senate 10 years later, the number of tests had jumped to 2,000. Today, that number has skyrocketed to almost 35,000, with tests available for over 10,000 conditions. The Canadian Coalition for Genetic Fairness is a group of 18 organizations dedicated to establishing protections against genetic discrimination for all Canadians. Members include the ALS Society of Canada, the Alzheimer's Society of Canada, Muscular Dystrophy Canada, the MS Society, Osteoporosis Canada, and 13 more. They have stated that cases of genetic discrimination have been documented in Canada and are continuing to grow. As they remind us, all Canadians are impacted by genetic discrimination. Each of us has dozens of genetic mutations that could increase or decrease our risk of getting diseases like diabetes, heart disease, cancer, Parkinson's, or Alzheimer's disease. While I was aware that genetic testing was available, like most Canadians, I hadn't given it much thought. While I knew my father's colon cancer made it more likely for me to develop the same cancer, there wasn't a genetic test available for that particular cancer. I knew about the BRCA gene and its connection to breast and ovarian cancer, but it wasn't until last year when I had a meeting with Ovarian Cancer Canada that I was shocked to learn that discrimination is taking place in our country based on genetics. Ovarian cancer is an insidious disease that is notoriously hard to detect. It has no reliable early detection test and is the 3rd most common reproductive cancer in women and one of the most deadly. I was told the story of 2 sisters who had a history of ovarian cancer in their family. Their doctors recommended genetic testing as their prognosis was greatly improved with the knowledge gained from these tests. One sister had the testing, was positive for the gene, and had surgery to remove her ovaries. The other sister was told her insurance would be cancelled if she tested positive. And so, despite the fact that the test could potentially save her life, she was afraid to risk losing her insurance and did not get genetic testing. Just last night, I received a letter from a constituent who wished to stay anonymous out of fear of discrimination. She disclosed that she and her daughter had a genetic test. They found they both had a gene that could leave them blind. She questioned the fairness of allowing a simple genetic test to undermine her future access to employment and insurance, and she worried about her daughter and the effect it could have on her career and future. She reminded me that we live in Canada, a country where we celebrate our differences. We protect one another against race, color, sex, and disability discrimination. In an article posted yesterday, representatives from Ovarian Cancer Canada and the Centre for Israel and Jewish Affairs wrote, "For a young woman taking her first steps in building a professional career, the wrong genetic test results could impose a new glass ceiling." Tomorrow is International Women's Day, and members of this House will have an opportunity to enhance women's health by allowing them to use genetic testing for early detection, monitoring, and intervention without the fear of being discriminated against. Last year, I had the opportunity to speak with Rabbi Stephen Wise from the Sherel Beth El Synagogue in Oakville, who shared with me the prevalence of certain genetic diseases within the Jewish community. He said Bill S-201 will save lives. In fact, the Centre for Israel and Jewish Affairs, a member of the Canadian Coalition for Genetic Fairness, who appeared as a witness before the Justice Committee, stated, "It is time for the law to catch up with science and bring an end to genetic discrimination." On their website, they highlight that governments continue to invest billions of dollars in promising genome research, but the benefits of this research will be diminished or degraded due to genetic discrimination. A Globe and Mail story from last year told the story of a 24-year-old who was fired from his first job of his career when he told his employer he had tested positive for the gene for Huntington disease. Our human rights laws do not cover this type of discrimination yet. Bill S-201 will change that. This is one of the many reasons that I believe that the bill should pass as is without amendments. The bill, as it is currently written, would make this type of dismissal criminal and allow individuals to make their case through the less cumbersome judicial process. Constitutional law experts have stated that this bill would be constitutionally valid because it doesn't single out a particular industry that falls under provincial jurisdiction. This issue has been debated here in Ottawa in the House of Commons and the Senate. The issue of genetic screening has been mentioned by both the Liberal and Conservative Party platforms, and the NDP recently had a private member's bill to end genetic characteristics as grounds for discrimination under the Canadian Human Rights Act. I suspect most Canadians would be shocked that their genetic test results could be used to discriminate in employment, insurance, and even divorce cases. Often it isn't until someone is advised to get genetic testing that they find out about this discrimination. The fear of the disclosure is actually preventing people from getting tested, and this is just wrong. Genetic testing is transforming medicine by moving medical research towards personalized medicine. Modern medicine is recognizing that mapping the human gene for diseases and conditions can truly change the way we treat individuals. When Dr. Cindy Forbes, past president of the Canadian Medical Association, appeared before the Justice Committee, she stated the CMA's strong support for Bill S-201 in its entirety. She spoke to the rapid growth of genetic testing and the great promise it holds in the diagnosis and therapeutic treatment of many known and new diseases. She said this will ultimately enhance the quality of life for many patients and allow us early diagnosis that benefit patient care. She testified that genomic medicine is a transformative development. Of great concern, she also stated that of great concern to Canada's doctors and their patients is the fact that public policy and legislation has not kept pace with this transformational genetic discrimination. It's both significant and an internationally recognized phenomenon. As Canada's doctors, it's the CMA's position that Canadians deserve to have access to the best possible health care without fear of genetic discrimination. She testified to the correlation between disease and genetics. 6 out of 10 Canadians will be affected during their lifetime by a health problem that is genetic in whole or in part. It is important to recognize that genetic testing will no longer be limited to rare, esoteric genetic diseases occurring in patients seen by a handful of specialists across the country. Rather, it's becoming an integral part of broad medical care, and as such is expected to become mainstream medicine. Mr. Speaker, as legislators, it is imperative we deal with this issue now and give those who undergo genetic testing the protection they deserve. Bill S-201, if passed as originally written without amendments, will bring our laws in line with other G7 countries. This law is long overdue. It will protect our citizens. It's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise today to debate this bill. This is an important bill substantively, but I think it also signals an important moment in the life of this Parliament because it speaks to the opportunity that we have as individual members either to stand up for a cause that's important and indeed to stand up for the importance of the role of the members of Parliament, of the work that they do in committee and elsewhere, or perhaps it'll be a moment when too many members roll over to pressure from the front bench. And so I want to talk a bit about that context and then speak about the substantive portion of this bill. So this was a bill that was approved unanimously in this place at second reading on October the 16th. All parties, all members of all parties supported it at that time. Now, of course, it is fair for members to support in principle legislation which they then want to see amendments to and then to subsequently vote against it at third reading. However, it is worth noting that at the time this reflected a very strong consensus of members. This bill was studied in detail at the Committee for Justice and Human Rights under the very able chairmanship of my friend from Mount Royal, and all of the clauses of the bill were approved in committee. The committee heard from, I understand, many different witnesses, did a detailed analysis of it, and reported it back, recommending support. And then, much to the surprise of members here, we had the government, the parliamentary secretary, the member for Edmonton Centre, notably the parliamentary secretary for Canadian Heritage, not even somebody responsible ostensibly for anything related to this file, put forward amendments which gut the bill. These were amendments that delete every single clause. And he noted when he moved these amendments that, well, these amendments hadn't been considered at committee. And of course, as other members have pointed out already, committees don't consider amendments to delete clauses. They vote on clauses in whole. And that is the time at which members of the committee can consider whether or not to include a particular clause in the bill. And every one of those clauses was approved by the members of the committee, which of course includes Liberal members of the committee. This 11th hour amendment coming from the government, this wasn't simply a matter of the parliamentary secretary showing disregard for the work of the opposition. He was showing disregard for the work of all members of this House, including government members who have worked very hard on this piece of legislation. This was a bill moved by a member, a Liberal member, the member for Don Valley West, who has worked very hard on this issue, and many other members of the government have spoken passionately and I think very effectively about the merits of this debate. So I say to members, considering how they will vote when this comes up for a vote, this is really an important opportunity to send a signal about the role of members of Parliament in this place and where we stand when it comes to what our responsibilities are. We are not here, Mr. Speaker, as delegates of a political party, at least not principally. We are not here as members of some electoral college that simply chooses the Prime Minister who then chooses the Cabinet. We are here to speak on behalf of our individual constituents and to articulate our convictions which reflect their convictions. We have a responsibility to the people who sent us here and to this institution to exercise our considered judgments in the votes we take. And I know it's not always easy to vote against a recommendation that comes from your party, but especially on matters of grave importance like this that deal with fundamental human rights, that deal with discrimination. We have a responsibility to all exercise our considered judgment here and vote on behalf of our constituents. And I know that there are some members of the government that are prepared to do this. I hope that we will see this very good legislation passed, legislation that was recognized to be constitutional, the value of which was recognized by the committee, that was recognized here at second reading, and I hope we will proceed with it. Again, as a recognition of the importance of this legislation, but also as a recognition of the importance of members of Parliament and the value of the work that was done. This committee study process, the debates that have happened in this place, these are not mere matters of form. These are important venues and opportunities for actual discussion and consideration. And when all of those discussions point to the importance of this bill and the value of approving it, surely we have a responsibility as members to consider that's taken on board and to support it, not to sanction this 11th hour gutting attempt by the government, moved by a member not even given specific responsibility as far as we know for this file. Now that said, recognizing the importance of where we are procedurally, I'd like to speak as well about the substantive aspects of this bill. This is a bill that addresses genetic discrimination. There are genetic tests that individuals can have that give them information about themselves and their predispositions, perhaps to contract certain health problems later in life. But it is currently legal for employers, for insurers, for others to use that information to discriminate against individuals. Now, this is a form of discrimination like any other, and I think we do not accept discrimination in this country, and we should not accept it in the case of genetic discrimination. It is, I think, a basic extension of our well-established norms of human rights protection. But there are additional points about genetic discrimination that should underline the importance of passing this legislation, because not only is this a form of discrimination at a sort of basic, simple level, but it also, this kind of discrimination discourages research and it discourages people from getting tested. Right now, if a person receives more information about their genetic makeup that may help them understand what they can, what they might experience in the future, that information could be used against them, which creates perhaps a disincentive for them to gather that information. It also creates a disincentive for those who might be looking to help people with a particular genetic ailment, a disincentive to do research, knowing that their research might be used to discriminate against the people they're actually trying to help. This reality that the current law allows this kind of discrimination could well, as the science advances, put a disincentive in place for people that want to get tested and for people who want to do research. So yes, we recognize that this is a form of discrimination, but it's also particularly pernicious insofar as it can put a chill on that research, a chill on people getting information that will be useful to them. So there's a simple response to this, Mr. Speaker. We can pass a well-drafted legislation that experts at the committee recognized was within the constitutional jurisdiction of the federal government. We can address this discrimination, and we can at the same time remove these chilling elements. Now, I should also underline, Mr. Speaker, that for those who think there's some fundamental unforeseen problem to moving forward with this, Canada is an outlier. We are the only G7 nation that does not have laws with respect to genetic discrimination. And usually we think of Canada as a leader in combating discrimination. In fact, in this case, we are an outlier, and it's Canada that needs to catch up. And unfortunately, some members of the government don't seem to want to see that happen. So We have a common sense bill before us, Mr. Speaker, that addresses discrimination, that helps us to catch up with the rest of the world, and that also opens the door for expanded research and makes it easier for individuals to choose to get tested. And we'll have a vote on this bill tomorrow. And I hope every member of Parliament, will vote in favour of it. But at least I hope every member of Parliament will actually take the time to study the legislation, to consider what was said at committee, to consult the members of their party who were on the committee and who were a part of that study. Because we all have that responsibility, not just to look at the recommendation we get and sail in that direction, but to really think through the impacts of this. I think what the government has tried to do is wrong. Trying to, at the 11th hour, undercut the important work that was done by the committee and done by this House is not the right way to proceed. So because this is the right bill to move forward, and also because this is an opportunity for members of Parliament to emphasize the importance of our role as delegates on behalf of our constituents and as people responsible to exercise our own considered judgment, I would encourage all members to vote in favour of this bill. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Reprise du débat. Is the House ready for the question? The question is on motion number 1. A vote on this motion also applies to motions number 2 to 8. Motion number 1, Mr. Boissonneau, seconded by Mr. Mendocino, moved that Bill S-201 be amended by deleting the short title. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour, please say yea. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. I believe the nays have it. Okay. Conformément à l'article 80.
Pursuant to Standing Order 98, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, March 8th, 2017, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. The recorded division will also apply to motions number 2 to 8.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that the House do now adjourn. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on November 14th, I rose in this House and asked the Minister of Foreign Affairs why he had refused to export some arms to Thailand, citing human rights reasons, but he had approved the sale of arms to Saudi Arabia, despite the fact that the human rights situation there is even worse, if you can even imagine that. And also, he did this despite Saudi Arabia's actions in Yemen. I also asked him when he would agree to have a parliamentary committee studying this issue on an ongoing basis, this issue of the sale of Canadian arms to Saudi Arabia, particularly since the Liberal government promised us transparency. Now, I didn't get much of an answer. We all know that it's called question period for a reason. It's not answer period. But the minister announced his intention to look at this arms treaty. Since then, the government has continued to turn a blind eye to these calls for transparency. The situation in Yemen has become catastrophic. 2/3 of the population there require humanitarian assistance. And that means 19 million people, Mr. Speaker. And yet the government has remained silent on the issue. Furthermore, we learned that the Foreign Affairs Minister at the time had not been properly briefed on the human rights situation before he approved the sale of arms to Saudi Arabia. As for the arms trade treaty, well, I don't know if the bill is hidden somewhere in an office, but we haven't seen anything. We haven't seen any movement. So, my questions for the Minister of Foreign Affairs are as follows. Does she believe that Canadians, through this Parliament's work, have the right to transparency when it comes to the sale of Canadian arms? Has the Minister been properly briefed by the appropriate department about the human rights situation in Saudi Arabia? How does the Minister feel as a woman on this day, one day before International Women's Day, about the fact that we are selling arms to a regime that oppresses women in an absolutely terrible fashion? Does the Minister believe that Saudi Arabia violated human rights in Yemen? And if so, what does she intend to do about it? And when will we finally see a bill to have Canada accede to the Arms Trade Treaty? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Foreign Affairs Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, allow me to tell you how encouraging it is to see members in this House and all Canadians share an interest in this issue, in the high standards concerning peace, security, and human rights around the world.
Canada's export regime, all applications for permits to export controlled goods or technology are carefully reviewed against the full range of Canada's defence and foreign policy interests. The objective of this review is to ensure that exports from Canada do not cause harm to Canada or to our allies, do not undermine national or international security, do not contribute to regional conflicts or instability, do not contribute to the development of weapons of mass destruction or their means of delivery, that they are not used to commit violation of human rights, and that they are consistent with economic sanctions. Our controls are in line with those of our allies and of our partners. However, Mr. Speaker, we have heard the concerns of Canadians, and we are fully committed to making Canada's export control regime even stronger. On June 17, 2016, our government tabled the Arms Trade Treaty in the House of Commons, something that the previous Conservative government failed to do. Canada's accession to the Arms Trade Treaty will further enhance transparency in the export controls process while not putting Canadian companies at a commercial disadvantage. Let me remind the member and all Canadians that the Canadian defence industry provides 70,000 Canadian jobs. Canadians rightly deserve and expect a fair and level playing field. But Canadians also expect us to live up to our commitment to promote responsibility, transparency, and accountability. This is the right thing to do, and we will soon be introducing legislation to this regard. And when we do introduce the legislation, members of this House, including my colleague opposite, will have an opportunity to study, analyze, and contribute to this discussion. I look forward to hearing from the member opposite, as well as collaborating with her so that Canada can successfully accede to the Arms Trade Treaty. Furthermore, Canadians will soon see the results of new transparency measures that will be put in place in the form of enhancements to our annual reports to Parliament on the administration of the Export and Import Permits Act and on military exports from Canada. We committed to being more transparent and accountable, and we will deliver. With respect to the export contract of light armoured vehicles to Saudi Arabia, let me remind the House that this contract was signed under the Conservative government in February 2014, and that all three parties, including the NDP, committed during the 2015 election campaign to respect this contract and to quote the leader of the NDP, and I quote, "You don't cancel a commercial accord retroactively, it's just not done," end of quote. Unlike the NDP, we are sticking to our word and honouring the contract, but will also further enhance transparency and accountability in this regard. Regarding Saudi Arabia's human rights record, are we passive? Absolutely not, Mr. Speaker. Our government takes every opportunity to raise critical issues with senior Saudi officials, like humanitarian issues, consular cases, and universal human rights. We have raised these issues directly with the King, the Crown Prince, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and other ministers of state, and the President of the Saudi Human Rights Commission. We will never shy away from the opportunity to promote human rights, both at home and abroad. Je remercie mon honorable collègue.
I would like to thank my honourable colleague for having given me the opportunity to highlight what our government is doing.
Marie.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague says that the contract had been signed by the Conservatives, but we didn't know at the time, and we were told by the Liberals it's done. This matter is set, and yet it was the Liberals that approved the export permit, which is a crucial component. The contract is not finalized until there is an export permit. It's not a Christmas ornament, that permit. It is a crucial step. And if we take that as something to be treated as secondary, well, we can't take this seriously. And all the fine rhetoric about higher standards for peace and human rights are nothing but empty rhetoric in this context. My colleague says that arms sales are carefully reviewed. If they are carefully reviewed, how is it that we found out through an access to information request that the minister was not even briefed? The parliamentary secretary. The contract was negotiated by the former government, and we all know that the NDP had strongly supported this contract.
Our government is delivering on our campaign commitment to join the Arms Trade Treaty, which will increase transparency and accountability in regulating the global trade of arms. We all know that this is the right thing to do, and as we move forward on this commitment, I look forward to an open and rigorous debate in the House with colleagues from all parties, including my honourable colleague opposite, en ce qui concerne les droits de la...
When it comes to human rights, our government clearly outlined our position on human rights. They are an integral part of our foreign policy because they are an integral part of who we are as Canadians. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this evening.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this government, Mr. Speaker, likes to boast about supposedly unprecedented consultation with Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, exactly who did the Finance Minister consult before changing insured mortgage rules? I can tell you who he did not consult. He did not consult the mortgage or the housing industries. On February 1st, I attended the Standing Committee on Finance to hear witnesses discuss the effects that mortgage rule changes are having on their businesses, their customers, and Canada's many regional housing markets. One point was absolutely clear. None of them had been consulted. Here are some of the things that the Finance Committee heard that the Minister would have heard had he bothered to ask. He could have heard from many witnesses that the new rules will reduce competition, leading to higher interest rates and fewer options for Canadian consumers. He would have heard from Michael Lloyd of DLC Canadian Mortgage Experts that the new rules are, quote, not even effective in Vancouver and Toronto. You're bludgeoning everyone and it's not fixing anything, end quote. He would have heard from Paul Taylor of Mortgage Professionals Canada that, quote, the spin-off impacts of a reduction in purchasing power for the middle class could have the unintended consequence of actually creating the scenario that these policies aim to prevent, a national debt crisis caused by a significant economic decline, end quote. He would have heard from Stephen Smith of First National Financial that the insured mortgage stress test will, quote, reduce the affordability of housing for first-time buyers in the softer markets in the country, the Prairies, Quebec, and Atlantic Canada, and will have minimal effect on the overheated markets in Vancouver and Toronto, end quote. He would have heard from the President of Canada Mortgage Guarantee Insurance that, quote, elevated housing market activity in Toronto and Vancouver is not and has not been driven by first-time homebuyers. He would have heard from Bob Finnegan of the Canadian Home Builders Association that measures like the stress test can, quote, lock out otherwise qualified home buyers. They can cause a downward spiral on local economies. He would have heard from Sherry Donovan of the Nova Scotia Home Builders Association that a mortgage lender she knows in Newfoundland estimated that 25 to 30% of their clients would not qualify under the new rules. She would have told him that a Newfoundland home builder reported that he went from an average of 50 home sales between October and December each year down to 0 sales for the same time period once the new rules came into effect. The minister could also have heard from the Canadian Home Builders Association that the cost of a home in Toronto has increased by $300,000 over the past years due largely to government regulations, fees, and taxes. And he would have heard that the crisis of affordability in Vancouver and Toronto were not caused by mortgage availability, but by lack of supply, largely due to government regulation. Mr. Speaker, did the Minister of Finance intentionally avoid consultations because he did not expect to like the answers that he would find, that he did not want to hear about first-time homebuyers and young families, or about the folly of imposing a uniform national policy on diverse regional markets? Did he not think that the mortgage and housing industry is expected to have a say, given that they were consulted on all 5 of the past mortgage rule changes over the past decade? For a government supposedly devoted to science and evidence, is it not hypocritical for the Minister of Finance to impose changes to the rules on mortgages without asking any outside experts in the field? For a government dithering aimlessly on a host of other issues in the name of consultation, it sure rammed through the mortgage rule changes, running over both the industry and consumers. The question, Mr. Speaker, is why?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity to answer this question.
Appreciates the challenges faced by middle-class Canadians and those that are working so hard to join it. This includes middle-class families' concerns over reduced housing affordability in some regions and taking on high levels of debt, reducing the likelihood that they will be able to afford their properties over the long term if economic circumstances were to change. Those who already own their homes, Mr. Speaker, want to know that the market is stable and that the most important investment that they've made in their life is safe. This is why that our government, Mr. Speaker, has been focused on housing issues since coming into office. We have taken a series of carefully targeted measures to ensure stability and to promote affordability. Effective since February 15, 2016, the minimum down payment of a new insured mortgage increased from 5% to 10% for the portion of the house price above $500,000. In October, the government made changes to the mortgage insurance rules and tax measures to help ensure that new home buyers are more resilient and that the principal residence exemption is only claimed in appropriate cases. These measures are focused on addressing the build-up of housing debt across Canada. This includes markets such as Vancouver and Toronto that have seen significant house price increases, but also other areas of the country where buying activity is more modest, but new buyers are highly indebted. These measures will require borrowers and lenders to make adjustments in the short term and are expected to lead to a temporary reduction in the housing activity. But they are important in containing risk to preserve the long-term stability of the housing market, Mr. Speaker. The government is also committed to doing its part to fully understand the range of factors impacting regional housing markets. This is why that in Budget 2016, we provided funding to Statistics Canada to develop a methodology for gathering data on purchases of Canadian housing by foreign home buyers. The Finance Minister also created the Federal, Provincial and Municipal Working Group of officials to review the range of factors affecting regional housing markets. Finally, the government is engaging on housing affordability to support the needs of our most vulnerable population. In Budget 2016, the Government of Canada spent $2.3 billion on affordable housing. It will continue to work closely with the provinces and municipalities on this file. My colleague, the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, is currently developing a housing strategy. We have seen in other countries what can happen to the housing market and economy when housing risks and the leverage are not appropriately managed. In these situations, it is often middle-class families who suffer the most, Mr. Speaker. It will take time before we can fully assess the impact of all of these measures, and the government is closely monitoring housing and mortgage markets across the country. Measures that ensure a sound and stable housing market and financial security for Canadian families are a part of the government's economic plan, which is based on the notion that when you have an economy that works for the middle class, you have a country that works for everyone. The series of actions that the government has taken over the course of the past year demonstrates our commitment to protecting the long-term financial security for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government is stating that it has that it's concerned about the affordability of housing for Canadians, and yet the measures they have taken have done absolutely nothing to address this issue in the pockets of concern that they've identified in Vancouver and Toronto. This is according to the experts that have testified at the Finance Committee, and are yet taking the dream of home ownership away from a substantial number of would-be first-time home buyers in markets like Calgary, like Victoria, like cities of southern Ontario outside of the GTA, as well as, and especially Atlantic Canada, as was put very forcefully at the Finance Committee by the Nova Scotia Home Builders Association. And Mr. Speaker, this is the same government that is running an absolutely out-of-control deficit, has in this House used low interest rates as a justification for doing so, and is yet lecturing home buyers about the risks of credit.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Investing in a home is the single and largest and most important financial decisions most Canadians will make in their lives. Home ownership is vital to the economic and financial health of Canada and middle-class families. It is vital that we do what we can to ensure that the market is stable and that we provide peace of mind to homeowners all across Canada. The government continues to work collaboratively to address housing affordability and stability issues. We are closely monitoring the impact of recent policy measures and are committed to addressing the overall health and stability of the housing market across Canada, financial systems, and the economy. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, the government's own definition of the Safe Third Country Agreement with the U.S. states, quote, only countries that respect human rights and offer a high degree of protection to asylum seekers may be designated as a safe third countries. However, it is clear that many refugees no longer feel that the U.S. is a safe country for them because of Trump's discriminatory edicts fueled by his anti-refugee and Islamophobic rhetoric. Trump first attempted with his discriminatory immigration ban was quickly struck down by the U.S. court system. But now a new order was issued just yesterday, and frankly, the new order is still discriminatory, and the impact of that will be felt in Canada. To date, we have seen the numbers at irregular crossings spiked, more than double in some cases, triple since Trump was elected. Some suffer frostbite and had their fingers and toes amputated. People crossing have included families with babies, toddlers, and pregnant women. In one of those crossings, a toddler said to his mom that he couldn't go on anymore and said that he wanted to die and asked his mother to go on to Canada without him. Let's be clear, people are crossing and doing this because they're desperate. For them, the U.S. is no longer a safe country, and they no longer feel that they could have a fair hearing about their claim in the U.S. This sentiment was verified by Amnesty International, who surveyed 30 asylum seekers from the U.S., and all 30 said that they had no intention of coming to Canada, that is, until Trump. These crossings are dangerous for asylum claimants and distressing for many Canadians. Suspending the agreement would allow refugee claimants to be processed through official border crossings in an orderly fashion. Honestly, I don't know what it takes for this Liberal government to act. Are we waiting for another tragedy? The death of Alan Kurdi prompted the Liberals to make their campaign promise to resettle Syrian refugees. Are we waiting for a child to die in the snow before we will act? Groups calling for the suspension of the Safe Third Country Agreement include Amnesty International, the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, the BC Civil Liberties Association, the Canadian Association of Refugee Lawyers, the Canadian Council for Refugees, and a group of some 200 law professors from universities across Canada. In fact, a report from Harvard Law School's Immigration and Refugee Law Clinic concluded that the U.S., quote, is not a safe country of asylum. for those fleeing persecution and violence. New Democrats will continue to call on the Liberals to suspend the enforcement of the Safe Third Country Agreement. The government needs to evaluate whether the U.S. asylum law, policy, and practices comply with the 1951 Refugee Convention and other international human rights obligations. If we do nothing, we are complicit with Trump's discriminatory ban. In addition, the Liberals need to stand up for Canadians of visible and religious minority who are being targeted and discriminated against at the border. A young Moroccan student traveling with his team to compete at the sporting event was singled out and interrogated for 5 hours before he was denied entry. He was asked about his parents, even though they were not traveling with him, and his phone was searched. Another Moroccan woman was questioned for hours intrusively about her religion and about her opinion of Trump before she was turned away. An Afghan-Canadian doctor was interrogated for 5 hours, was ultimately refused entry as well. Just yesterday, it was reported a young Indo-Canadian woman who was trying to go to the U.S. for a one-day spa trip with her girlfriends and was singled out, interrogated, reduced to tears before she was refused entry. It was reported that the border agent actually said, quote, "I know you may feel like you've been trumped," end quote, before informing her she needed an immigration visa to travel to the U.S. To be clear, all those targeted are traveling with valid Canadian passports.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire au ministre de l'Immigration.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Immigration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to take part in this debate today. And this is an opportunity to explain to Canadians the Safe Third Country Agreement.
The Safe Third Country Agreement is based on the principle that individuals should seek asylum in the first country they arrive in. This principle is accepted by the United Nations Refugee Agency. It's important to note that the Safe Third Country Agreement applies only to refugee claimants who are seeking entry to Canada from the U.S. via land border only, and does not apply to asylum claims made inland. Nor does it apply to claims made by people intercepted while entering Canada at a place that is not a legal point of entry.
Les étrangers de tout pays peuvent présenter une demande d'asile au Canada.
Foreign nationals from any country may make a claim for asylum in Canada. Immigration officers receiving a refugee claim will decide whether the claim is eligible for referral to the Immigration and Refugee Board of Canada, which is an independent administrative tribunal that makes decisions on immigration and refugee matters. The Immigration and Refugee Board decides who is a convention refugee or who is a person in need of Canada's protection. Once a claim is made, individuals may also apply for social assistance, which is the responsibility of provinces and territories. The Safe Third Country Agreement remains an important tool for Canada and the U.S. to work together on the orderly handling of refugee claims made in our countries. And, Mr. Speaker, as the Minister mentioned yesterday in the House, the representative of the United Nations High Commission for Refugees in Canada has declared that the American asylum system remains unchanged and that it would be irresponsible, I repeat, irresponsible, to leave the Safe Third Country Agreement. That having been said, Mr. Speaker, if it's important to note that if the NDP wishes to get into a debate with the High Commissioner, well, they're free to do that. This government is going to continue to monitor this evolving situation, and we will work with the United States as it reviews part of its resettlement program. So, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada will continue to provide protection to those in need, as it has always done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, well, I'll tell the member this, that those who are trying to seek safety here in Canada are on the record to say that they don't feel that the U.S. is a safe country for them. That's why that agreement needs to be suspended. And it's not just the NDP who's saying it, Mr. Speaker. The Council for Canadians, the Canadian Council for Refugees, the Canadian Association of Refugee Lawyers, the Civil Liberties Association, Amnesty International, over 200 law professors have been clear that in light of these troubling developments south of the border, that Canada must suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement. So, Mr. Speaker, those who are risking life and limb are doing this because of this agreement. The member actually talked about wanting to create orderliness at the border. The way to do that is to ensure people go through the proper channels, go through the front door to seek support from Canada in their application and be processed accordingly, and not go through the back doors as what they're being forced to do so because of the Safe Third Country Agreement. Now, Mr. Speaker,
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat again for the member, the Safe Third Country Agreement is based on the UNHCR accepted principle that individuals should seek asylum in the first country they arrive in. And once again, Mr. Speaker, as the Minister said yesterday in the House, the representative of the UNHCR in Canada has declared that the American system, the asylum system, remains unchanged and that it would be irresponsible, Mr. Speaker, irresponsible to suspend the third Safe Country Agreement. So, Mr. Speaker, the Safe Third Country Agreement is an important tool for Canada and the U.S. to work together on the orderly handling of refugee claims, Mr. Speaker, and the Government of Canada will continue to provide protection to those in need, as it has always done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. The House is adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.